find interesting topics and folks that are in the region, write proposals, and then do research. Generally, a lot of the things that I'm doing is related to applied hydrology. So doing water resources research that can be directly applied to problems that managers might have, or coming up with solutions or tools or data streams that can make their jobs easier. I started a project with Lucky Peak Power, and the project out here is focusing on modernizing the way they use data to create their power generation forecasts. And these power generation forecasts are really important for Seattle City Light, who uses power and sends it out to the region. And previously they had a kind of outdated mechanism of creating these forecasts to figure out what the anticipated power generation would be for anywhere from 6 months to 12 months out. And my role in this project is to kind of streamline that whole process, make it more reproducible and easier for the person in charge to make sure that they can get those generation reports out in an easier fashion. So rather than spending a couple of days compiling data and creating all of these reports, they'll be able to open up the program that I developed, press run, and have a report in just a few minutes. By automating data streams, it is automating downloading metadata like weather data, so precipitation, temperature, how much snowpack is remaining in the mountains, and that data helps them determine how much water is going to be coming through the system, which then helps them determine how much power they're going to be generating. And by knowing how much power they're going to be generating, they can anticipate whether or not there's going to be additional needs in the region and things like that. And they can also use that data to help determine when they can do maintenance on their generators and whether or not they're using their large generators or the small generators, or which combination that they're using. Projects like these are a really great example of the way that Boise State can engage with the community to both bring in community problems to give us examples of how the skills that students are developing can be applied once they graduate, as well as being able to use the knowledge and the tools that we have at Boise State to improve all sorts of industry in the valley and probably in the region. So as we move forward and look for more ways to engage with the community, this is a really good example of how you can do it.
Well, I started my teaching career in Meridian, so I didn't begin in a one-room schoolhouse, but the idea of a one-room schoolhouse was just so intriguing, and it's something I wanted to try. It sounded like a new challenge, and my husband and I were ready to try moving to rural Idaho, and this position became available, and I thought, why not? Why not give it a try? And I'm glad I did. In this environment, I can do a lot of project-based learning and service-based learning, and I have the kids working together cooperatively across grade levels. And so, for example, when we do literacy, the kids spend a lot of time reading to each other, and that's been really neat. The older kids take a lot of ownership in the younger kids' development, and so kind of the same thing as what drew me to teaching. The older kids will say, "Did you hear how well he read that? That was cool." The single greatest challenge is all of the different hats that I have to wear. I mean, sure, there's the challenge of I have multiple kids in multiple grade levels, and most of my grade levels I only have one student. So I have to be really creative with the cooperative learning that I like to do with students. But beyond the teaching part, it's really just that when the smartboard stops working, I'm the tech support. There's no help desk ticket to put in. Or when the lights burn out, or when we lose power in the building, all of those different things that in a larger environment you have a team of people that work to help you with, that just falls to me. And so sometimes that can be my biggest challenge. So Prairie has 100 registered voters. Our school is set up as a standalone district. We're the smallest district in Idaho, and we have just this one K-8 school in our one-room schoolhouse. And we are managed by a board of 3 volunteers who are so incredibly committed to making sure that the kids of this community get the best education possible. There's a lot of things about my time at Boise State that laid the foundation to help me be successful here. First, it comes with instruction and all of the different instructional strategies that we learned, which I have to employ teaching kindergartners through 8th grade all together in a one-room environment. And so I can be really flexible, and I feel like I have a lot of tools in my toolkit that I can pull from to teach. But I also do more than just teach. As the only teacher and the head teacher, I'm responsible with doing monthly presentations to the school board to update them on the state of the school, and I handle a lot of administrative tasks like a principal would. So because my time at Boise State, we spent a lot of time learning about the Danielson framework and professional standards and best practices in education, special education, GT education, I feel really competent handling all the different aspects of this environment, even though I'm in this all by myself. I think it's critical that kids everywhere have the best access to education and opportunity, particularly in the rural environments. We don't have quite as many people working on a problem. And it's important that being spread a little more thin or maybe not having quite as many resources don't affect the education of these kids. They have every right to go on and do whatever amazing things they decide to do with their life. And I think it's really important that we have the best teachers possible everywhere we go. And I really value my education at Boise State and how that's helped me do that for these kids.
Hi everyone, my name is Jenna Vitamonte. Thank you for joining us on University Television Presents. Today I'm joined by Boise State alumni Kelsey Messer. Kelsey serves as the head coach of Bronco Spirit, where she oversees the cheerleaders, mainline dancers, and Buster Bronco. Kelsey, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
So we're just going to get right in. So for the past 12 years, you have been so heavily involved with Bronco Spirit. You were a cheerleader on the team for 4 years, then went into being an assistant coach, now the head coach for the past 4 years. What is so special about Bronco Spirit that just really keeps you involved?
Yeah, when I really boil it down, it comes down to the people. I absolutely love coaching, but it's more than just coaching the sport. I love coaching the people, and that's what brings me back every single year. I love them dearly. I can see the transformation from freshman year all the way to senior year, and it's so fulfilling to see them go off and start their careers and just embark on life. And it's the people 100%. I love them. I love coaching them. I love being around them, and I'm just so grateful that I get to do it every single day.
How many members do you have on your team this year?
So right now there are 59 athletes between cheer, dance, and mascots. Yeah, so.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah.
What would you consider to be Boise State Spirit Squad's big opportunities?
I think our biggest opportunity, and pretty much like any Spirit Squad around the country, is going to be funding. We get a little bit of help from the university and from athletics, but aside from that, we're a self-funded program. So we have to do fundraising throughout the entire year. It looks like in various ways. We do it through kids camps. So we run kids camps through the summer, one during the fall and one in the winter, where little kiddos get to come and learn from us and perform. So it's a ton of fun. We also sell calendars and gear, and we just get our parents and family and friends and anybody that will want to support us. And that's been successful so far. Every year we just kind of have to grind and get all that fundraising in so that we have enough money to compete and order uniforms and get anything that we need equipment-wise for the team. But so far we've done a really great job. The only thing would be if there was more support from a university standpoint on continuing to aid in those efforts of funding, but we do it on our own, so not really a big deal for us.
And so besides funding, do you think there's other ways that your team could be best supported by campus?
I actually feel really supported by the people here on campus. especially in athletics. Jeremiah and Cody Gogler are two of like my biggest fans, I feel like, as far as supporting me, which is awesome. I don't know if a lot of other Spirit Squad coaches get that from their administration, but I feel it 100%. I also, Marlene Trump is one of our biggest fans too. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but she was a collegiate dancer, and so she has a vested interest in the Spirit Squad and in our dance team, and she comes to practice sometimes. She dances with us on the sidelines, and she is somebody that checks in on me regularly and sees how we're doing and wants to be involved in what we do. And I mean, that's the highest level at our university. So personnel-wise, I feel really supported, and I know they'll do anything that they can from a funding perspective. It's just finding that, and we continue to get support through Bronco Sports Properties as well, and new sponsorships and people that want to support us out in the community. So it's not an effort that's unnoticed. It's just a continued effort to get more funding for us every year that we operate.
What does the role of like being a mainline dancer or being a cheerleader look like?
Yeah, so it is an all year round sport. So we audition in May, and that's usually the first weekend of May. Then they get a few weeks off, and they come back in June for what we call our June camp. It's where we get all of our photos taken. It's where we run our first kids camp, and we just get everything dialed in for the season so that they can practice all summer. I guess you could say their off time is the month of July. That's the only month of the entire year that I don't see them, unless they're in town and we do workouts or anything like that. But they report back in August, 2 weeks before school starts, and then we hit the ground running. Then it's football season. We cheer at every home football game. We also travel to every away football game, which is pretty incredible. Not a lot of Spirit Squads get that opportunity. We also cheer at every home women's volleyball game, which is a lot of fun, and then every home women's and men's basketball game. And then we travel to the any postseason games. So we're going to the bowl game here this week or next weekend. So we're really excited for that. And we also travel to the Mountain West Conference tournament for basketball or any postseason basketball travel. So from August through December, we're really hitting all three sports between football, volleyball, and basketball. So there's some weeks that we have a volleyball game, a men's and women's basketball game, and a home football game. So the team is spread very thin when it comes to attending everything, because we truly have to be at everything. The entire team performs at football games, so everybody gets to go to every home football game. And then we split the team up into smaller squads for volleyball and basketball, so they have a little bit of a break in their schedule. They don't have to be at everything, but somebody has to represent the Spirit Squad at any athletic event between those sports. And then we also compete nationally, which is really amazing. And the cheerleading team competes at UCA Collegiate Nationals in January in Orlando, Florida. They compete in the D1A small co-ed division and the D1A co-ed game day division. So we're going back in about a month, and we're really excited. We placed well last year, so we're looking to come back and do even better. And then the mainline dancers compete at the NDA Collegiate Nationals in Daytona, Florida, and that happens in April. We placed third in D1A Jazz last year and third in D1A Hip Hop, and so we're coming back this year with a vengeance. We're ready to go and just crush it in both of our divisions. So if you take that into consideration, mainline gets done with nationals mid-April, and then they get about 2 weeks off, I guess you could say, but they're prepping for auditions because every member of the team retries out every year and has to re-audition. So there's no break. It literally is a year-round sport.
Yeah, definitely. It sounds like it. And so with all of that wrapped up, is there something particular as the head coach that you look forward to the most?
That's tough. Like, I love nationals because it's a culmination of so much hard work that goes into literally 2 minutes or 2.5 minutes on the floor. So I'm super excited for that. And I think just like rounding out the year, it's always so bittersweet at the end because there's so many amazing memories that we can look back on. It goes so fast, like when you look at it in the full year, the weeks might seem slow and the days might seem slow and hard and busy, but I feel like at the end of the year, it's always just really nice to look back and see what we accomplished. So those are probably like two of my favorite times.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I noticed you're wearing a bracelet.
Oh,
what
yes.
does that mean? What does that significance represent?
Yeah, so our team motto is PTP. It stands for Protect the Program. It's actually something that we implemented back when I was on the team, when Tobruk Blaine was the head coach. And it really just stands for anything that we do on the team as a coach, as an athlete, we are protecting the program and what has happened before us and what's going to happen after we leave. So how we conduct ourselves out in the community, how we talk to people at events, how we do in the classroom, how we're representing ourselves in the university. We always want to protect the program and ensure that we are putting our best foot forward because at the end of the day, the Spirit Squad is the face and the ambassadors of the university. We're at every athletic event, at anything that the university needs us at. And so we have to uphold an image and a standard that was set before us from our alumni and continue to build on our program. So Protect the Program is just our easy way of reminding the team and ensuring that we're always upholding that PTP standard at all times.
Yeah, that's something great that it seems like you guys are implementing. So cheer and dance programs often face the challenge of being considered a sport, not being considered a sport, being identified as athletes or not. So what are your opinions on that?
Yeah, it's really tough. So Spirit Squad, cheer and dance from a collegiate level are not NCAA sanctioned. So that means that we're not considered an NCAA sport. We don't fall under any NCAA compliance. My personal opinion is that it should stay that way. Under compliance and under NCAA regulations, that's exactly what it is. Like you're regulated, right? So the amount of hours that you practice, how you practice, it's just a lot more stringent and regulated. And when you look at our season, it would be really, really hard to be at everything that we do and compete and practice and go out in the community with more regulations. So that piece of it is one side. So I feel like not being under NCAA is fine for our programs, but I also feel like here at Boise State, we kind of get best of both worlds because we're under athletics where a lot of universities might fall under marketing or they might fall under other areas within the university under the band. And we're fortunate that we fall under athletics. So although we're not NCAA sanctioned and we're not an NCAA sport, we are considered athletes here at Boise State and fall under athletics. And there may be some nuances there where we're not always involved in everything because we're not under NCAA, but from a support standpoint and rolling up under a department, we do roll under athletics, which is important. And it means a lot because we get involved. I mean, I'm at the athletic staff meetings. I get regular communication from Jeremiah and his team, which it's not normal for a Spirit Squad for that, or at least from like friends that I've talked to that coach. So I'm grateful that way. Them not being considered athletes to me is just complete bogus because they are 100% athletes. They are athletic. Everything that they do has to take stamina, athleticism. They are incredibly athletic. So even though you're not considered a sport does not to me mean that they're not athletes or athletic at all.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense the way that you're explaining it. So with that, there's a lot of stereotypes that also come into cheer and dance programs. So how, like as the head coach, do you encourage your team to like really stay focused and kind of get rid of those stereotypes?
Yeah. So one thing that so like you said at the beginning, I was an assistant coach for 4 years and I coached under 2 other head coaches and I learned a lot. And one thing that I implemented as soon as I became the head coach was just how we talk to ourselves and how we talk to each other. And one thing that's really important to me is that we are talking positively about ourselves and about our bodies. And so eliminating things like skinny and tiny and small, like those are not words that describe an athlete. Words that describe an athlete are athletic, strong, fit. Like you have to be all 3 of those things in order to do what we do every single day. And so I feel like just changing that small behavior for people has really helped. We also, from like a mindset perspective, we have a mindset coach. His name is James Silvas. He is amazing. He comes and works with us from Las Vegas, and he's really helped shift the mindset from a lot of people come in with a negative mindset. It's a hard sport to do. There's a lot going on. You're an athlete. You go to school. You might be a boyfriend or girlfriend, right? You have your family. There's a lot going on. And so he's really helped with the positive self-talk, positive self-image. How do you see yourself? How do you build yourself up? And giving them the tools to take not only in sport, but to take out. So I would say those are 2 big things. Cheer and dance is really hard. You see the uniforms that we wear and it's part of our sport, but shifting that mindset to a positive mindset and getting athletes to talk about themselves in a positive way and each other in a positive way, to me is incredibly important. And I feel like it's helped shape the trajectory of our program and how we talk to each other.
Yeah, speaking of that, the shift from when you were a cheerleader on the team versus now, what does that look like?
Yeah, it's different. I mean, times are very different too. College cheer and dance is not what it used to be. there was definitely a lot more pressure on body image and what that looked like. And I mean, it's 2022. It shouldn't have happened in 2011 to begin with, but we just live in a very different society, and people are much more aware of mental health and body image in a positive way. And so it definitely has shifted, but I think there's still work to be done. And that's my job as a coach in my program. I can control what happens within those four walls on my team, and I do that every day to try to ensure that we're giving them a positive environment to be in, that they feel uplifted, that they feel encouraged, and that they literally get to come and be themselves. And I don't care in what form or fashion that looks like. I'm there to help them no matter what.
So if you had to list 3 of your top goals as a head coach, what would those be for you?
Okay, so my number 1 goal as a coach is to provide the best Bronco experience for my athletes, hands down. So my coach, when I was on the team, Brooke, she would always say, like, I want to be the memory of like your good old days. And like now we talk about it, and it literally is. I look back, I'm like, oh my gosh, like these were the best days ever, and like the best experiences with my best friends, and I just had the most amazing time, and I want that for my team. That's like my number 1 goal, is to create an environment and create a space where they get to look back in 10, 20, 30 years, and they don't remember that one time they got mad at that one teammate for something, right? But they remember the whole picture, and they just experience what it's like to be a Boise State athlete and student, and just live and relish in what that looks like. So that's my number 1. I would say number 2 is to provide experiences beyond Boise State Spirit Squad to them. So things like bringing in our mindset coach and giving them tools and resources to move on in life, where they get to have positive self-talk and learn how to control their stress and emotions in high stress situations. Like, you go to work, you're gonna have to meet with your boss or, you know, a VP or a president, and that's gonna be stressful. So they're learning tools that they can take on with the rest of their life. Also just networking. I got my other job because of being a member of the Spirit Squad and networking with people. So I want them to be able to take those resources and networks that they build as a Spirit Squad member and take them onto their life. So A is the first is this experience here, like while you're here for these 1, 2, 3, 4 years, whatever that looks like. And then the second one would be building resources for them for the rest of their life, and encouraging them to, they can literally do whatever they want. They are so smart, they're so talented, they can go on and be the best versions of themselves in any industry that they want, and I want them to see that. And then my third thing is to just continue growing the program. I feel like over the last 12 years, we have totally changed the trajectory of what this program looks like and the landscape of it, and just continuing that way. Like, nobody knew who we were 4 years ago when it comes to competition. Now we are making a name for ourselves. I mean, we're placing in the top 3 in all of the divisions that we're competing against, and competing against teams from the SEC and ACC and Pac-12, and like, we're from the Mountain West. We shouldn't be doing that, but we are. Yeah. And I want to continue that. Like, my goal is to go to nationals this year and set a precedence for Boise State and who we are, and continue that way. So those are probably like my 3 main goals.
Those sound like really good goals that you're setting for yourself. So just one last question before we wrap up. Is there anything else that you want to share with Bronco Nation?
Probably just like thank everybody for their support, because we would not be as successful as we are without everybody's support, and just encouraging us and being supportive of my athletes from a faculty standpoint. You know, there's times that we have to travel and miss class, and I feel like everybody's always very cooperative and understanding, so I just appreciate that. And I would say any way that you can get involved, because we're always looking for more supporters and people to come out and recognize the hard work that these teams are doing. And then when we get to nationals, same thing, just supporting us. So I just appreciate Bronco Nation and everything they've done for me. 12 years is a long time, and I'm just really grateful to still be here and still be a part of Boise State and the legacy that the Spirit Squad is building.
Yes, well, Kelsey, thank you so much for doing this with me today. It's been so great talking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone so much for watching this episode of Presents, and we'll see you next time.
Intermountain Bird Observatory is a research and education program for mostly migratory birds. And it was started on Lucky Peak on the Boise Ridge overlooking the city of Boise in 1993. My wife and I heard about the project in 1996. We got more and more involved in it as time went on. We enjoyed being out of doors. We enjoyed the company of the people with IBO, the researchers, the grad students, the undergrad students that were coming up there to learn. We just enjoy the privilege of handling these birds, contributing to research, and also educating others about this project.
We got into this program just as we were retiring, and we felt like this was such a gratifying way to spend our time, and as well as contributing to it financially, because we were so fulfilled by being a part of this and feeling like we could contribute and it was making a difference. We could see it. It was right there in front of us. And we could see what it was doing to the people within that program. You know, you can't solve everybody's problems. You can't solve the world's problems. You can't solve the environmental problems by yourself. But you could do a little bit. And by doing a little bit, that makes a difference in that small area. So that's what we could contribute.
This has been an important part of our life. We feel like we have received more from IBO than we have ever given. And we wanted to donate to Boise State University because this is an important project, we think, for the community. Not only for the community of humans, but the community of all living things. And it has been a terrific project. We're just very pleased to see how well this has been going so far.
My wife's family was very smart, and they bought lifetime memberships to the pavilion. Being lifetime members, and we still are, that was just the beginning. And while we've put a lot of money through here, a lot of it we did for our own pleasure. We just wanted to go to shows and football games and basketball games and everything else. There is a benefit in many different ways to donating to a school. I'm going to be considering spending some money for my major, which was music. I think the music department, which has grown incredibly, and the band is great. I'd like to donate there.
Boise State is a very special place to me and to my family because of all that it has to offer. Because I have a master's degree in education, and we have 3 kids and 3 grandkids, we all know that education is probably one of our most important investments that can ever be made. And we all have to donate, help however we can to get our kids educated.
The kids get a good education, and they give and learn to be good human beings. And my friends who have donated, relatives who have donated a lot of money, I think all of us feel that way. It's just, it's a never-ending return, especially for the town. I'd urge everybody to spend your money and go enjoy it.
With a lot of colleges and a lot of universities, there's always scholarships available, but usually the arts are lacking. So it was really important to me, to do something as a legacy, well after I'm gone, to help students out with their music careers, or they're just, even if it doesn't turn into a career, give them that opportunity to do something. And if we could take just part of our money that we have when we're passed on and put it towards something so students can use that, it's just so beneficial. I mean, I really believe that music is incredibly important, regardless whether you take that on as a career or whatever. I really believe in it.
My whole life, I didn't think I could use the title of philanthropy, that I would have a significant impact moving the world forward. And to be able to do that is, I think, obtainable by more people than realize. So what I hope is in your interviews and in your presentations that people stop and go, hey, I can do that too. because that's the goal is, okay, we've had our life. We've reached this point. We've done some wonderful things in this planet and had a ball. Somebody else take it further. Take it to the next level, because we can't. But learn from our mistakes and benefit from our triumphs.
A lot of people say, you know, when they retire, you know, I'm going to work on my bucket list. And I've already filled about 15 buckets in my life. And I tell people, it's just never stop filling your bucket. Keep going after your dream. Keep filling buckets. Don't stop.
I'm so excited.
This semester, we're producing the SpongeBob musical. Just coming out of a pandemic, we were looking for a title that was bright, colorful, splashy, and above all, fun. Students are involved in every aspect of the production, not only cast, but certainly crew, and students are involved in the building of the productions in costume, scenery, props, and so on. With this production, we're not trying to create mascot costumes. Really, we're trying to create the character in a way that is human and not two-dimensional. We're taking the two-dimensional cartoon character and turning it into a fun human version of those characters. We're very excited to be back on the Morrison Center main stage. It has been since 2015 with our production of Little Women that we've had the opportunity to perform on the Morrison Center stage.
To have a facility like this and not get our students on there, I think would be a crime for us. I mean, it is one of the premier Northwest venues, and to be able to be in a venue like that, 2,000 seats, really hone their craft in a different way, really tests them and makes them really reach a little further in all their skills. This show is probably one of the heaviest prop shows that we've done. It's not like you're gonna run out and buy, you know, SpongeBob stuff and bring it in like we can, you know, for a realistic play. So there's a lot of designing in that case, and almost everything is built.
So I am a part of the musical SpongeBob SquarePants put on by the Boise State Theater Department, and I am the props master for it. So anything that is moving on and off stage that's somewhat smaller or is in somebody's hands, I'm taking care of. I grew up on SpongeBob, so I remember like always thinking when I was younger, oh, there's not a real Krusty Krab, there's not a real this and that, so it's really awesome that I'm now in my 20s and I get to kind of bring my childhood to life, so that's really cool.
Nothing that you see on that stage is any one person going, all right, I'm gonna do this. It's not just the director, it's not just the actors, it's not just the musicians, and it's not just the dancers. It's everybody working together to create something greater than the sum of all these parts.
As an actor, you have to play it like a kid would, which is deadly serious, or what's the point? So it can't be adults winking at the audience saying, we're just playing. It has to be adults playing for real. But the audience sees that, my hope is, will see that real behavior in the midst of a very playful world. But that the actors are approaching it, as we always say in the theater, as a very high stakes proposition.
I think that after these 2 years that we've all had to deal with, SpongeBob is a show about overcoming adversity, and it's about how that comes from the strangest places sometimes. It doesn't always come from where you'd expect. Sometimes it comes from, you know, a sponge living in a pineapple. And sometimes it comes from, you know, a friend knocking on your door and asking how you're doing. Being able to sing songs, you know, every night as a character who just emotes joy constantly is one of the best things I've ever gotten to do in my entire life.
Congratulations to the class of 2022.
Good morning. Welcome. I'm Emily Wakefield, and I'm the Cecil D. Andrus Endowed Chair for the Environment and Public Lands in the School of Public Service. It's a tremendous honor to welcome you all to our second School of the Environment Keyword in Common panel today. Thank you all for braving the ice and the cold and for making time in this very busy time of year in your schedule to gather with us here today. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the ancestral and current homelands of the Shoshone, Bannock, and Paiute peoples who remain in relationship with these lands through ceremony, culture, and stewardship. It's our responsibility not just to recognize this, but also to put our resources and talents at the service of restoring, repairing, and building reciprocal relationships with the tribal communities in our special place. Over the past 3 years, I've had the tremendous pleasure of serving as part of the design team for the new School of the Environment, which was approved by the state board in July. You can applaud. So this was and is a large effort across the university to make sure to pull the work that's done on the environment out of its hidden holes and to put it together to have greater impact for our students, for the community, and for our world. So I'm so excited to be in community with you this morning, not just to explain what the School of the Environment is, but also to build it. Because the work you're doing here, the conversations we're holding, are very much part of sharing the School of the Environment and highlighting the things that we care about. So what I'd like to do first is introduce Leslie Durham, the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, who would like to welcome you to this event. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks so much for taking some time. I know it's an incredibly busy time of year, but I have to say the first week back after break is always kind of hard. But the thing that was getting me through was knowing that this event was coming at the end of the week. I absolutely loved the first Keywords in Common conversation. I see some of the speakers from the first one there, and it was fantastic. The School of the Environment is about a lot of things, and Kevin and Leho and Emily will keep talking about that. But one of my favorite parts about it is bringing people into community together. We could be talking in these ways without a School of the Environment, but it really helps when we're so busy and we're so tired and stressed to have a reason to come together and have some of these really important conversations. So there has been a hidden School of the Environment for a long time, expertise, energy, excitement around these topics. And now that the school is actually coming into being through the work of all of you, it re-energizes me. And so thank you so much for being here today and for being part of that.
Thank you, Leslie. Thank you for your support in this process and going forward. The inaugural director of the School of the Environment is Kevin Ferris, a professor of biology, and he's going to talk a little bit about some of the work that's underway and some of the projects for the spring that we'd like to plant some seeds for and have you think about going forward. Kevin.
Thanks, Emily. And I just want to, thanks everyone. I just want to add my thank you to you for coming this morning. It's a great group of folks, big audience this morning. It's exciting to see all the faces and have a chance to get together and to hear from our panel today. As Emily was saying, I wanted to give you a sort of a heads up on what we have planned for this coming spring. We're going to be bringing folks together around a couple of different working groups. Our goals with these working groups are to, in part, align learning objectives and educational opportunities for our students across programs and across departments, both within COAS and outside of our college. Our approach for that goal is we're going to be bringing faculty together from diverse backgrounds and programs around common themes of interest that relate to curriculum, student success, our scholarship, and community engagement. Some of the products that we're hoping will come out of these groups are things like a common understanding and shared values that translate to shared learning objectives across programs, better alignment of our curriculum in terms of offerings for students, when and where those are happening, who's delivering those things, and that sort of outcome. And also, we're hoping that we'll be identifying gaps in our curriculum in terms of both offerings for students, but also where there are gaps in our own capacity to deliver the kinds of outcomes and opportunities we want to give to our students. And then ideally, coming up with strategies to fill those gaps. Some of the topics we'll be entertaining are things include data science, field schools and field training, strategies for expanding experiential learning opportunities, and our own Lejo Flores will be leading a group around geospatial analyses and approaches and training across from undergraduate through graduate training. Some of the other things that are ongoing is we're currently collaborating with DRED and the College of Arts and Sciences and the School of the Arts in terms of expanding our support capacity for engaged scholarship and community engagement. And that's something I know is a big thrust across campus, and we're hoping to participate and partner with a variety of folks on campus in that effort. And we're also entering into a number of conversations around the reward and recognition structures for faculty, and sort of you think about sort of the TNP structure on campus and how can we rejigger the way we evaluate ourselves and reward ourselves to provide incentives for faculty to enhance their engaged scholarship outside of campus, right? So both our traditional pathways of scholarship, but also building out this collaborative and community engaged work that many of us want to do. And with that, I'm going to hand it back to Emily, or maybe hand it off directly to Lejo, and he's going to talk a little bit about the interdisciplinary research accelerator that we're collaborating on with DRED.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. My name is Lejo Flores. I'm faculty in the Department of Geosciences, for you that don't know me. And as Kevin just mentioned, with the financial backing of the Division of Research and the College of Arts and Sciences, thank you, Leslie. I don't see Nancy here today, but thanks, Nancy, wherever you are. We are undertaking one of the kind of pilot programs that we're undertaking as the School of the Environment is the Interdisciplinary Research Accelerator, the IRA. And the IRA is really seeking to build teams of capacity around specific thematic topics, right? So we have one, I'm leading one on water. There's another one on materials. I think I saw Peter here someplace, right over there. And the goal of these is to bring people together to create research agendas that indicate the kinds of things, the kinds of topics, the kinds of research questions that we as members of the School of the Environment can really excel at and can lead to mid-scale to large-scale research projects over the span of, say, 2 to 5 years, right? And so this is a really exciting pilot. There's a lot of experimentation, a lot of successes and failures probably ahead of us, but what we look forward to providing all of you is both some of these research agendas, both for comment and also for just thinking about, how do we move forward these research agendas over the time horizon of, say, 2 to 5 to 10 years. And then also be thinking about in the future, right, what are some topics where there is some latent or hidden capacity out there to move forward with another research agenda, because this program, this Interdisciplinary Research Accelerator, is something that we hope continues over time, and that we're providing the capacity for those of you out there to build teams and to move ideas forward and to advocate for both the research challenges that need to be addressed in various environmental spaces, but also kind of this support need, speaking to what Kevin was just mentioning. What are the kind of support that those interdisciplinary teams need to make those research agendas viable? So be on the lookout for various communications and invitations to participate in individual events that the teams are leading. And also be thinking about, next fall, what are some ideas for IRA teams that you might want to lead? So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Leho and Kevin. 2 additional pieces of the School of the Environment work that's happened this semester are proposals for new degree programs. And these proposals are currently circulating. One is for an environmental science Bachelor of Science at the undergraduate level, and the other is for a master's in environmental management. And the idea is these would allow us to serve our students well by expanding the portfolio of environmental degrees that Boise State offers. They're not a sure thing, they're not done, but they've been produced in conversation with faculty across the university. So more than 25 faculty participated last year in curriculum team workshops trying to think about what these would look like and to pull from the strengths to provide these new degrees. But today's work is not about all of that, right? Today's work is slightly different. And we've organized these keyword panels because words matter. And interdisciplinary work relies on us being able to translate what we think in conversation with other people, right? And the concepts and dialogue are important in this process. In fact, one of the essential things a university can facilitate is talk across disciplines, across languages, and across cultures. So we asked people who were invited to attend, which is as many people as we could find, right, to fill out some forms reflecting on these words. Our first keyword panel was on the environment, and today's panel is on the earth. And people that responded to those said the earth was our home. It's our planet, right? It's a precious resource. And our panelists will tell us a little bit more about their perspective. The comments we got were thoughtful and broad from literature scholars, from material scientists, from public administrators. But we're here to hear from our panelists. And I've asked each of them to talk for 5 minutes. I know it's not enough. It's nowhere near sufficient, but it will give each of you a taste of the work that they do and future conversations. They've also been allowed 1 slide, and I've prompted them with 3 questions. The questions are, what does the earth mean to you? How does your discipline approach teaching and doing research on the earth? And why seek to understand the earth, or why do research about the earth? Our first panelist is Brian Jackson, who's an associate professor in the Department of Physics, where he teaches astronomy and researches planets, especially those outside our solar system. He's also been developing a STEM network in partnership with the Central Idaho Dark Sky Reserve. Brian, welcome.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, we were just talking about this earlier. So, yeah, I mean, I think all of this is very important, and clearly the Earth is profoundly important for us as inhabitants of the Earth. And so understanding the Earth for its own sake, I think, is really key, and I know we'll hear more about that from the other folks. But for me, when I think about Earth, I think about words like Earth-like, super Earth, terrestrial, because I'm a planetary scientist by training, and so the Earth represents this key touchstone for us to understand other worlds. And so to give you a sense for how we draw those kinds of analogies, I've put 2 pictures up on the slide here. The left panel is probably a picture that many of you are familiar with, something like this. This is a dry riverbed, a wash in Arizona. So you can see lots of really neat features in this wash. You can see sort of boulders and rocks that have been tumbled in a stream. The rocks are, in some cases, somewhat rounded, so they're not very angular. And what that is telling us is that those rocks have undergone tumbling in a stream that has rounded off the edges. And so you can actually learn about the history, the hydrology of a place like this by just looking at the vestiges of those hydrological processes. Picture on the right is not from the Earth. That is a picture taken by the Huygens lander, which landed on the surface of Saturn's moon Titan several years ago. Saturn, which is another planet, has a large icy moon called Titan. If Titan were in orbit around the sun instead of around Saturn, we would call it a planet. It has all the same kind of planetary processes we come to think of as being sort of characteristic of planets. It has storms, it has rivers, it has lakes, it has geology. All of these things are really complex and interesting. And what you're seeing right there is a picture of a dry riverbed on the surface of Titan. And if you look at the rocks there, you can see they look very similar in shape. They're a little smaller, but similar in shape to the rocks we see in Arizona. And because of the shape, the angularity of those rocks, we can determine that this is a dry riverbed where these rocks have actually tumbled down a river and been rounded by a variety of processes. Now, the surface of Titan, being so far from the sun, is not made out of rock the way that the surface of the Earth is made out of rock. Those are water ice. The surface of Titan is at 90 degrees Kelvin. So this is the liquid nitrogen temperatures. And so the rock base on Titan is actually water ice. The storms that periodically wash rubble out into the riverbeds down like this, as you see, those storms are powered by liquid methane and ethane. Not water, but liquid natural gas falls from the sky on Titan. So understanding those processes on this distant world where the materials are very different chemically, compositionally from what we see on the Earth, we can't really understand any of that, though, without understanding what's going on the Earth. And so when I think about the Earth, I'm thinking about extrapolating from the processes, the geology, the chemistry, the physics of the Earth, and extrapolating to very different conditions. And there's these really key connections between other worlds and the Earth. And I think this is just really indicative of that kind of the importance of terrestrial research as an analog for understanding other worlds. I don't think that was quite 5 minutes, but I'll go ahead and stop. I'm sure you won't mind the extra time. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. That was wonderful. Our next panelist is Dorsey Wainless, who is an associate professor in the Department of Geoscience. She, among other things, studies magma under the ocean and is an expert on life on Earth.
I don't know about that, but thank you. So when I think about the Earth, I think about at least three different things. First, I think about it being alive. I think of the Earth as being a record, both of history on Earth and I also think about it being a natural resource. And so when I think about it being alive, I think this is a pretty good example. The video is a pretty good example of how I think about the Earth interacting. In this video, this is a study site on the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. It's about 3,000 meters water depth. And what you're looking at is there's recently been a volcanic eruption on the seafloor. And during that eruption, material from inside the Earth actually came up and erupted on the surface and is creating new crust, right? So the Earth changes instantaneously in this process, similar to Mauna Loa, which you may have heard about in the news. And so these volcanic eruptions can produce new crust, but they also do drive hydrothermal circulation, right? And so it's not just the new crust that's being produced, but the heat from that eruption, when water percolates down into the crust, it heats up because of that eruption. And that heats the water up to 300 degrees Celsius. And that then dissolves all the critical minerals in the crust and concentrates it in the fluid. And that water then buoyantly rises up to the surface and it hits the cold ocean water and it precipitates all those minerals back out onto the surface. And so that's what's creating those hydrothermal chimneys or black smokers on the bottom of the ocean. And so you can see the water flushing out of those vents, and that's that particle-rich fluid, right? And in addition to that, the heat is actually providing life in an otherwise unhospitable environment, right? There's no sun down there. And so I think of this as a great example of how the Earth is actually alive, how it's interconnected. There's material from the inside that's being erupted to the surface. There's gases being transported out into the ocean. There's minerals being concentrated in a single place. right? All driven just by magma inside the Earth coming up to the surface. And those gases then eventually make it up into the ocean, into the atmosphere, and change our climate. Right? And so the Earth is alive. It's not a stagnant thing. It's always changing. The second thing I think about is that the Earth is old, right? It's over 4 billion years old. And so the second image up there is the Grand Canyon. And you can see layer upon layer upon layer of strata that's been deposited through millions of years. And geologists use that to go back and look at how the Earth has changed through time, right? Before humans were here. And we can use that to understand how humans have evolved, how life has evolved, how the climate changed throughout history. And so we use the rock record as a way to look at the past, just like a historian might look at, past documents. We look at the rock record in the same way. And then we use that, like Leho will do, to model how things might be in the future, right? So the rocks can provide us insight into the past and into the future. And the last thing I'll say is that the Earth is a natural resource. Right. And so this is an open pit mine. You can see all of the oxidation and the soil and how beautiful that soil actually is. But it's, we're hurting the environment when we mine this. Right. And so those hydrothermal vents actually can migrate through time up onto the surface of the Earth. And that's what you actually mine. Right. And we need to mine these if we want to continue to create new technologies and batteries. But we need to think about how we do that in a responsible way. We need to think about how those are concentrated. Geologists try to understand how you can actually go find these different deposits, but we need to keep in mind what we're doing when we're mining these. And so I think of the mine sort of as the same interconnected as I would the hydrothermal vent, where there are no humans down there, but the Earth is connected to the surface, which is connected to the humans, and it's all one system. And so if I think about where we need to go in the future with geology, one of the things is how humans interact with the Earth. But to do that, we also need to understand the Earth itself and the history of the Earth. So I think there were a couple other prompts. What do we do? Okay. What do we need to know? I think we need to know anything and everything, and there's still a lot to know. So.
Thank you so much, Dorsey. There will be time for questions at the end. So if you're taking notes or thinking about what you might want to ask our panelists, we'll do that following the final panelist. But our next speaker is Professor Libby Lundstrom, who is a professor in the School of Public Service, where she also serves as our research director. She's a geographer by training, which means she thinks carefully about time and space. And she has expertise in both Southern Africa and North America. Welcome, Libby.
Thank you very much. It's awesome to be here and to see everyone. And I think you two are like plants for what I'm going to say. Like, this is so awesome to think about these connections. So what does the Earth mean to me? I think of the Earth as the really two kind of defining features, and one of them is scale. We're talking about the global scale, the big picture, not big picture for Brian, but big picture for the rest of us. I think is really important to think about scale here. And also exactly what Dorsey said, the Earth is a living organism. And I think this is really key to understanding the Earth from my perspective as a geographer and political ecologist. And so what I thought I'd do is just talk a bit about geography and political ecology and how we think of the Earth and why it's important, because this was really exciting for me to think through these. So political ecology is this interdisciplinary field that looks at the interconnections between power, so money and politics on the one hand, and ecological processes and ecological change on the other, and how those two sides of the coin impact one another. And political ecology for me is very much animated by Earth system science. So thinking about the Earth as this system of interconnected subsystems, the hydrosphere, biosphere, atmosphere, and how these subsystems interact through feedbacks and flows of energy. And this is where I think we get this idea that the Earth is not just a technical thing, but it's alive. Things are moving, they're flowing, the Earth is animated. And I think what political ecology adds to this is that these feedbacks and flows are very much impacted by us, people. We're not the only things that influences those flows, but we're an important one. And we see this really clearly in ecological challenges like climate change and biodiversity loss. Like, we're impacting the system, and it's not just us individually, but it's our systems. It's global capitalism. It's those sort of big picture systems that are impacting the Earth as this living being. And I think this is really nicely captured in these debates on the Anthropocene, this idea that we have entered into the human-dominated epoch, this idea where humans are the primary drivers of global environmental change. And so there's like a rich literature around this and really important debates. And I think I would just add to that it's not just humans impacting the Earth, but the Earth itself, it bounces back in some sense. It's also the Earth processes are players in these changes. And these processes have agency. It's not just about us. And I say that in part because I think for me, this is an entry into thinking about different models of quote unquote the Earth, including indigenous worldviews. I think starting to think about the Earth as a living being, one that we have relationship to, one that has agency. It's not the end point, but it's the beginning point of thinking about new models of how we think about the Earth and engage with it. So this, I think, brings me to limitations and benefits of thinking about the Earth. The benefit is the big picture. Like, it gives us a focus on global environmental change, global processes. And I think that's really key if we're going to begin to address these challenges. Like, what's the global impact? But this the strength of the scale, and scale is like one of our core tenets of geography, right? We love scale. The strength of thinking about the global scale is also the limitation of the Earth. And I say that because when we think about the Earth and focus on the global, this doesn't give us the right tools to think about regional variation. So, for example, as a geographer, one of the questions we're really interested in is why are poorer parts of the world more vulnerable to environmental change, yet have done less to contribute to the problem? The Earth doesn't give us the tools to answer that question. We need a different set of tools for that. And I also don't think the Earth captures solutions adequately, because when we think about solutions are often global. We see that with, the biodiversity COP coming up in Montreal, the climate change COPs, but they're also very local. And again, to make connections with sort of indigenous worldviews. And I think this is key where we're going to, where we need to engage and think about solutions, is that a lot of those answers from indigenous worldviews are really deeply and intimately embedded in relationship to place, like local place. And so we also need to be thinking at the local scale. And to me, that's something, again, that the Earth doesn't capture. So I have just a little bit of time left, but I want to mention one more thing. So I was thinking about the Earth and what it gives us. And I read this article recently from the New York Times, and that's the image on the screen there, called Envisioning Life After Climate Change. And so to me, this is all about the Earth, right? And rethinking the Earth. And so the article tells us that as a response to climate change, we're going to have an renewable energy revolution. Core to that is the mining of minerals for electric vehicles like lithium, which will grow 8-fold by 2030. So the article tells us, quote, projects are planned to drill for minerals in the deepest parts of the ocean floor. And China, which dominates the lithium refinement market, is exploring the possibility of sourcing critical elements from the moon. And so we're beginning to look at energy exploration outside of the Earth. And this, to me, reminds us that the Earth as a coherent entity is vital to understanding this. The Earth is a player beyond its own limits, but it also suggests that maybe the Earth is too small of a scale. And I think that's where maybe Brian comes in. Like, we need a new vocabulary for thinking about something that's bigger than the Earth, but smaller than outer space. Like, what is it about this relationship to the moon and so forth? So I'll end there. Those are just some of the questions that I'm really excited by when it comes to thinking about the Earth.
Thank you so much, Libby. Our next panelist is Professor Seth Ashley, who's a professor in the Department of Communications. Dr. Ashley is an expert on media literacy and democracy, and he is also teaching an environmental communication class for us.
Is this one on too? Great. Thank you for having me be part of this. I'm so excited. The school is happening. Can you see my meme? I hope this doesn't suggest that I'm not taking this seriously. But I am, and that's when I thought about how my field thinks about the Earth. This is what I came up with, and I want to be positive and talk about all the bright points. Because there's so much cool stuff happening around like nonprofit journalism and all kinds of citizen activism. I was just listening to Morning Edition, and did anybody hear the audio journal that Shiva did? He was in Egypt's COP27 just a couple weeks ago. Super cool. Anyway, there's so much good stuff, but of course I'm a scholar, so we focus on all the terrible stuff. And so I think this is an important thing to be talking about. Earth is a social construction in my discipline, and in so much of the social sciences, humanities, and so thinking about it as the collective action problem that it is, and then how we talk about it, and what we do about it is so important. And I was thinking about how just a week ago we were celebrating our great national holiday of Black Friday, and it's such a great case study in how we frame conversations about resources and consumerism and consumption, and where things come from and where things go, and what we do and don't talk about when we talk about that kind of stuff. There's so much breathless enthusiasm about great deals, live reporting from the mall. It's like all this this stuff about how you can go and get stuff, but where's objectivity when you need it? This fraught concept of objectivity, I think, would actually be really helpful when we promote all this consumption, and we could definitely use a little more balance when it comes to talking about the downsides to a perpetual growth economy and the way that we consume the resources of the planet. So there's that. There's the problem for the media system is that so much of it is built on the cycles of consumption and disposal that come along with that. I mean, the role of the way advertising supports a commercial media system. It's not terribly surprising that there's not more balance when it comes to that topic. So there's that, and that's to say nothing of all the political problems and tensions over how to come to any agreement. So I want to just focus on this. This is the other thing that I thought of when I thought about how we think about the Earth, and that does get to this issue of balance and objectivity, and the idea that there's always this like two equal and opposite sides to every story. That certainly was the approach to climate change for the better part of the past 4 decades in the news media. I think of a seminal moment in broadcast history, December of 2018, when Chuck Todd on NBC's Meet the Press, the longest running show in television history, hosted a whole episode on climate change, and he said this. He said, "We're not going to debate climate change." He said, "This is what we're not going to do. We're not going to debate climate change, the existence of it. The Earth is getting hotter, and human activity is a major cause, period. We're not going to give time to climate deniers. The science is settled, even if political opinion is not." I thought that was a noteworthy moment. I put it in my book, which is free online, by the way, and because I think of that as such an important recognition, and he kind of finally put his foot down, and not that Chuck Todd is the be all end all, but that was like a place where I think for a lot of us it represented, okay, we're finally making progress on this. But that kind of framing of the problem that's what we study in communication. That's why a big part of my work is around news and media literacy, trying to help people understand a lot of these structural limitations within the media system that limit the way that reality is represented, and that includes the Earth and the environment. So I think that's probably I think this idea of social constructionism is important too. I'll end with a quote from the scholar Jerry Seinfeld, who I like. He says, "It's amazing that the amount of news that happens in the world every day always just exactly fits the newspaper." So he was talking about a more analog time, of course, but this idea that a newspaper, whether it's print or online or whatever it is a physical representation of what some people have decided to talk about that day, and that's the essence of social construction. And so learning more about that, I think, is really important for anyone who wants to know more about how our media system works and how to better understand it. I'll leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Seth. Our final panelist is Helena Alvarez, who is a PhD student in the Human Environment Systems group. She is also a assistant for diversity initiatives in student equity. Welcome, Helena.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here because to me, Earth is everything. When I first thought about this keyword, I was like, it's home. I mean, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the only place right now that humans could live. And so this is everything. It gives us life in so many ways. And so looking at the first picture, it's kind of going in order of the questions. This is an Indigenous artist, Eloy Biba, and it's all about relation. So being Indigenous myself, we're always in relation. And growing up Indigenous and being an Indigenous family, I think about, respect for the earth, the reciprocity for earth. It is not just take, it's a give and it's a take. And also my responsibility to earth, because I want it here for future generations. And so I thought this picture that I purchased from this amazing artist represented that. And I believe he talks about it at the bottom, which may be hard to see, the soil being grandfather and like how it's reached out to the individual in the photo. And so, I just always think about it in a relationship. It is my most treasured relationship because it's my home. And then kind of going down to the next photo, this was something that I did last fall. I had the honor and still do to work with the Shoshone-Bannock people in southeast Idaho on the Fort Hill Reservation, and just started having some initial conversations with them about what's important to you and what can I do like for my dissertation and looking at impacts. And so at that time, I was looking at ecosystem services. For those who may not know what that is, it's a benefit that people receive from nature. Come to find out after a few conversations, that's on a term that they like. So I'm no longer using that and going in that direction. But here's a list of ecosystem services that were important to them and then some impacts. And as you can see, it got pretty messy because everything's connected. There's a cause and effect. It's all in relationship. And so that's just one of the ways that human environmental system in my discipline, how we look and work with the earth, is we're looking at interactions. We're looking at that cause and effect relationship, whether it be a theory or testing a concept. And then the last photo, I'm glad you also had a meme. The why seek to understand the earth, I was like, what? Mainly because it's asking like why care. And I'm sure that's not what they actually meant by the question, but to me, instead of why, it should be how. How should we understand the earth? This is our only home. If you think about your healthiest relationship with an individual, what does it look like? I'm sure you value it. I'm sure there's reciprocity, hopefully. Hopefully it's not just one-sided. I'm sure you feel some responsibility, and I'm sure you respect that human. Or maybe it's a pet. And so that's how I think about it with the earth too. Like it's my most treasured and healthiest relationship because it gives me everything I need. And so that's why it's like the confused look, like maybe instead of asking why, we should start by asking how. So thank you.
Wow, what a wonderful panel. Thank you all for your insights. It's time now to turn to the audience. So we would love to hear what themes resonated with you, what questions you have. I'd like to ask, in the interest of furthering our community's connections with each other, if you would identify yourself before you ask your question or make your statement. And then I also wanted to say that we should give the panelists another round of applause. They are not the only people on campus that could talk about the earth. And we have put these panels in together to start from sort of within. So to start with faculty and students, and we will be growing them to also include professional staff and community members, but we're sort of starting from this seed to grow outwards. So please join me in thanking them one last time, and then we'll open it up. You're welcome to stand where you are and ask your question, or if you would like to come use a microphone, they feel very cool to hold. So you can wander up here as well.
I'm Bob Redhart in history. I'm going to barrel through a door that Libby and Seth opened, and that's about the power of the idea of the earth. And I wonder if we could talk a little bit about that concept. We see whether this is actually something that you're comfortable talking about. This capital T, capital E, the Earth. Think about the power of the view of the Earth from space and that's influence in the environment. And I wonder, Lydia, I think you really started to maybe open this up a little bit, thinking about maybe some of the power of that term, that idea, maybe some of the trouble of that idea as something that is not including, it seems like in some of our conversations. So.
Are you asking me to?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great question. Thinking about the power of the concept of the Earth here. I think for me, it's about like, in part, I think the Earth does more for us than environment, for example, because I think precisely what you were getting at, and hopefully I was getting at as well, but like this liveliness of it, that it's alive, and like that I think we tend to want to treat alive things better and be more in relation with it, I think, in the way Helena was getting at. But to be Debbie Downer, I also want to point out, like, it's not working. Like, the terms that we're using are not working. And I think it's really important to crack these open and to try to think about new concepts. And that's where we're getting at limitations. And I think part of the limitation with the Earth is this issue of like, it's so big that it's hard to make these intimate connections. So I think that's partially what I'm trying to think through with that. But I think Helena's points are really important about, and maybe I can paraphrase, like, it gives us these openings, right? And these reminders of like, it is alive. We are in relation. And how do we kind of reinvent that term, or maybe use a different term that makes more sense of that? So does anyone else? That's a great question. Does anyone else want to?
I guess I can kind of speak to that a little bit as well, because when I polled a couple friends that are not geoscientists about what the Earth was, I have to go talk about the Earth. They're like, huh? You know, like, what? What are you going to say? Like, I'm like, well, what's the Earth to you? And they're like, it's the ground. Like it's like, what do you mean? And so I think that's even a little bit about what you're saying. But I do think that, to your point, I mean, I do think the Earth is alive, and I think geoscientists see it that way because it is changing all the time, but it's changing perhaps at scales that we don't know. But I think starting to have these conversations where geoscientists might be looking for an ore deposit, but working with Peter, we're talking about how that ore deposit becomes a technology, and how that becomes geopolitics, and how that becomes a legislative problem. And so when you start to think about the Earth being alive, I think it is a powerful, it's a powerful way to view the Earth, and starting to connect the humans to what the geoscientists think about, which is, people will say, well, you study a rock? Like, that doesn't change, like, how can you study a rock forever, but it is changing in our eyes, and the connections, I think, for geoscientists, connecting to the human side of things, I think climate change sort of propelled that, but as there are more and more humans on Earth, it's becoming more and more important for, our discipline to think about it in a different way.
Biology. I have a question, just talking about terminology, going back to the question that you, when you were talking about the Shoshone those different ecosystem services term, I was just curious, was that more transactional, or what did they prefer? Because I feel like that's a really great way to explain to the public kind of what the environment can provide, and that's really interesting.
Yeah, so they told me they didn't like it at the very last meeting, and I'm really glad they felt comfortable enough and trusted me enough to tell me how they truly feel. And it's a very extractive term, and it's a one-sided term, because it's the benefits humans get from the environment. It's not the other, it's not in reverse. And to them, as you can see from, I don't know if it's still up, yes it is, it's all connected. And ecosystem services focus on singular factors. So maybe it's just focused on water, maybe it's just focused on the fish, just the pollinators. But to them, it doesn't work in singular, it's collective. And so it just did not fit their worldviews. I completely understand. I actually felt a little embarrassed that I didn't recognize it before I got to the reservation. And I'm not even going in that direction anymore.
So I just have a question, and really I'm reflecting on Steph's comment about the 2018 press acceptance of climate change, that we're not debating that anymore. And having spent time in class with Libby, that was the, was it last semester, 2 semesters ago?
I have no idea.
It was like in a new PhD program, right? And that was the first time I had heard a professor accept like the Anthropocene and this actual, like, we're not going to debate this anymore in a PhD class. And so I'm wondering, like, what is the School of Environment, or, perspectives from you all on how you teach students, in coming into your program about this, this different, these just very newly accepted ideas in the social construction.
That's a great question. And I talk about that all day because I think about it all the time. I really do, because it's so hard to know how to walk into a classroom, especially with undergrads, which is mainly what I teach, and think about how to present stuff in a way that's not going to alienate people immediately. And so, in my environmental comm class that I'm teaching this semester for the first time, it's great because, I don't have to worry about that as much. People are there pretty much because they care about this, and we can all kind of like get past that. But the thing that's been most troubling to them, I think, is not, I learned about, ecological grief and anxiety, and I was told to make sure that I cover that early in the class and deal with that. And I felt like that wasn't the big hurdle for many of them, but the politics of it is. And so figuring out how to deal with that part that's been like what we've talked about the most all semester, and thinking about how to present things. And that's why the terminology matters so much, and the way we talk about it. And so I think about that a lot. I think to try to answer your question, it's just you just rely on evidence, and you just say, like, look, here's where we can make evidence-based statements on knowledge that exists in the world, and that's the best we have to go on, and that can look like a lot of different things, but that's sort of my defensive mechanism for saying, well, if you don't like it, sorry, you're in college, deal with it. It's like, but I think it is really important to like not be a jerk about that, and be real sensitive to the fact that not everybody, even people who accept what's happening the way scientists do, they still have different points of view about it, and they come from different kind of family backgrounds, and so I try to at least be aware of that, and I don't have it figured out, but I at least try to pay attention to it and be sensitive to it. So and let people talk. I think that's the other thing, is like and encourage them. You really have to draw that out in a lot of cases, because I think there's a real spiral of silence problem where people see themselves in a minority and they just shut up. So it is important to draw out those perspectives.
That was great. Thanks, Seth. No, this is a really important question. And for me, I like the focus on teaching for sure. And I think the answer to the question depends on whether you're talking about undergraduate or graduate class. I feel like with the graduate class, you can just kind of be like, these are the parameters, whereas in undergraduate class, I think you need to build up to it. And one of the things that I found really useful I teach the Introduction to the Environment, which is our basic first year course. And one of the things that's worked really well there, and I think it goes back to this idea of the Earth is alive, is to start from the premise that the Earth is phenomenal. Like, we are so lucky to be here. And that, like, did you ever stop to think about photosynthesis? That's like magic. Like, it is phenomenal, and try to get students excited about that. And I think that's part of, not in a dishonest way, but bringing them on board. Like, we live in this amazing, phenomenal place. And these are some of the processes that are impacting it. And this is what we can do about it. So that's sort of like, Earth is amazing, problems, but the sort of empowering side as well. And I think that's a good way of avoiding doom and gloom, but also sort of building that trust. The other thing, really briefly, I just wanted to mention that I think one of the problems when we talk about climate change, or my work is on biodiversity loss, is they're so big. Like, they're just such big problems. And if you look at the concept of the Anthropocene, it literally means like the age of man. And there's been really phenomenal kind of deconstructions of that term. Which man? Like, what are we actually talking about here? And to focus, like, no, it's colonialism. It's capitalism, like late stage capitalism. Like, it's these other big global processes. And I think that that's actually, and that's my take on it. And other people will answer that differently. But I think that when we can begin to be more specific in our vocabulary, that's actually really helpful as well for getting people on board, because then the problems become a bit more manageable. And maybe that's a limitation of the Earth. I don't know. Maybe it's just too big. I don't know.
I mean, I guess I would say also, one way I like to approach it for students is to lay it out that I don't care which side you fall on. I'm here to give you knowledge, and how you use that knowledge later is up to you. But I like to tell them I'm giving them a tool. If they want to go out and fight against what I'm saying, I want them to have education around it. And I can't necessarily think that I'm always going to be the one that's going to change somebody who's that ingrained. But maybe I can give them a little bit of insight into to a different side of the problem. And just to talk to them very straight and say, I'm here to give you knowledge around a really hard topic. And I can't change your opinions, but hopefully you walk out of here with a little bit more knowledge about the subject. So.
I think we have time for one more question. If anybody else has something they would like to ask the panel. Yes, Shelley, please.
First of all, I'm so delighted to hear such a range of perspectives on the Earth, because kind of like to Dorothy's point, so many people feel like it's round, right? And so a lot of my work is starting to move in spaces of one health, one welfare. And that started in medicine, but it's really broadening beyond that. And kind of to Kamina's point, I'm wondering, either in your teaching or in your research, how are you looking not from what we're getting or what we need to do to fix things, but also the other direction, right? How are we impacting other species, other systems, and what is our responsibility to fix them? So if it's in your research or if it's in work with your students, I'm just thinking more about that reciprocation.
Yes, thank you for that. It's not directly in my research, so my dissertation now is looking at the intersection of settler colonialism and climate change and its effect on the Fort Hall Reservation, particularly one area in the northern section. But to kind of answer your question, I do think the Earth is talking to us. I just don't think we're listening very well. We've seen the West have intense wildfires and our water is disappearing, but are we listening to that? Are we still going about our ways? Are we still buying plastic water bottles? So I really think it's talking. The animals talk too. Our wildlife can talk. The rocks talk. Like, it is talking. I just don't think we're hearing it. Or maybe we don't want to listen. I don't know. I think we're trying to conduct research, and I'm sure there's people here in the audience too that are doing research that are trying to listen. But it's going to take a whole lot more of us to come together and to truly listen. And that's going to require policy changes, of course, and multiple worldviews. We are kind of in this dominant Western science knowledge, and it's not the only knowledge system out there. You know, Indigenous people have been on Turtle Island forever, and their knowledge system is not present mostly in our work. I'm seeing a few more scholarship out there, but not as much. So we need to be better listeners. I don't know if anyone else wants to.
Wonderful. So I've put the contact information for the panelists here. The School of the Environment would also love to hear from you if you'd like to be a panelist, if you have a keyword you think that we should take up in the spring or in the future. And we have this space for the next half hour. So we invite you to have more coffee, have another donut, stick around, and be in conversation with each other. Thank you so much for being here. What's that? Oh, thank you all for being here, and we hope to see you in the spring at our next Keyword in Common panel. Thanks.
People shouldn't be hungry in our country. They shouldn't be hungry in Idaho. It's not about a lack of food. We have enough food. It's a matter of getting that food to the people who are in need. The rural communities in Idaho are a specific challenge for us. We find that the rural areas often have a disproportionately higher level of food insecurity. They just don't have access to grocery stores or other sources of food. So we work closely with different community leaders or county commissioners in the rural areas to implement what we call a mobile pantry program, where they may not have a brick and mortar location where they can set up a food pantry, but we define a time when we'll come in with our truck full of nutritious food. They'll get the word out to the neighbors in the area what time we're going to be at a specific location, and then they come to that location to get the food that we make available to them. And then they know we're going to be back in the same place in the next month. So it becomes a source of nourishing food that they can count on. Working with Boise State University on the opening of their food pantry was really an exciting adventure for us. There's been such a commitment on campus to provide food access to students, and so finding then that administrative support and the faculty support and the student support to open up that pantry, it was the right time, and we had the right people who were involved in that, and to see how that's evolved and what they're doing today is really gratifying. You know, there are so many rewarding experiences that I've had at the Idaho Food Bank over the years that I really could not have anticipated, and I'm very grateful. But I would say what I've enjoyed the most and am most proud of is what we've done through collaboration. And I've always said, we're not going to end hunger alone. Nobody is. What I found in Idaho is that there are so many community leaders, businesses, individuals, volunteers who want to be a part of that solution, that I felt we've had that opportunity to bring that energy together and then see the difference that it's making for Idahoans who have needed our services. That's incredibly rewarding.
Good morning and welcome to the 113th graduation ceremony for Boise State University. Congratulations, graduates!
Class of 2023, we did it.
Our journey has just begun, and I have no doubt that we will make it a long and extraordinary one. Thank you.
Great. Okay. So there are a lot of things I'm excited about regarding this event, but by far I'm most excited about the high school students that are here today. Raise your hand if you're from a high school in the area. Great. So we are big about not talking about youth without actually having youth in the room. So we're glad to have you here. I want to acknowledge the Boise School District Administration, Superintendent Don Coberly, Chris Taylor, the principals of Timberline and Boise, Ted Hediga and Rob Thompson, respectively, and teachers Monica Church, Joe Wells, and Karen Moss for endorsing, organizing, and funding the student participation. We're so grateful that the school district recognizes this opportunity is a good enough opportunity to have you not be in school today and be here. So thank you. And a really huge thank you to Michelle Harmon and Russ Heller, who, this room would not be full without them. So I'm happy to introduce Dr. Don Coberly, the superintendent of Boise State School. I'm so used to saying BSU, and I got so excited by some of the stuff you said that I want to use it in all my marketing materials. So take a breath. He's worked for the Boise School District since 1984 as a teacher, a language arts supervisor, a district curriculum coordinator, and now the superintendent. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Coberly.
So I will be brief, but I just wanted to say this. Dr. Kustra underplays the contributions he's made to this town, this community, and of course to the university. He has dramatically changed the landscape at BSU. And if you can think about all the programs, all the new majors, focus on computer science and engineering, et cetera, et cetera. The other thing that's happened is that the graduation rate at Boise State has dramatically changed for the better during Dr. Kustra's tenure. He talked about the fact that he's leaving. I can tell you this, we're going to miss him. So just a round of applause for Dr. Kustra. So as superintendent of the Boise District, it's my pleasure to add my welcome to what I think is a very important event. It's exciting to know that around 80 Boise District students are here this morning and that several are panel participants who will be discussing important media literacy topics. You know, I honestly believe that this generation of young people are going to lead the world toward a brighter future. I really do. I see the evidence of that every day. I see your leadership demonstrated throughout our community, whether it's in organizing rallies and marches for various causes, leading voter registration efforts, establishing forums and panels to discuss important social issues, from gun violence to sustainability, or any other number of efforts in which you involve yourselves. I also know that this generation is more prepared academically than any that has come before it. In the 70s, when I was at Bora High School, we had no accelerated or advanced placement opportunities, and now we have a fine accelerated program, 24 different opportunities in advanced placement for kids to choose from. Plus, we have the strongest fine arts offerings in the Boise district of any district in the Northwest. But I think the other piece that's really important is that I think we have the best teachers in our district who go a long way to develop those critical thinking skills that are so crucial to making media literacy decisions as kids go through school. And you know, today our students' worlds are so much more complicated than when I was in high school. So think about this. I graduated from Bora High School in 1973. In Boise, we had 2 TV stations. They went off air at midnight. Think about that for a second. We had one newspaper, one source of news in this community. And if you think about the local TV stations, there was a half hour of local news, a half hour of national news. That was it. So between that and the Statesman, that's where we got our information. So if you think about it, think about filtered information, if you will. So back in 73, when I was graduating from high school, we had the ultimate in filtered information. And so it's a completely different situation now. And Boise was 60,000 people. So the growth in the community, the growth in the social media, the growth in all of those things has so impacted the students that are attending our schools today. I think kids face what I would call a cacophony of media voices. And oftentimes it's tough deciding which to listen to tune out, or to ignore. And frankly, I don't know how you guys do it. But I'll tell you, I'm interested today in learning from you about how you make your decisions and the advice that you can give me about the way you do that. I'm assuming it's not just to ignore everything, but there are so many choices, so what do you do? So today, for me, for example, I have the opportunity to join these bright, well-educated students and experts in media from the local and national media communities. Thank you for being here, who have exceptional knowledge in their fields, and they're here to share and discuss it. What a great opportunity for us. So I'm really excited that the National Association for Media Literacy Education is here in Boise for this regional workshop, Media Literacy and Civic Engagement in the Digital Age, and I'm looking forward to the panels and presentations today. So on behalf of the Boise School District, thank you so much.
Okay. So I'm going to introduce Dr. Seth Ashley, who gratefully, when I called him, I think February 1st, and said, hey, you want to do this semester? He said, okay. So Dr. Seth Ashley is Associate Professor of Journalism and Media Studies here, where he serves as a faculty advisor for student media. His research on media literacy, media sociology, and communication policy has been published in a range of peer-reviewed outlets. Please help me welcome Dr. Ashley.
Thanks so much. I'll be really quick, too, because I want to get straight into our panel. In fact, our first panel, go ahead and start coming up here so we can move right into it, please. I'm a professor of journalism and media studies here. You should all want to come here because we have a really awesome growing program. I work with the Arbiter, which is a really great student news outlet here on campus. So come to Boise State. I was really thrilled when Michelle called us up, and we threw this together pretty quickly. But I think we'll have a great day. And I have to thank Trace Woosley, who really helped do a lot of the heavy lifting on putting this together. And thanks to our student volunteers and UTP for being here. And most of all, thanks to you for taking time out of your day to come in and listen to what we have to say. I just want to quickly connect media literacy and civic engagement, because what do these have to do with each other, and what are we here to talk about, really? And that's where a lot of where my research is focused, is trying to figure out, first of all, what is media literacy? How do we define it, and how do we teach it? But also, what happens if we teach it? And so that's where the civic engagement component really comes in. It's a means to an end. It's if we make people more media literate, we have good evidence that citizens are more engaged, especially young people, in terms of political activity and self-efficacy, meaning you think your voice matters and that you can make a difference in the world. Volunteering, knowledge about what's going on in the world, current events, stuff like that. And most recently, lower endorsement of conspiracy theories, which kind of in the fake news era, is a really good thing. So all those relationships are kind of what I see as the connection between media literacy and civic engagement as the end result of all of this. So I hope we can cover all of that today. I really just want to emphasize the importance of asking questions. That's really the foundation of all of this, is the process of inquiry. And even if you don't know everything about everything, which is impossible these days, at least asking good questions, starting with, who is creating these messages I'm receiving, and why are they sending these messages? What am I getting out of my social media use? Is my relationship with my phone what I want it to be? I ask myself that too. But ultimately, who is benefiting? Who benefits from these arrangements? And am I getting what I need out of this media landscape? And is it helping me to be a more engaged, informed, knowledgeable citizen? The thing that we worry most about is that people are just tuning out and becoming more disengaged and apathetic, because it's just kind of messy and ugly and all of that. So hopefully we will solve all the world's problems today. We'll get right into the panel with these young folks. I want to hear what they all have to say. And thanks so much, Michelle.
Okay, so I'm going to switch to these. Hello? Oh, good. I realize that, well, first of all, the chairs are attached, so it's kind of wonky up here. So some of you guys might have a little tricky time seeing. So there are, I think if we can move up just a little bit, that'd be great. But then there's also a bunch of seats over here if you guys feel like it's not working. I'm really excited about this first panel. Oh, I realize I can't move it without you. Thank you, AC. This is like true teamwork right here. And I have to have it's so weird for me to be here and not be tweeting. I realize that I usually, at every event, I'm always on my phone, which is ironic. Okay, so this first panel is made up of these wonderful, I'm going to call you Generation Z members. We are, like I said, very committed to having youth voice in our conversations. We feel that there is an expertise and a knowledge that is important to be shared, and an understanding that needs to be developed between different generations today. So I'm going to start with a very simple question, which is, who are you? So that everyone knows, kind of who's on the stage right now. And let's start with how you guys get your news. So I'm going to start with AC. I'm going to give you guys this. We're going to have to share the mic.
Okay. Good morning. My name's AC Norris. I'm a senior and the all-student body president at Boise High School. I sit on 2 local nonprofit boards. I recently spoke at the walkout rally, and I plan to attend University of Idaho next year to study political science and international studies. I get my news solely from, well, not solely, but it begins with NPR, and then it sort of branches off into New York Times, PBS, Monica Church, our government teacher, the Washington Post, and Vice. So,
good morning. My name's Annabelle Terry. I'm a senior at Boise High School. I'm the all-student body vice president. I work with Teens Against Tobacco Use and the American Lung Association. I'm a yoga teacher. I plan to attend Nova Southeastern University in the fall to study coral reef reconstruction and oceanography. And I get my news from NPR, Monica Church, Washington Post, Radio Free Europe, BBC, NPR. Yeah.
I'm Jack Briggs. I study political science and global studies here at Boise State. I'm planning on, in the future, going into a research role at a think tank or public service. Actually, this summer I'll be working at a think tank in Taiwan. I get my news primarily through Brookings briefs sent to my email. That's something very new that I started doing as information today is kind of much harder to see if it's reliable. So Brookings Briefs are the primary way. However, I also watch the 1A or listen to the 1A podcast on NPR. That's kind of my morning jam to wake up and get informed and stuff. So, yeah.
On now? Yeah. Okay. I'm Jordan. I'm a junior at Boise State. I'm studying journalism and international relations. Currently, for this year, I was the news editor for our student publication, The Arbiter, and I was just hired as editor-in-chief for my senior year. Where I get my news, I start in the morning with the New York Times, and then throughout the day, the Christian Science Monitor, Boston Globe, NPR, 1A. And then on some of our local publications, like the Idaho Statesman. So.
Hi, I'm Taylor Munson. I am a senior here at Boise State. I'll be graduating in 3 weeks. I'm really excited. I say I'm studying journalism. And then after that, I'm planning on staying here in the Treasure Valley and working, and then eventually going back to school. Where I get my news, Boston Globe, New York Times, Washington Post. NPR is my main source. Boise State Public Radio, which is, I try to read a lot of local news. 1A is my favorite show, podcasts, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Why don't you guys keep the mic? So I guess we've talked already this morning about how much information we are able to access. So I guess my first question is, what do you guys think it means to be informed today? What does that mean? So maybe Jordan and Taylor, you guys could start.
Yeah, I'll go for it. So for me, to be informed is to be curious. It's to be looking for different sources of information and really critically analyzing where you're getting your news and what it's saying about who's writing it and why. Critically analyzing why did they write the story, what purpose do they have, and then kind of taking that, putting it all together and creating your own thoughts and opinions on what you're looking at.
Yeah, one of my favorite pieces of knowledge that one of my professors has given me is the difference between information and knowledge, because that's something we're faced with social media. We're given lots of little pieces of information. It's really hard to piece it all together and figure out, the more in-depth narrative that this all creates. So being informed is more than just reading information. It takes a curious person to actually dissect that and turn it into knowledge and figure out how it all relates together. And it definitely takes a lot more effort nowadays because there's so much information, because there's not just one channel we're watching and we're all getting the same version of the story. So it's really figuring out, first of all, what version is accurate, and then also digging deep and figuring out what that actually means and how that impacts people.
I think that being informed is being driven to have knowledge and being curious and investigating and discovering what's going on in the world. I think that when you're informed, you're more likely to make decisions at a local, national, and global level that impact the environment, social movements, and politics. So when you're better informed, you're better at making choices and going about your day smarter.
I think being informed is not only being able to have an abundance of knowledge, but knowing how to access it and knowing how to differentiate between knowledge that's sources that are trying to spark an emotional response versus sources that are trying to give you the facts. And I think being informed is also knowing what will sway you in either direction, what's going to catch your eye, what biases you're attracted to. Because if you don't realize those, then you don't realize what information you're getting is, if it's real or fake. Not fake, but if it's tainted.
Yeah, I think that being informed today is just like being informed was, 10 years ago. However, what's important today is put an emphasis on, okay, what actors in our information environment are influencing our opinions and changing the discourse that, we have on political events and whatnot. So there's a lot of things that you can focus on to like increase your awareness. So like the computational propaganda project that the University of Oxford like looks at like different organizations and stuff that uses techniques to like influence opinions, and they find that like the different like algorithms can like predict and profile you and send you specific advertisements. So like understanding like that there's a lot of like actors in your information environment that aren't necessarily, you know, real people, but political bots can give you a much more like sense of, you know, how to go about like understanding a topic, and, you know, maybe, you know, actually like getting in depth and reading a book or finishing that article that has been, you know, rated, you know, not to have media bias, because there's sites that, you know, rate media bias and stuff. So being aware of that is, I think, super important, as well as, you know, actively just engaging and wanting to know is just the fundamental thing that I think we need to like stress and focus on.
Okay, so we had a prep call, and one of the things that we talked about was these kind of opposing cultural narratives about your generation, right? We have on the one side that you guys are social media addicted, you can't live without your phones, you're not able to have conversations face to face. What are we going to do with this poor generation? And then we have the other, which is you are the most inclusive, most media savvy, most aware, poised generation ever. And these are, you know, two very, very different narratives. So I guess I want to understand from your point of view, like, what do you think of these narratives, and is there validity in any of them?
I can go. So my initial reaction, because that is something that I think a lot of us have heard a lot, is just obviously being frustrated because it's really hard to paint the same picture for an entire generation of people. I mean, the phone and technology aspect is fairly accurate considering we grew up with it. And I think a big part of it is that our parents didn't really know what to do about that. Like, they didn't know how to, you know, regulate our phone use, or they didn't know how it was impacting the way we view the world and the way our brains developed. So that is one thing I've like talked to my own parents about. They were like, yeah, we felt bad not giving you a phone till you were 16 because everyone else had one when they were like 10 or, you know, something like that. But I think that is a huge part of it, is just we didn't know, our parents didn't know how to, you know, the correct way to use our phones, what it actually means. And back to the narratives, I think it is frustrating when we are painted in one picture of being phone addicts, because there's also all the positive sides of having this little piece of technology where I can see what's going on across the world in real time. And why wouldn't I use that to access other parts of the world and see what's going on? I think thinking about what we're actually using that for, if we're using it to be productive, to read the news and to really be civically engaged, I think that is something to keep in mind. Just because we're using our phones all the time doesn't mean it's necessarily negative. Now there are people in our generation that I think are using it in not as productive ways, and that is also frustrating because it does make the rest of us look bad and make the rest of us look lazy, and like we don't know how to interact with people face to face. So I can see both sides of it, but I think it's good to take a step back and realize it depends on the individual.
So with those two narratives, I think that we definitely people pop into our minds and we're like, oh, that person is that and this person is that. But I'd like to think that a majority of the people here, a majority of the people that I surround myself at my high school are active and are driven by their want to know more and are politically involved, because I know that like I can have my lazy days and all I want to do is sit in my room and watch Netflix, but I also have my days where I'm speaking at the walkout rally, or I'm registering seniors to vote it goes both ways. But I think now that we have access to all of this media, we're more connected than ever, and so the movements are growing and people are communicating from state to state where they would not have been before.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. AC just said a lot of what I was thinking. I think that there's a little bit of both of those narratives in all of us, in every part of our personality. But I think that there's definitely spectrum in all generations. And so I think that just because technology is a part of our specific generation, that doesn't mean that there's not that polarization in other generations. But I do think that a lot of us have the opportunity to be more politically active and driven and have the platform to do so. So I think that it's easier to see how, us as a generation have really pushed for social movements and political movements because we have those outlets and we know how to use them.
I think that, these two narratives were something that I actually thought about a lot, a few years ago. And then my parents started using social media, and I realized, okay, maybe this isn't a generational thing. And I think that, as more parents and older people have gone on and started using Facebook, in the last, 3 or 4 years, you can see that underlying stereotype and where it comes from. But the prominence of it and the importance of it, I think, is much lower than, how it's put off to be. It's an issue that's talked about a lot, but I don't think that, as far as it affecting society, it's much, lower. So,
Yeah. So, obviously, when we hear the first narrative, it's a little bit frustrating. We're not all cell phone robots who, can't look up from their phones. But at the same time, there's some truth to it. Working at the paper, we can both testify to this. Trying to get our writers to go have a conversation with a source is, the most painful thing in the world. They will do everything, and I do this too. That's the sad thing, is I'm oh yeah, I just emailed them instead, because, I don't want to go talk to their face. But at the same time, it's not necessarily a bad thing that we have all this access to technology. Some of the world's biggest movements were started and arguably couldn't have gone anywhere without social media and without interconnectivity. So, there's a balance. Obviously, sometimes it's hard to have conversations with people, but also, we have all this stuff at our fingertips that allows us to do some really big and incredible things.
Great. I think that the idea that social media have given voice to the voiceless is a really interesting one that we think about a lot in the media literacy space. So speaking of that voice, so there's been a lot of talk recently with the aftermath of the Parkland shooting on Valentine's Day about the power of youth voice. So, this is an unspeakable tragedy, and yet the engagement and the passion from these young people, whether you agree or disagree with what they're saying, is really inspiring. It's very brave, and it takes incredible strength to speak out in the way that they've spoken out. So you are all relatively close in age to those, not only those people that are speaking out, but also the victims of these tragedies. So are you surprised by, how they're using their voice, and also the narratives that are being created about them in the media? Who wants to start?
I wouldn't say, excuse me, that I'm necessarily surprised, just because I've grown up in a very politically active environment, especially at my school, Boise High. Everybody has something to say and has the means and the potential to bring a movement forward. So I'm not shocked in any way that these students have been able to create a momentum on an issue that's, I think, very important, and I think that no matter if you disagree or agree with it, it's something that's relevant today. But I do think that it totally illustrates and emphasizes the power of media and the youth voice through media, especially because we've grown up in it and we know how to use it, as I was saying. I do think that it's something to note, though, that with social media, while it can create this huge momentum and base and everybody knows about it, liking a Facebook page or sharing an event is not the same thing as going out there and being completely politically active and immersed. So I think while social media is a great catalyst for events like these and movements like these, it also kind of gives a false base in a way.
Yeah, I think echoing that sentiment, there's so much that has, that traditional media has been able to do for, the youth movement in this situation that in the past hasn't really been a prominent phenomenon. So like social media has been disproportionately, I think, ruled by, the younger generations, whereas traditional media, the representation there has been, much more of a, older generation. And so it's surprising to see how, youth can be activated and put onto a large scale through traditional media. However, I do think that, as she stated, the translation between civic engagement and laws and legislation that will actually fix things is very, very big, and it means tackling the big structural issues. So like the CDC can't even study like gun regulation because of Dickey's Law. So how can we translate, or how can those youth translate their spoken voice and influence on TV to legislators that can actually go in and craft legislation and say, we demand X, Y, and Z, and, can go through and put something sophisticated together. So I think that translation is really important, and it involves getting parties heard and, technocrats in DC to, be aware of that. So, yeah.
So I wouldn't say I'm necessarily surprised. I'd say more impressed with how they've carried the movement so far along. I feel like every time something like this happens in the United States, some sort of tragedy, we all talk about it for about a day and a half online. We're all outraged on Facebook or on Twitter, and then it goes away and we don't hear about it again. So I'm not necessarily surprised, but I am really incredibly impressed with how long they've taken it and how much impact they've had.
Yeah, one of the really interesting things about this specific tragedy was the age group that it impacted, because it was our age group who are very connected on social media. The way I found out about the shooting was I went on Facebook, and there was a video that someone took in the classroom when the shooter was. I was in the room with them, and that's something that you would have never experienced before without social media, because they were using their phones and they posted it on social media, and I think that really changes the way we're being politically engaged, because we're feeling that impact more in real time. The other thing that I think it is kind of a bummer with kind of the narrative that is created with these students who are standing up, a lot of people are kind of pushing them aside because of their age, and saying, oh, they're young, they're uneducated, this will pass. And I think it's really cool that they are taking this and they're serious about it, and they're not just sharing an event on Facebook or liking a page. They're not, doing slacktivism, as you call it. They're actually getting out there and talking to powerful people and trying to make a difference. And I think that's something new and refreshing that a lot of our generation could work with.
I was just about to talk about that video. Watching that as a student in Idaho, it completely took my breath away. I mean, I never thought that I would be so close to something like that, or that it would happen to me. So these students that are so passionate about these issues are going to be the people that make change politically, make change socially. And it's not just with the Parkland incident, it's environmentally. We have so many students that are so concerned about what's going on with our environment as well. And, in every aspect, I think that our generation is so much more motivated to make change because they're witnessing it happen at such a fast rate.
I'm thinking about my 13 and 15-year-old at home and what they would be saying, and I feel like I have a lot of work to do with them. So I have a lot to do to get them up to your standards. Okay, so let's talk. We mentioned a couple of times what is going on right now with Facebook and with Mr. Zuckerberg being in front of Congress yesterday. This is a really, really interesting moment in time. So you guys, we've established, you're the first generation really to have social media since the moment you were born. It's been a part of your world. It's not new. There's not a before or after for your generation. So since the presidential election in 2016, there has been a lot of conversation about Facebook, about the spreading of fake news, and certainly now with the information about data breaches and all of this with Facebook, things are getting really heated and really urgent. So these issues bring up to me a lot of the issues with about privacy and data gathering. And privacy was when I talk to parents versus students, there seems to be a very different relationship that your generation has with privacy than we had. We grew up in a very private world that if you wanted to be public, it was, you had to really make an effort, and you guys are living in a different world. So I guess I'm curious, in related to that, like, do these issues of privacy and kind of data collection, do these issues matter to you as a generation, and how do they matter in a less private world to how you interact with all of this?
Yeah, so I'm just going to jump out there and say that yes, of course they matter. But at the same time, I think everyone, regardless of our generation or not, we knew that that was what Facebook did, right? We knew that they use our information and that's how they make money. That's why we see the ads that tell us to go shopping at American Eagle when we just looked at their website like 5 minutes ago. So, I mean, we knew it was happening, and I think we cared, but we all still use Facebook. And I don't think that's necessarily true just of our generation. Like, that's true of my parents and my grandmother who's on Facebook now. And at the same time, like, okay, we care, but what do we do? Like, we're living in an unprecedented time of privacy. Like, we live in a place where India now has 1 billion people's retinas and faces and fingerprints scanned, and they use that to live. Like, they use that to get welfare benefits and school lunches. So, I mean, we just live in a time where I don't know about privacy. Like, of course we care, but I don't know what to do about it. So
I think also growing up with all of this social media, I've been told since the day I got my phone, since the day I went on Facebook, that everything I post, everything I like will never go away. Like, what you put on the internet stays on the internet. So going into it, I don't think that I was ignorant of that they were collecting my information, but I also don't think that them knowing what I like or dislike is the end of the world. Personally, I don't think that that's going to change a whole lot for me just because I don't spend too much time on Facebook. So if they know that I like Starbucks, I'm like, awesome. But as far as like personal information, of course, like, I kind of have an issue with it, but also I put it out there for people to be able to know things about me. So
I think kind of like you were saying, we live in a very digital age, and so while privacy is important, it's hard, I guess. Like, I didn't have I have had a Facebook since 7th grade, but I didn't use it. I deactivated it for a couple of years, and now I had to reactivate it for my job. And so we're kind of forced into this, digital environment where you either totally inconvenience yourself and your coworkers, your friends, or you just suck it up and tell them that you like Starbucks. But I think that it is beginning to become more of an issue. It used to just be that, like you're saying, American Eagle or any other store would pop up on your Facebook feed, or, if you're, like, pops up on Instagram now. But now it's my colleges that I've looked at. They're on my Instagram, and it's moving towards, intervention from not only third parties in the United States, but also international. I think with what's going on with Facebook right now, if we really want to take the risk of moving towards more illegitimate elections, that's something that we need to have a conversation about. And if we're willing to sacrifice this convenience of being connected and people knowing you and knowing what you like for a more, not stable, but consistent democracy.
Yeah, I think, first of all, like, privacy is incredibly important, and losing touch of that can be extremely bad, especially in a democracy. And with that said, though, I think that the big issue today with, like, Facebook and other social media platforms is if you want the same service, if you want the same connectedness, you actually can't go anywhere else. So it's like we have to be on Facebook for X, Y, and Z, right? I think have to it's a big stretch, but like it enables opportunities, civic engagement, and organizing, and just basic structures that help, you know, create a transparent society. However, we can't go anywhere else to get that same thing. So we have to subject ourselves to giving data to companies. We have to, you know, become part of a big data environment that, you know, can influence our opinions. So the fact that we have, you know, a company like Facebook that's a monopoly and has a specific service that no other company provides, you know, that I think needs to be focused on to be able to alleviate some of these problems.
Yeah, I think it is interesting the difference in reaction to this whole thing in terms of generations. When I've talked to people in older generations, they're definitely more shocked. They're like, this is an outrage. Why is this happening? And then I talk to people my age, and they're like, oh, yeah, no surprise there. Of course, they've been collecting our data to influence our voting behaviors. So I think there's definitely we're just used to it. We're used to being so connected. We're used to putting our opinions out there for the world to see. So I think knowing that there is the, you know, this other side of where is that information going and how is that being used, we do need to be aware of that. And I think, you know, a majority of us are, you know, some people may not realize, you know, how maybe some information shouldn't be shared. But I feel like most of us are aware of that, and that led us to, you know, not be surprised by this. And I think there may be issues we care about a little more. But with that being said, I think we also need to not just let it happen and continue as we've been doing with Facebook, because it could get scary, and it could impact us more than we realize. So being smart about it, but also appreciating, you know, how nice it is to be this connected.
We, on our prep call, I asked these guys if you had the choice between Facebook as it stands now or no ads, no data collection, and paying, I think I said $20 a month for it, would anyone pay? And no one said they would. I'm curious, raise a show of hands for people that would pay $20 a month for Facebook if they knew they would not advertise or collect data. Yeah, so a couple of people, but maybe not Facebook, yeah. Wait, and it's so funny, Michelle, I was just going to say, we're running a little bit behind, but I'd like to take a few comments and if anyone has questions. So Michelle, why don't you start?
I was going to say I would pay if it speaks to that part where you guys are talking about, where to be connected, I'm kind of forced into doing that. You know, so $20 a month, I don't know about a month. Well,
what's the number?
I don't know. Isn't it like, I remember when I was your age, cable television first started, and it started out free. And then they went to a pay model, and people started paying for cable television, a lot more than $20 a month.
Would you mind, does anyone have any questions for the panel?
Just reply to that. I also think that it's interesting that, like, people who raised your hand to pay $20 for Facebook, you're paying to be connected to people, but imagine how much time you spend on Facebook. I mean, you could call everyone that you actually cared about being connected with and let them know what you're up to in the amount of time that I assume you're spending just scrolling and liking what people are up to. So that's just a thought.
Also, I thought it was interesting how your response was that if you didn't have the option, like I took the question as, would I rather have Facebook for free and then know that they're collecting my data and have ads, or would I rather pay $20 a month and they're not connecting my data? But I mean, if I didn't have, like if Facebook was only, I had to pay and that was the only option, I think it depends on what point you are at. Like I said, like a couple years ago, no way I would pay. But now, like, I'm kind of have to. I would have to. So it depends on where you're at. But if I had the option between the two, my information's out there. Anybody could go, like, manually take data. So.
Right, and isn't it, you can't unring the bell at this point. I mean, they have the data, so do they back it out? I don't know.
Does anyone have any questions for the panel? Anyone? It's got to be one. Yeah, the whole thing is questions. Okay, thank you. I knew it would happen.
Are you concerned about how Facebook connects you often with like-minded people and confirmation bias, and how we all are, it's a problem in our country, how we are living in our own little bubbles? And can you speak a little bit to that, of what you think about that?
Sure. So actually, a lot of the times when I go on Facebook, I see complete opposite of what I agree with. I don't like a lot of things, so that's probably why my experience doesn't necessarily pair me with like-minded people. But like, I'll have to exit out of the app because I get anxiety that all of these people can believe such like wild things to me because of the environment that I've grown up in. But I think that it also gives an opportunity to try to understand why these people believe things that they believe, things that I would think I could never understand that. So I think Facebook, in that sense, gives you a chance to be more open-minded and more understanding of beliefs that you don't agree with. But maybe somebody here can speak on being paired with like-minded individuals.
Yeah, I think this is like extremely important. And connecting back to the youth thing, like after or during the 2016 like election, there was an article published about 17 teenagers in Macedonia who had over 120 U.S. political websites, and they were able to exploit the confirmation bias, and as well as the algorithms on Facebook, to connect people together and get people to go onto their site and get ad revenue. So I think it's really important to like understanding how confirmation bias can enable other actors to change our politics and society and cultural fabric. So I think focusing on that is extremely important.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think with our generation, what I've noticed is a lot of us think it's everyone else, but it's not me. Like, a lot of people are like, yeah, I know that, they're putting stuff on my feed, or the algorithm puts stuff on my feed that only I agree with, but like, I'm aware of that. I know what's going on. And that's kind of what a lot of people have said, but I still think that it is something we need to constantly be aware of. And studying journalism, I think I'm more aware of it than other people, just because we've talked about it at length. But I do think that is a huge part of how people get stuck in their ways, because they aren't willing to branch out. But they don't realize it because they think it's everyone else but them.
Yeah, speaking to that, I think that it's really easy to get stuck in these echo chambers where we're liking and people are commenting, and it's all things that we agree with. So I think that while that's a concern, it also strengthens our arguments, because we're just hearing the same thing back to us over and over and over again, like an echo chamber. But I also think that, like with Annabelle, if she gets stuck in the opposite, where you're surrounded or looking through posts and likes that disagree with what you believe, then, I mean, it still strengthens your opinions, but also makes you rethink why you think that way. Like, why do I feel that way about this post, etc.
Okay, so how many people are on Facebook? How many students are on Facebook? Use it regularly. Yeah, very. Yeah. How many people are on Snapchat? Yeah. There we go. I love Snapchat. Okay, so one last question, and then we're going to move on. Sorry, I wish we could talk all day. So it's a very quick question. So if this were not a group of your peers and I guess your elders, which we are, if they were middle schoolers, what is like one tip? What advice would you give these middle schoolers for navigating the information landscape today? And I lost a microphone in the process of this. Sorry, guys. Oh, sorry. We have to keep going. I'm sorry. We're already running late.
Yeah, I would say read. I think that's the biggest thing, especially at a young age. I wish I would have read more. I feel like I'd be way ahead than I am now. So I think, getting down and reading some books is super good, not only for like developing critical thinking skills and like being able to follow like really long storylines without, just looking at topical information like articles. So I think that's the message I would give.
This is easier said than done, but be a journalist for a little bit. Try and put yourself in their shoes. Understand the journalistic process. If you don't understand the correct journalistic process and what constitutes a fact-checked, accurate article, you can't read one or figure out what they are yourself. So I think that just put yourself, even you don't have to be a journalist, but just be a part of that process for a little bit. Write a few stories, interview some people, understand what that is actually like, because being a part of that will really help you find the right reliable sources.
So this might sound silly, but be curious. Like, take a look at the world around you and try to figure out what the hell is going on. Sorry. And just like read, like Jack was saying, like that can benefit you immensely. Read the newspaper, read books, try to stay engaged with what's going on around you.
Oh, okay. This also might sound a little weird, but middle schoolers are charged with hormones. They're cranky, they're sweaty, and yeah, they smell horrible. But there's so many emotional things going on in your life right now, and so just try to steer clear, or at least acknowledge what news you're drawn to that's emotionally charged. Because anything that you start off with, like this story that just sparks an emotional outcome, that's coming from not the right place to be able to understand the news, to be able to be informed. So first thing, acknowledge that you're emotional. And also, I would say, especially in middle school, you're growing up in your environment, your home environment, your school, your peer group, where your biases are already formed in some way. You already have that political background in the back of your head that, oh, I'm a Democrat, I'm a Republican, like screw the other side. But try to, like, if you always watch Fox at home, watch MSNBC a couple times. If you always watch MSNBC, watch Fox. Not to say that those are the best news sources, but to give you a taste of what the other side thinks and feels, and why some of the other people in your school or your teachers feel the way that they do. And that will definitely help you move into high school and the rest of your life being more empathetic and more understanding, and to be able to think better for yourself instead of, just what you were raised to think.
Insert Annabelle's whole entire advice right here. No, with Annabelle's, I completely agree. I also think that being curious is so important, but also like double checking what you hear to make sure that that's like the complete truth. Was that exactly what happened? So not just relying on one news source, making sure that you make sure that what you're getting is factual and not just one person's opinion or one person's version of the story.
So I recently read an article called, it's an opinion piece in the New York Times called "Are Today's Teenagers Smarter and Better Than We Think?" So this is the closing line from a researcher from that article. "I think these folks could turn out not to be just leaders, but to be a generation that we look back on and end up calling one of our greatest." So I think that's a good place to end with these guys. Thank you so much for your input. Thank you. Okay, we're going to somehow get off the stage, and and I am going to introduce the next speaker. This is so funny. I'm like going this way. Thank you. Okay, then I'm going back to thank you. Thank you guys so much. Okay, so moving on. That was great. I wish they'll be here until 3, so talk to them when there's a break.
Okay, so our next guest, I'm very excited, came all the way from New York also. Her name is Laura McCumber, and she is the Journalism and Press Project Manager at PEN America, and her work focuses on the impact of hate speech and online harassment on writers and journalists, and on the development of approaches to curb the spread of fake news and promote the importance of journalism. And she's here to talk about a very important report that they did, so I'll let her take it from here. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. So I'm going to play or work through some slides with you all. And that was a great panel to precede what I'm going to be talking about, which is news literacy from a fake news perspective, and kind of walk you through this report that my organization, PEN America, put out in fall of 2017, so last October. It's a 130-page report. It's a really heavy document that I brought 2 versions of, so if anybody wants to bring it home, come see me. But you can also find it on pen.org, our website. And the name of it is Faking News, Fraudulent News, and the Fight for Truth. So a bit about my organization. PEN America is a free expression organization. We do a lot of First Amendment work defending free speech here in the U.S. and abroad. For more than 90 years, we've worked to ensure that everyone, everywhere has the ability to create literature, convey information and ideas, express their views, and access the views and literature of other people and cultures. So why we became interested in fraudulent news, fake news. According to our 1948 PEN Charter, PEN members must pledge themselves to oppose such evils of a free press as mendacious publication, deliberate falsehood. Let me say that again. PEN members must pledge themselves to oppose such evils of a free press as mendacious publication, deliberate falsehood, and distortion of facts for political and personal ends. So what PEN calls mendacious publication, most of the rest of us know as fake news. And PEN, we now prefer the term fraudulent news. So fake news, as we see it, is a term that's really become very diluted. It did once mean news and information that is false. Now it's been reappropriated, mostly by our president, his allies, to mean anything that might be critical or something they disagree with. So we can't really use fake news anymore to talk about the information that we're interested in here. PEN came up with fraudulent news, thinking it's more precise, and our definition that we use for our report is demonstrably false information that is being presented as factual news with the intention to deceive. So that's really a big part of the definition, is the intention to deceive. What we see as fraudulent news includes fraudulent news that's made for political motives or for profit, government-sponsored misinformation, so propaganda, or conspiracy theories. And what we don't consider fraudulent news are honest mistakes, which happens in a newsroom. Mistakes happen, you issue a correction. They're undesirable, but they are a part of this. And satire. So obviously, if you have anyone out there reads The Onion, on The Onion, it says they're satire. We're not saying that's fraudulent news. They're there to have fun. So the reason this is a free expression concern for our organization is that U.S. democracy depends on a free and independent press to inform civic life. Citizens have the right to receive and impart information, and they have the right to receive information that is true. Without a common understanding of what's true, news and information loses its meaning. It's more difficult for civil society to make decisions together. And false news is not new. Propaganda and false information have been around as long as the written word, but we are in an unprecedented time, as we've already discussed today, and fraudulent news, fraudulent headlines are spreading faster than ever before, and it's really, really difficult to slow them down. Why has fraudulent news been able to spread this quickly? It's not just because of social media platforms. We're actually living in a time where there's like this rich, fertile environment for fake information to spread. A few of those factors include the fact that over the last 20 years, the American public has grown to increasingly distrust the news media or the mainstream news media. And there are some reasons for that we go into in this report. But that, on top of the fact that there's been an explosion of new online news outlets, so we have more ways to access news and information than ever before. How we consume news has changed drastically. There are sharp ideological divides that dictate who trusts what media outlets, and those are pretty cleaved down the middle in some situations. And then we have daily attacks on the press right now by the president and his administration that's also fostering this landscape where people are distrustful, they don't know what to believe. So as this misinformation spreads, it really sows distrust and undermines our democracy. So who's responsible for the spread of this fraudulent news? Our report looks at a few different actors. First and foremost, we really look at the tech companies, Google, Facebook, and Twitter in particular. We also look at journalism organizations. Newsrooms have also contributed to the problem, and I'm going to get into that in a minute. And then all of us in this room, we've all contributed to this. We've all shared an article on Twitter or Facebook without reading it. We've all shared headlines that are sensational or exciting because we think they're interesting or they might provoke somebody. And this is why news literacy education is so important. To get into the tech companies for a minute, and I won't go too deep into this, our report, I think, has about 50 pages dedicated to how and why fraudulent news spreads on these platforms. But just for a little background, Google, Facebook, Twitter, they historically see themselves as neutral platforms. They say, we're just here to host the content. We're not publishing it. We're not endorsing anything. And in reality, these tech platforms, they're aggregators, they're publishers, and they're curators of information. So if you're on Facebook and you see a news article that may or may not be true, and at the top you're seeing Facebook or Twitter right above that, you're creating an association in your mind that this platform is endorsing or giving you some validity to what you're reading on that platform. So users have come to trust these platforms as information sources. If you're Googling something, the very top search result on Google is ostensibly supposed to be the most high value. Sometimes you get a completely false piece of information that's put up to the top just because it's very, very popular. So algorithms are a big part of why fraudulent content can spread. It's based on likes and user engagement, and so oftentimes very sensational false headlines can be brought to the top of your news feed, and that's what everybody's seeing instead of the real meatier news article that might have fewer views. And then I think it was Jack mentioned the Macedonian teenagers, the fact that there are these ad revenue models that have allowed anybody who wants to purvey false news, they've had the opportunity to do so and to make money doing so. In our paper, we take the tech companies to task. We also take a minute to say, okay, they're starting to address the problems in certain ways. So at the time that we published, what we were really focused on was the fact that Google and Facebook in particular were working on tweaking their algorithms to figure out how to prioritize more factual pieces of content. I think they're still working on that. There have been increased fact-checking efforts by Google and Facebook as well to have independent outside fact-checkers weigh in. And then Twitter has been working on rooting out spam accounts and bot accounts that are responsible for spreading these fake news headlines like wildfire. Concerns over what these tech companies are doing, the main one for our organization is that we're skeptical of anyone who might be suppressing content or removing content that other users might legitimately be putting on there. So we're wary of any solutions to the problem that rely on censorship. And again, this is why, and I'll get to this, news literacy is really the most important way forward. So just briefly, journalism organizations, and I'm a former reporter, they're our most important allies in the fight against fraudulent news. But they have also contributed to this rich landscape that fake news has been able to thrive in. And some of the things we look at in our report, like why journalism outlets have contributed to the problem, whether directly or indirectly. What we talk about in the report, are misleading clickbait headlines, as the panel before was talking about. Does a headline elicit an emotional response? Is it meant to? Is it meant to be provocative and inflammatory? Obviously, a news outlet has every right to make a great and enticing headline, but I think we have to take a closer look on how accurately does it reflect the article, and are you going to lose somebody's trust if they click on the headline and then they find out that the article isn't really matching up to what they were promised. There's also been an issue, so as we've moved from print to digital, a lot of digital news sources have struggled to figure out how to label their content. And, in the olden days, you had a newspaper, you knew exactly what the front page news was, you knew where the op-ed section was, you knew where the classifieds were. Now when you go to a news website, you might have different sections at the top, but really when you're reading an article, it's its own web page. And if it's not very well or clearly labeled, you might be reading analysis, you might be reading reporting, you might be reading opinion, you might be reading advertising. A lot of times now there's this advertorial system of advertising where advertisers want to tell you a story, and it might look really, really similar to a news story. So you could be reading an advertiser's advertisement and thinking it's news, and you're not seeing that it's clearly labeled. So this is a big problem for print. It's also a problem for broadcast. A lot of broadcast news shows now freely mix together reporters with people who are there to offer their opinions and analyze the news. So if you're in your kitchen, you're cooking dinner, and you're watching a news broadcast, and you have all these different voices discussing an issue, you don't necessarily know if you're listening to a reporter who's reporting on facts or somebody who's stating their opinion like it's a fact, and it becomes really blurred together and difficult. Difficult to parse. So that's a big issue for us. There's also been an increased perceived lack of transparency. I think a lot of news consumers just feel a little bit alienated from the news creation process now, and news organizations could do more to educate their audiences about how the news gets made, like from finding a source to checking that source to fact-checking the piece to even reviewing it with the lawyers. There's a lot of steps that happens before a piece can be published that I think the public just might be out of touch with. And then the fact that, like I said before, there are honest mistakes that can be made by news organizations, which has happened forever, but recently what happens now is when one of these mistakes are made or a source is misquoted or a date is put in wrong, really hyper-partisan news sites on the left or the right might seize on that mistake and say, aha, this is exactly what we're talking about. This is why this mainstream news organization is fake news. And that's clearly manipulative and not fair. So newsrooms can increase trust amongst news consumers, and part of my work at PEN America is thinking about how we can help newsrooms do this. And one of our projects is enhancing transparency around a newsroom's policies and practice. So, how you address errors and issue corrections, fact-checking methods, what your ethics are for your journalists. Most major news organizations have really strict ethics policies that journalists should follow. All of this can be made available to the public really easily. You can slap it all up on your news website, and give users access to somebody in the newsroom that they can talk to about their concerns. Labeling, like we said, clearer labels can go a long way to increasing trust amongst news consumers who might be confused about what content they're consuming. And then establishing formal headline writing standards can also go a long way. So our paper obviously talks a lot about the problems posed by fraudulent news and what we're concerned about. We also look at some free expression-friendly solutions to the problem. How do we move forward here? And without censoring speech and entrusting tech platforms to decide what's good content and what's bad content. So independent fact-check outlets have been one way forward that, like I said, a lot of technology companies are looking at, and kind of bringing in outside fact checks like PolitiFact or factcheck.org, who weigh in on the quality of the content after it's been published and give it a grade, and then maybe that grade accompanies the article when you see it. on your Google search results. What's good about this is it's unbiased. There's not supposed to be a political agenda to fact checking. It's really just verifying facts. What's problematic about it is fact checks take a long time. So by the time they're applied, usually the article has already spread far and wide, and you can't undo that. You can't unring that bell. So we really feel like news literacy education and initiatives are the most free expression friendly way forward here. The benefit is that it puts the onus on us, the news consumers, and not tech companies to decide what is a good and bad source of information. And the issues we're up against are the ones we're here kind of discussing today, or why we're here today is the fact that it's not standardized in classrooms across the U.S., and we're still determining the best ways forward to implement news literacy education, especially because the digital landscape is evolving all the time. Why news literacy is so effective is that there will always be fake news online. It's never going to go away, but the more that we can educate people about fraudulent news and how to identify it and whether or not to trust a source, to go to the source's origin and see if you can find out information about the founding of that website, the standards and ethics that they uphold, the masthead, who's the editor-in-chief. The more we can give people those indicators, the more we can inoculate people against falling prey to fraudulent news and making people more curious and pursuing inquiry. We can also bypass concerns about partisanship this way, because if we're teaching everyone the same skills about how to analyze a news source, it shouldn't matter if you're on the left or on the right. You're really just applying what you know to whatever you're reading and making a decision for yourself about the news sources that you admire most. Who can help here? Policymakers, educators, librarians, educational institutions, everyone can be coming together to adopt news literacy education as a core part of school curricula, conducting research to prove the efficacy of news literacy efforts, engaging teacher trainings, leveraging the media that's already out there to promote the word about news literacy and using that to create news literacy lessons that are easily accessible to the public at large. And we think that tech companies should also have a stake in this. They should be funding news literacy efforts. They should be incorporating news literacy interfaces onto their websites. So, if there's a major national news event and likely there's going to be a lot of fake news coming up behind that event to sway voters, Facebook and Twitter can slap on some rules for news literacy at the top of their website and really educate people as they're looking through their news feeds to find high-value sources of information. News consumers, we also have a job to do here. Part of news literacy education and fighting fraudulent news is educating ourselves. And PEN America has a News Consumers Bill of Rights and Responsibilities that we wrote, and they're scattered around on your tables. You can also find this at pen.org. But it's a really great resource to think about what's my responsibility as a news consumer. How can I be interrogating the sources I'm looking at, and how can I contribute to this? So I'll let you all look through that because I know I'm running out of time here. But there's what I really like about this document is it talks about not just what we're owed by our news sources, but what we owe our news sources to. So just to end here, I'll say that news consumers have a responsibility to avoid spreading false news. This one's really obvious, but we should be reading and investigating our news sources for credibility and not just sharing a headline we think is funny without checking first to see what's behind it. We should be supporting news outlets too. If you know that a news source you admire, where you go to get your news, that they adhere to explicit ethics policies and fact-checking procedures, and they're creating excellent factual news, you should give them money. You should support them. You should help their journalists stay employed. I think that's a really important one. We talked about this earlier on the panel, but consuming news from different points of view is really, really valuable right now, especially. And we should all, I think everybody in this room already feels this way, but we should all understand the importance of journalism and the essential role a free press plays in this country, and the fact that fraudulent news can undermine it, and that's really dangerous, and we should all be concerned. So if you're interested, go to pen.org for the entire report, and I'll be around all day, so if you have specific questions for me, I welcome them. Thank you all.
Yeah, so Laura will be here all day, and this report is wonderful, and if you care deeply about this, I would recommend reading the whole thing. It's really, really fascinating stuff. So we are going to take a short break because our next presenter requires some technology hookup that we're just going to want to figure out while you guys aren't just sitting staring at us. Well, one thing to say is that we would like, this is a participatory workshop afterwards, and we would like you to mix up. We don't want you to only be with the people that you know. So while you get up and you stretch, when you sit back down, make sure there are people you don't know at your table. The other thing I wanted to mention is one of our partners, Columbia Journalism Review, gave us these latest issue, and they are on your table, and they are free, obviously, to take. And if you have colleagues that would be interested in them, feel free to take more than one. So we're going to just take 5 minutes, get this set up, and continue the show. Okay. What can I, okay, how can I help? Yeah, we got one for you, yes. I just want to make sure
Hi. So there are two things I need to do. I need to get online on this one because it's not.
Oh, you can just go anywhere from here.
Okay. It's going to be stable, right? Because the guest Wi-Fi has been getting in and out.
Oh yeah, this one's on a different one,
So let me
so
log in
it should
here,
be better.
and then we'll. Let me actually kill this because I'm not logged in two locations.
Great. Okay. I'm going to start by introducing our next speaker. So I just need everyone. Wow, you guys are good. Thank you so much. Okay, you're in for a real treat. I'm very excited to introduce a friend and colleague, Sangeeta Shriptova, who focuses on digital media, civics participation, the civic imagination, and cross-cultural dialogue. Her recent work has focused on storytelling and surveillance among American Muslim youth, the Kony 2012 campaign, and global Bollywood. She's one of the authors of By Any Media Necessary, The New Activism of Youth, a book that was published in 2016. So without further ado, Sangeeta, it's all you. Do you want?
I think I might do
Yeah.
this. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are we on? Yeah, thank you, everybody. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, now there it is. We're going to actually I'm going to speak for a little bit just to contextualize what we're going to be doing together, and then I'm going to be asking you to help me with some sort of hopefully somewhat fun workshop and visioning process. So again, once more, I'm looking around, looks pretty good, but if you're sitting at a table and there are only two of you, I would recommend that you just slide over, and if you're all the way over there, maybe can I ask you to come in closer? Just because we are going to be sharing, and I'm going to be asking people to speak a little bit, and it would be helpful to just not have to run all the way across the room with the mics. Thank you. So I'm going to be speaking and asking you to participate in a workshop, but just to provide some context, I thought it'd be helpful for you all to know who I am, where I'm coming from, and why I'm here, because Michelle invited me. Thank you very much. I am based at the University of Southern California, where I work with a group of colleagues and a group of students, and these are our lovely faces, to collectively create what we call the Civic Paths Group. We are a group that takes on various projects. All of them look at the connection between cultural participation and civic engagement broadly defined. So we're very interested in those moments where something that maybe didn't look political, like cute cat videos, becomes political because it brings together a network of people who otherwise may not have been connected. We're also interested in moments where formal politics starts to move towards cultural engagement. So just to speak about our president, the wrestling world that he was involved in before becoming president, how that has kind of influenced how people see him, but also how some of the practices that we see him implementing maybe grew out of some of that engagement that he was involved in before. So we're always interested in those moments, and all of that in the context of digital media participatory practices and media literacy. So kind of that sets the stage for the phenomena that we're looking at. We're coming at the current work that we're doing out of a 7-year study that looked at the changing civic lives of American youth. And what we did as a part of that study is that we took exemplar case studies. We looked at in depth at particular communities that spanned a really broad spectrum, ranging all the way from youth mobilized, the Harry Potter Alliance, which I'll speak about a little more later, American Muslim youth, and youth who were mobilizing around the DREAM Act, but all the way through to young libertarians and people who were involved with Invisible Children, the organization behind Coney 2012, to ask what are they doing, how are they engaging in civic life? And how are they using new media and culture to do this? And the book that emerged out of that Michelle mentioned is called By Any Media Necessary, which really summarizes the key finding for us in terms of media practices, which is that young people are working through any media necessary. And that to me was exemplified when Michelle asked, like, who's using Facebook? And a few hands went up. And then she asked who is using Instagram, and many more hands went up. But in 2 years, that might be a completely different platform, right? So what we were finding was that the young people that were really successful in these networks and organizations were identifying ways to approach media that were actually not platform specific, right? And they were doing that because they were developing a skill set that allowed them to look across the media landscape and understand what media is good when, and then how to tell their story and how to get their voice out there through these different media platforms. And then on the other side of that, they had almost, I don't want to say intuitive because it's not like they had intuition, but they had a sense, even though they didn't often have the data to back it up, about where their audiences were at, right? So they understood that their peers were not best reached through Facebook, for example. They understood that that was maybe through Instagram, and that the messaging they had to have was very different to reach that. So that's kind of the media insight that we had. But around that, and I just want to kind of exemplify. I'm trying to drink and move slides, not going to work. So the Harry Potter Alliance. I'm just going to want to share just a little bit about one of the organizations to kind of bring to life what I'm talking about. The Harry Potter Alliance was founded in 2006 by a group of people who grew up with the Harry Potter story. So it's now, it's an older organization, which is crazy. It's 12 years old. And so they practice all the practices that we're talking about. In fact, they don't have a headquarters, right? They're dispersed across the United States and even the world. So they rely on new media, digital conferencing, Google Docs are their friend, Facebook, anyway, to organize. They often work together and they have never met, but they're organizing for particular causes. They offer lots of ways for people to be involved, ranging from really talking about their love of Harry Potter, so really what brought them together, all the way through to sustained activism around voter registration. They took on marriage equality. They also have sent books to Haiti. Sent supplies to Haiti, collected books for young people. So kind of offering different ways in, depending on where people are in terms of their worldview and their willingness to commit to different topics, but all of this under the umbrella of Harry Potter, which is really what made us stop. So all of these practices are important, and we're going to be talking about best practices, skill sets, and all that all day. But what really united this group, and many of the groups that we looked at, was Harry Potter. And it was the imagination that Harry Potter inspired among them, the vision that they too could be part of Dumbledore's army, and that Voldemort maybe is climate change in our current context, or that the house enslavement of the elves has something to teach us about fair trade practices that we should be advocating for. And as we were kind of pivoting towards our next work, we really we grabbed this idea of the imagination, because when we take one step back from media, we have to ask, what are we sharing? What are the narratives that drive us? What are the stories that motivate us in this world and keep us sustained, that then translate into different media, into ways we approach media? And that was what we started to call the civic imagination. And just to kind of drive home the definition, we define civic imagination as the capacity to imagine alternatives to current social, political, or economic institutions or problems. Put bluntly, you cannot change the world unless you can imagine what a better world might look like, right? So we ended up founding a project around this that's called the Civic Imagination Project, that is now operating within the umbrella of Civic Pass. We do thinking around what we mean by the civic imagination, but we also work with communities and we run workshops. That's one of our big, we're very much in the community doing work. And as we were doing this, we started to see that we were actually connecting to other thinkers out there who have had similar observations, including Neil Gaiman, who is a young adult author, and he says, we, all adults and children, writers and readers, have an obligation to daydream. We have an obligation to imagine. It is easy to pretend that nobody can change anything, and that we are in a world in which society is huge and the individual is less than nothing. An atom on the wall, a grain of rice in the rice field. But the truth is, individuals change their world over and over. Individuals make the future, and they do it by imagining that things can be different. And I'm just going to actually not read this quote, but just mention that we're also influenced by other scholars, including Stephen Duncan, who's based at NYU, who warns us that if we do not continue to nurture the imagination and do not continue to dare to think that things can change, then we're going to be stuck within what he calls the tyranny of the possible, where we're going to be letting other people dictate how we use the tools that we have at hand. They're going to dictate how we think change can happen and what those limitations to change can be. And this is all to say, sounds pretty revolutionary, I know, but utopian thinking doesn't mean that we believe that change will happen, but it holds in place a vision of where we might go in the future, and that then provides a signpost and a sort of guiding light to where we might want to head moving forward. So what we've been doing at Civic Pass is connecting the civic imagination to civic action, and we've identified multiple ways in which the civic imagination can help us do that. The first, it helps us imagine the better world, to really ideate what that better world could be. It helps us imagine the process of change. What would it take to get there? It helps us imagine ourselves as civic agents. It helps us forge solidarity with others who we may not think as allies if we just stay within the present scope. It helps us imagine social connections within our larger community. And it helps us bring an imaginative dimension to our real world places, so bringing it home then to the location where we're at, and all this through new media and social media practices. Yeah, we've been running these workshops all over the world in different contexts, and I'm really excited to bring it here today. I will say that we really strive to work with diverse communities, so some of the photos here are, one of them is from Fayetteville.
congratulations to the class of 2022.
We have a unique mindset here.
A mindset that helps us blaze new trails.
It propels us forward.
And it changes lives.
So you.
So we can change the world.
For today's episode, E stands for exclusive access. We're going to be giving you all the tea, all the drama, and all the hot goss on what's happening in the pop culture universe. Let's dive into it, divas.
We interrupt your programming to bring you important tips regarding your social media ventures.
That's right. As more and more influencers succumb to the cancellation diagnosis, we've taken it upon ourselves, me and Peyton, to create a guide on how to keep your reputation intact.
No, you'll need it. Here's the idiot's guide to not getting canceled. Tip number 1. Think, Mark, think before you tweet. It's called pre-sending, like pre-gaming, but for the betterment of your character. If you're unsure, maybe just draft it and sleep on it, because nothing good ever happens on Twitter at 2 a.m. Well, nothing good happens on Twitter in general.
Speak for yourself, man.
Okay.
Speaking of, have you ever received a late-night text from your drunk friend while they're getting all philosophical on you?
Guilty.
Yeah, do not ever be that friend, Peyton.
Sorry.
Anyway, on to tip number 2. Be mindful of your interactions, folks. People can see those disturbing Instagram reels you like. Seriously. Just because you relate to it doesn't mean you should let the whole world know. Your followers? Yeah, they're watching. If you're liking something that makes even your sleazy brother raise an eyebrow, maybe don't hit that hard.
Don't. I have to say, I have fallen victim to this.
You have, yes.
Do not make the same mistake I did, kids. No. Your friends will never let you forget it.
I don't.
Never.
I remember every bad thing he's ever done.
Tip number 3. Our last tip is more of a strong piece of advice. Keep your apologies genuine. We all know the internet can smell a fake apology from 1,000 miles away. P.U. If you're really and truly sorry, don't just post a tweet or write a twit longer. Make it count with real action. You know, like write a song and sing it and play a ukulele.
Hey, wait, no. Don't play ukulele, dude.
No?
No. Play guitar instead.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry about what I said about your mother, but it's not my fault she looks so good in those pants.
Does that count?
I would say so.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, don't get so defensive and make excuses or name call your fans. You know, you get the drill. Yeah.
And there you have it. If you follow all these tips, you will have a non-problematic digital footprint.
Probably. Maybe.
Hopefully.
Maybe not. Most definitely not.
No.
My mic on? My mic on? It's good? I'm good? I'm good? Yes. All right. Are we, which jersey? Both? Two? Both? I'll do both. What's up, y'all? My name is Lil Sigma, and I went viral. I went viral from my famous Buster diss track in which I murdered him. Allegedly. And, you know, ever since becoming viral, my life's changed, man. My life's changed. I have celebrities hitting up my DMs. I got, just the other day, I had AJ and Big Justice hit me, and they wanted them 3 big booms, like boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? So I gave them the big booms, and I gave them racks. I gave them facts, gave them knowledge, you know, from the brain. And, you know what I'm saying? Now I'm working on new music, you know. It'll be coming out soon. And, you know what I'm saying? That's just life, you know. Life when you're famous, life when you're rich. You know, I'm glad, I'm happy, I'm doing good. And, you know, what questions you guys got for me? I'm sorry, I've just been rambling on. I'm just, yeah. Who's that? That ain't me.
I'm sorry, Siggy.
I apologize.
I need to ask you what's for dinner. Wait a minute.
Wait. I could take him.
Are you recording right now? You're not that scary.
Get out of my
literally
report.
recording?
I am in an interview.
No, you're letting me in this. You're letting me in this.
And now we shall reminisce in the last month of pop culture. Did you catch SNL, Morgan Wallen on stage, singing "I'm the Problem," and yet stormed off in a rage, pointing his finger like he's calling out the crowd? I don't think anyone is wondering who the problem is now. Glenn Powell and Sydney Sweeney, oh, what a scene, spotted at a wedding after calling off that ring. Is this really love or just some clever PR play? Guess we'll find out in the tabloids someday. And now to Ashton Hall, his morning so prime, Saratoga water, matcha, and some yoga time. A to-do list so tight, yes, so precise. But seriously, who needs all of those baths of cold ice? And let's take a moment. Val Kilmer, gone too soon. We'll remember him fondly, like a distant tune. From Top Gun to Batman, his legacy will stay. As pop culture moves on, we'll remember the old days.
Welcome to our special segment, Celebrity Edition. The challenge, identifying A-list faces from extreme close-ups. Our contestants today are Alex and Ariel. How do you guys feel?
I personally feel extremely confident and at the same time over-prepared. On the inside, I'm shaking with fear, but on the outside, I have pristine confidence of like one of the top like speakers in the world type of confidence.
Okay,
Yeah.
well that's good. Well, how about you, Ariel?
Well, with that description, I'm feeling great.
Okay, well let's get started on our first celebrity. You guys got any guesses?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Any guesses?
It's Leonardo DiCaprio, but
All right, let's reveal it. Yep, Ariel got the point this time. Well, let's just move on to the second one.
this is
Pick
rigged.
it up, Alex,
This
pick
is
it up.
rigged. That's
Okay.
Taylor Swift.
That's not Taylor Swift.
Who is it then?
Another blonde woman. I don't know.
Hint, actress.
Oh,
Meredith Grey.
Meredith Grey, no.
All right, well, we're wrapping
Oh,
it up.
Ellen Pompeo.
Wrapping it up, and unfortunately, you guys did not get it this time. It was Jennifer Lawrence.
With my Hunger Games kick, I should have known that.
Yep. Yep. All right, well, let's just move on to the third one.
Ooh.
The guy who's in with what's his name? The Last of Us guy. It's the
Pedro
Last
Pascal. I guess Pedro Pascal.
Well, Pedro Pascal.
Okay, well, ooh, you guys
So
are
Johnny
not
Depp?
doing very good because it
that
is Jalen Hurts. Yeah, so we'll just move on to the next one. You guys need to pick it up. This is rough. Okay.
OJ.
Moving on to the next celebrity.
OJ.
OJ.
That's
for sure OJ.
I don't know.
Any other guesses?
That man was in a white Bronco in the 90s for sure.
Ooh, okay. So you guys are actually both incorrect. It is Kendrick Lamar.
Oh.
So moving on to our last celebrity. Hopefully one of you guys gets this one.
Oh,
Bridget Mendler.
the dimples are crazy. I'm gonna go Taylor Swift again. Even though I know I'm 100% wrong, I'm gonna go for it.
All right, I'm disappointed in you guys. This one is Caitlin Clark. So our winner today, I guess, is Ariel with the first point in the very beginning. Started off strong, and well.
I'm pretty sure I was right.
But.
On most of them.
Let's just wrap it up. Thank you guys, and we will see you next time.
Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel, or welcome to my channel if you're new. I'm Val, and today we are going to be doing a Q&A podcast all about moi. I had to guess. I would estimate a total of 21.2 hours. My guilty pleasure song has to be Let Me Take a Selfie by the Chainsmokers. Oh, you want to know what's in my bag? Let me show you. Can't show you the brand because we're not sponsored by them yet. Maybe after this video. First, I have my wallet, which is stacked. Then I have the best gloss in the state of the world. Then I have my lucky hairbrush. It's really nice. The love note from a special someone. I can't tell you. And of course, my partner in crime, Saktua. Next question. The most famous person to slide into my DMs has got to be Jeffree Star. My guilty pleasure movie has got to be The Titanic. Young Leonardo DiCaprio? Yeah, girl, I'm watching that a million times. Anyways, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in to today's podcast Q&A all about your favorite girl, Val. All right. Like and subscribe, comment down below, and let's get to 2 million subs. Bye, guys.
As for local celeb news, Post Malone has been popping up around Boise like it's his second home. He's been spotted at local bars like Pengilly's and has even hit up a spot in Melba while out snow goose hunting. He was first spotted at the Mountain West Championship game back in December, just vibing like a die-hard Bronco fan. People have been whispering that he might actually live around here, but nothing is confirmed. It's just very posty of him to keep it mysterious. But now he's taking it up a notch. He will be performing on the Blue at Albertson Stadium this June. From low-key bar hangs to a full stadium show, Boise's getting the full Post Malone experience. Please introduce yourself.
Do you mind if I drink this first? I'm kind of parched, and I was working on dinner, and Siggy's not gonna help, so you know it's.
So what can you tell us about your son, Little Sigma?
He's a dud. He's a knucklehead. He's stupid. I don't know.
So is his only job being a SoundCloud rapper, or does he have other jobs elsewhere?
He's a stay-at-home son, which, you know, I'm proud of him. I am his biggest fan. I've done a couple of the TikToks for him and for his fans, and he's great. He's a great rapper. He's not as good as me. I mean, I've done a lot. Back in the day, I was a rock.
Who gave him a mic? Who gave him a mic? Cut.
You should get out of here.
I'll get out of here. They're here for me. They're here for me.
You know,
who they here for?
your mother would be disappointed.
My mother's dead. I go bathroom for 5 seconds just while you got. Continue on. What? Ask me question.
Well, we're just gonna wrap this up, Little Sigma. So, what projects do you have in the works?
Projects. Diss track my dad. I gotta do another Busta Bronco piece. I gotta make it an album. I have a love song. I have a hate song. I'm thinking of doing one in the middle. You know, maybe you start off love, then turns into hate, then goes back to love. I've been thinking about it. It's been in my mind. It's like an engine. Keeps on moving. I haven't written anything yet, but it's there. I got the beat in my head. It'll go like. Do you want to do a sneak peek? Sneak peek?
I think that's good, actually.
No sneak peek. Okay, that'll be dropping soon. I got you guys on that. I'll let you know.
Well, thank you, Little Sigma.
Man,
Appreciate it.
no, thank y'all. If you guys want, more ideas on how to make money, get more racks, no more facts, and get more bread at the end of the day, just hit me up on all my socials. I got SoundCloud, I got Spotify. I'm almost on Apple
You
Music.
gotta help me make dinner or what?
Dinner? I've been working all day in the studio, and you want me to make dinner?
Yeah.
This is crazy. I'm done. I'm done.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? From First We Feast, I'm Sean Evans, and you're watching Hot Ones. It's the show with the hot questions and even hotter wings. Today, I'll be interviewing with Sean Evans here. He's the co-host and creator of Hot Ones. He's known for his unique interviewing style and where he asks his guests the deep and in-depth questions that everybody wants to know the answers to. He also does not react to the spiciness of the wings he eats, so this should be a cakewalk for him. How are you doing today, Sean?
You know what, Sean? I'm doing good. I'm looking forward to having these amazing non-spicy wings with you, Sean. And
Awesome.
Sean, let's just get into it.
All right, let's get into it.
Whew.
Let me ask you that first question.
So exciting.
Whew. Before that,
this guy Sean's excited.
this Sean's excited too. All right, Sean. Let's see. So you've become recognized as the guy who asks the hard-hitting questions, and that's a good thing. You always ask your guests such detailed, particular questions that have them in awe. So when did you adopt this method, and how has it changed the way you talk with celebrities?
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, what's that, Sean?
Oh, I got that special chocolate milk for you, Sean, in the milk. We got all options for you. Oh.
Thanks, Sean. Give me 1 second on the answer, Sean, because
Oh.
Sean, I'm glad you asked that. I'm really glad you asked that, Sean. Growing up, I always had a lot of answers, and I wish people asked me questions. So, I also like wings because I don't react to them. I never have any reaction stuff.
Cheers.
I never have any reactions to how hot wings are. So I was like combining the two, and I made hot ones, and that's why.
That's a great answer. Sean, did you want to ask me a question?
Yeah, I'd love to, Sean. I'm glad you mentioned that. Sean, you've had the opportunity to interview many famous figures. You've interviewed actors like Will Ferrell, Kevin Hart, and you've even gone to the NBA with players like Shaquille O'Neal. Out of these people you've interviewed, which interviewee stands out the most to you?
That's a
our second.
Great question, Sean. Make sure you
Let's
get a real good coat there.
Yeah, as much as possible.
All right, we did extra spicy for you today, Sean.
Cheers.
Okay. Oh.
Oh my gosh.
Sean? Oh my gosh.
Doesn't even taste
The interviews that stood out to me are all the other Seans I've talked to, and the SEANs, not the. Are you okay there, Sean? Not the SHAWNs, like. Oh.
Yeah.
I got Sean Kingston. Oh.
I don't react to it.
No, this is easy. Ooh.
My name's Sean Evans.
Okay, Sean. I think that we're gonna have to wrap this up. We can't be showing our true colors. All right. Well, thank you for coming on the show, Sean, today. And that's all the time we have for this week on Rated E.
It's all the time we have.
Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
My name's Sean Evans.
And I'm also Sean Evans.
I'm also Sean Evans.
I'm also Sean Evans.
He's not.
As a kid growing up, we had this stream, this Birch Creek was always a perennial stream. And when I came back after being gone for 30 years, it was just intermittent. And I'm sitting at my kitchen table one morning, and it dawned on me that there was no longer any beavers here. Nothing in the watershed as far as beaver ponds or activity. And I got to wondering, maybe the beaver deal is something that I need to look into. So I started reading and learning about beavers, and the more I learned, the more it made sense that we need them. Cows have got to have two things. They got to have something to eat and something to drink. So it didn't matter what I did as far as improving the production of forage for the cows. If I didn't have water, it just didn't do us any good.
What is beaver restoration? Well, who's doing it really is the beaver, and then there's a bunch of us that are trying to, either mimic what they do or set things up so they can take over. There's examples in the late 1800s, early 1900s of folks recognizing that when beaver were removed from the landscape, that we had undesirable things happening to the streams and tried to get beaver back in. The work that we were doing this morning was about trying to attract and lure beaver, and what we're seeing up here in terms of then taking, we built 25 fake beaver dams, and now there's well over 200 of them. We treated a half kilometer, now they're covering 5 kilometers. And so what we're trying to do today is sort of help people see that sort of progression, right? Like downstream, we're just throwing sticks in the stream. Why are we doing it? What are we trying to attract? We're trying to attract beaver to do the work for us and then to keep that going.
What we're trying to do is we're trying to link this restoration process of beaver rewilding. We're trying to track that with satellite imagery. So there's satellites launched by NASA that are up in space and collecting data continuously all across the landscape. And so the premise of our project is we're going to track the beaver rewilding process using these satellite images. For folks who are actually implementing beaver rewilding, they have to put a ton of resources into monitoring the effects of beaver rewilding. So they have to hike to remote places, and they have to do that multiple times per year. And so a lot of times that monitoring is not even really happening because it's just too labor and time intensive. So we can help agencies understand what's going on in the landscape and the impacts of the beaver rewilding, because we're basically monitoring using this freely available satellite imagery.
The way NASA funding works is that we have a panel of people that review all the proposals that come in. And the projects had to have sort of 3 different elements. One was, of course, the use of remote sensing data, so satellite imagery that NASA produces. 2, it had to focus on rewilding. And 3, we had to also have in situ or in place biological observations. And so this project had all of those things. And honestly, most important of all was connection with end users that could use the products from this project or the apps that are being created for decision making.
I guess I'm really excited about being part of the discussion of partnering with wildlife. A lot of the discussion is human-wildlife conflicts, but this is actually the opposite. We're partnering with the beavers to help restore these landscapes to how they once operated. And I think that the beavers are kind of this keystone, maybe, that are not often discussed. They shaped the landscape for millennia prior to their extirpation. Since then, everything's kind of changed for the drier, and so we're hoping that in partnering with beaver, we can really kind of make the wetter parts wet again.
After the beavers came in, we're getting 42 days longer flow than what we had pre-beaver. So that's pretty valuable, from my standpoint. It makes our property more accessible for grazing for the cattle.
Even though most of the time I'm at Boise State University and in the classroom, a part of my time I get to come out to places like this in Idaho and see how my work may benefit people who live here and work here. And I think the largest benefit that this project overall could have is to provide more attention on this topic, that there's Idahoans who are doing this awesome kind of work that is improving the landscape. And by our involvement, we hope to both understand what's happening better, but also bring more attention to some of these folks who are really doing the work on the ground and making Idaho a better place to live.
People shouldn't be hungry in our country. They shouldn't be hungry in Idaho. It's not about a lack of food. We have enough food. It's a matter of getting that food to the people who are in need. The rural communities in Idaho are a specific challenge for us. We find that the rural areas often have a disproportionately higher level of food insecurity. They just don't have access to grocery stores or other sources of food. So we work closely with different community leaders or county commissioners in the rural areas to implement what we call a mobile pantry program, where they may not have a brick and mortar location where they can set up a food pantry, but we define a time when we'll come in with our truck full of nutritious food. They'll get the word out to the neighbors in the area what time we're going to be at a specific location, and then they come to that location to get the food that we make available to them. And then they know we're going to be back in the same place in the next month. So it becomes a source of nourishing food that they can count on. Working with Boise State University on the opening of their food pantry was really an exciting adventure for us. There's been such a commitment on campus to provide food access to students, and so finding then that administrative support and the faculty support and the student support to open up that pantry, it was the right time, and we had the right people who were involved in that, and to see how that's evolved and what they're doing today is really gratifying. You know, there are so many rewarding experiences that I've had at the Idaho Food Bank over the years that I really could not have anticipated, and I'm very grateful. But I would say what I've enjoyed the most and am most proud of is what we've done through collaboration. And I've always said, we're not going to end hunger alone. Nobody is. What I found in Idaho is that there are so many community leaders, businesses, individuals, volunteers who want to be a part of that solution, that I felt we've had that opportunity to bring that energy together and then see the difference that it's making for Idahoans who have needed our services. That's incredibly rewarding.
So the research I'm doing in this lab is focused on sagebrush, which is super important in our local biome and community. We're looking at its phenotypic capabilities and its kind of genetic toolbox to see if it can withstand climate change in the future and all this incoming drought.
This research will actually benefit both local and regional, as well as possibly even worldwide populations in economic sense, that we are headed into more heat and drought, and this research is going to help us find the genes that are going to underpin drought tolerance in sagebrush plants, and then that research can also be applied across other ecosystems and other plant life.
Right now, more than 58 million people in the Western US are suffering from droughts, like all of those people. And we, by studying how can plants cope and adapt to rapid climate change, how can we make our landscape sustainable to this, therefore maintaining the water regime and all of those services that Idaho has to offer. One sagebrush, it might take years for seeds to happen. So what we have to do is say, if you remove evolution from the equation, is there a sagebrush here that can adapt to what's going on right now, that is already adapted, sorry. And then if we find this one, can we propagate or favor it so that the whole ecosystem can be resilient?
My specific role in this lab is to create the protocols that are needed for the biomass production of the sagebrush for the genome sequencing, as well as produce clones so that we can perform experiments to link the genome to the phenotypic response of sagebrush plants. So the students in the lab are doing different work than I do. They are taking epidermal peels of the outside of our sagebrush plants, which we have in our greenhouse, that are a representation of the distribution of the sagebrush steppe ecosystem. And they will do the epidermal peels and actually be measuring the stomata as well as the opening and closing and the apertures.
I think my research work is very unique because of the way our lab is structured. We do everything from top to bottom. I'm helping make all of these plants grow. We're extracting all of the DNA, going through the experiments, and then doing all the computer work as well. So I think it's really unique that I get to be part of this whole vertically integrated process, which I don't think I've seen in other programs, or at least from what I know my other colleagues are doing.
Students are the engine of research in a university setting, and they really had a big contribution to this research. And I like the way they think and how they challenge you to be a better mentor and be a better scientist.
Hi, and welcome to Boise State in the Community. I'm your host, Benny Miller. Boise State in the Community is not only a TV show, but we're a service learning class learning the basics of broadcasting. In previous weeks, we've had very notable figures around Boise State's campus come in, and tonight, the streak continues. I have a librarian who's not your typical librarian. She's a master of collaboration, networking, and helping people. Please allow me to introduce Professor Amy Vecchione.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for coming on to our show. I'd like to start off with how librarians are known, for whatever reason, to be only saying shh and reading books. I don't think that's entirely accurate, and I would love for you to elaborate on exactly what a librarian does.
Well, first I want to say that I am shushed much more often in our library than I shush other people. I don't think I've ever shushed someone, but I've gotten shushed by students in the library. And that's partly because I do run a makerspace. And in our space, we create new information. A lot of librarians and a lot of what our field does is provide access to new information. You might think of it as giving books and letting you have access to books and databases and articles, but we like to help create information on the campus. And so sometimes that means we have to be very loud. And I get shushed.
And that's very understanding. When you're a source of information, you need to be able to express that, information. And with that, language and talking and speaking, you're able to make connections with people. And what kind of connections do you perform during your daily tasks as a librarian that gives this opportunity for people to come together and speak?
So today we had about 21 students ages 5 through 10 come into our makerspace to learn how to do 3D design. And 3D design is where you essentially make something in 3D to 3D print or to model, right? And so we had these kids, ages 5 through 10, come in. Part of the reason we get loud is we try to get them excited. And so they were all screaming about how they were makers in the library. And that's really thrilling for them. They make cool things. Sometimes they make robots that make sound. And that can be loud. It's a little bit disruptive. And so that's part of what we do in the space. But mostly we connect students to other learners. We allow them to acquire new information and then share that information as they learn it to build new things that didn't exist before.
Mm-hmm. With those children starting at such a young age, 5 to 10 years old, being able to create 3D images and maybe bringing them to life, how do you think that works with them growing up as children, getting this technology so early?
I think that for them, this is normal. They expect that the library is going to be like that for them in the future. So when they go into public libraries, all around the Treasure Valley, you'll find 3D printers. And so that's the new normal. They're not going to see a library as just a place to check out books. It's a place to go with your startup.
I'm going to
If you're
be drinking
self-employed,
this
it's where you
water
go to
right now
code
because
your own
I'm
website. That's what they're going to end up doing as they get
There
older.
we go. All right. And bringing that
I'm
technology,
glad you're wearing blue too. They go to
they've
that
grown
2
up
shots,
with
just
it,
a bunch
and
of
then
blue boys.
bringing it to them still, they're going to be expecting that, like you said. And I really appreciate the aspect you give to them of seeing all this technology in motion. And I really want to know what way of teaching these children at such a young age. How do you teach the children, and then how do you teach college students that are doing almost the same thing?
Right, so we focus on experiential learning in our makerspace, and a lot of that is learning from failure. So I'm going to show you, I don't know if you all can see this, 3D print, my first 3D print from September 2014. And you can see it looks terrible, right? And so what we try to encourage is people to try new things, regardless as to whether or not they feel like they're good at it. And then they experiment, and then they fail. They learn from their mistakes, and then they try again. And so that's the spirit of what we do. It tends to be the kind of place where folks just naturally make connections. So if you walked in and wanted to learn coding but didn't have any idea where to start, there's likely somebody else in the makerspace or the Maker Lab that knows how to help you get started. And then people keep talking, they translate their ideas into other problem-solving lenses. So you might have a computer science major working with a sociology major and a psychology major. They all, 3 of them, problem solve in 3 different ways, and they get to learn how each other problem solve to make brand new ideas come to life. And so that's part of it. I like to give folks enough space so that they can try something new and then make a big error. We have this really great award we give out. It's called You Broke It Good. And so I'll make a little award and email it to the person who broke something so well that we all learned from it together, right? So they just destroyed that machine, whatever it was. And we're going to put it back together, but we're going to learn what happened, like what led to that failure. This week, we've failed so many times in the making of things, because we're very busy this week, that we have a fail pile, and we're calling it the Fail Club. So we have this giant pile of mess, spaghetti, it's known as. When a 3D printer goes awry, it starts spewing out spaghetti. I don't think I have an example of that today, but it makes this big mess. And so rather than saying, oh, that was bad, we celebrate those failures, we learn from them, and we talk about them actively in the space.
Failures, becomes knowledge, and that's what you need to grow up with, knowing that it's okay to fail, and because of that failure, you're able to learn from it. And I really love that aspect that you give with that. That quote you say, baking is making.
Yeah.
What do you mean by baking is making?
Okay, so when folks first come into the makerspace, a lot of them say, oh, I don't belong here, this isn't for me, this is for other people. Or they'll say, oh, this is for engineers. No, it's actually everybody is a maker. There's this very unique quality in humans that we like to make things. We get our hands on things, we're gardening, we're baking, we're cooking, we're sewing, whatever it is. We like to make new things, and we like to make things beautiful. And I think that's really unique to humans. If you start to put yourself on a timeline or you realize you've been a maker all along. When you get to a 3D printer, and instead of saying, oh, I can't do that, you'll be like, oh, I already am a maker. I bake cakes. I can 3D print too. But there's another analogy that I use with the baking being making, which is that the way 3D printing works is it starts with one layer, and then it goes up each layer with this fused deposition modeling. Just like if you baked a cake, and then you ice a layer, put another piece of cake on top, and then ice another layer. I talk with my hands all the time. Sorry. I hope that's helpful for you all to visualize, though. And so sometimes I ask the students, well, what's the most recent thing you made? We talk about that. Sometimes it's coffee. Sometimes it's a peanut butter jelly sandwich or ramen. There's a series of steps that you have to go through. You like your peanut butter and jelly sandwich different than how I make it, right? You might have a different jam or a different bread or how you like to put the peanut butter on. That's the same thing with any emerging technology. And with that, I like to demystify it. And so I make sure that people see themselves in the same field. We are all makers. Let's do cool stuff.
And you're building this confidence really in people because they made a cup of coffee, but the first time they made that cup of coffee, they didn't know what they were doing. Maybe they failed, maybe someone taught them. How was it when you started the makerspace and learning about the 3D printer, and how did that start out?
So we bought our 3D printer in 2014, and I remember saying, oh, I am not learning this. I am not doing this. This is not something that I will do. And pretty quickly, it did fail. It made a lot of mistakes. I think someone actually broke it so well that we had to send it back and get a new one sent to us, completely rebuilt. And I was completely intimidated. I would look at the software and say, there's no way I'm doing this. And now, I guess it's 5 years later, and I am now an expert on 3D printing, which I don't think I ever thought I would get to. So I like to tell that story because I think I can really relate to that anxiety. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I'm telling you, like I said, I'm not doing this, but I love it. And not because of the reasons that you might think. The technology itself is not what fascinates me. It's what we can do with it to improve our community and improve our culture and remove barriers in the world around us. And so I've taken this weakness that I had in myself, which is this kind of fear of learning this really esoteric technology, and I've turned it into this power of saying, well, what can we do with this? You know, I'm not the kind of person that seeks out the shiny, cool new tools for the sake of it. I want to know how it's going to make an impression and an impact in our community. Because of that, we've risen to a really great place on our campus. It's become this very inclusive makerspace. It's heralded nationwide for being one of the best makerspaces for that reason. It's not because we have the best stuff, it's because we have the best ideas and an amazing community that comes together. So my journey really has informed how I've designed the makerspace. I like for everybody to be comfortable there. It's obviously not just for engineers or STEM majors. My theory is that if you get more people in there without that experience, they're going to design new things for their community that have never been designed before, that really make an impact and can positively help the community.
Mm-hmm. And didn't the Makers Lab start as just about 12 people and it's grown to 1,000 people? How does that feel that you started from literally the bottom and you're going towards the top, even maybe surpassing the top?
It's a great story to talk about the beginning because it was just that one first 3D printer we got in 2014 in my office. And there was one student, his name is Greg Brazier. He graduated last year. We've co-authored articles on what we did together. He helped me build a culture because he knocked on the door and said, hey, what's that in your office? There was a little window, you could see it. I was like, oh, it's a 3D printer. You want to help me learn it? He went back and found some more friends, and slowly we had 12 people hanging out in my office. Eventually it got to the point where I left my office and just left these students there working with a 3D printer. And that's how it kind of started growing. It's organic, it's word of mouth. For the most part, people like to come together. How does it feel to have that many people in that kind of success? I think it means we're doing the right things. I don't see a lot of other college campuses having as much engagement as we have, and I'm just gonna celebrate that for a moment. That's not really about me, that's about that community of people that have learned how to work with the technologies to make people's lives better.
Mm-hmm. And what were some of the first ideas to start helping people? What was that first thing that was like, let's design this first model?
Here's the first thing. We had a psychology student, he was a TA, Donovan K, and he's published on this since. He worked with Anthony Reynolds, who also was in psychology at that time, who now works in the simulation lab over in the Norco building, and another professor named Brian Stone. I don't know if you all can see this or understand what it is. This was the first prototype they built to help a blind, visually impaired learner understand normal distributions. And that's a psychology statistics model that they use. I don't know much about the content. Donovan would talk to me about it a lot, but I knew how to help him create new information and connect him to the right people so that he could build it. So the prototype for this, the first time they built it, I think it was just like lentils on a piece of paper so that the person could feel the difference between the height of the lentils and the paper. Eventually they moved to Legos. Nothing was great. And he was like, oh, I heard about 3D printing. can I design tactile aids for blind visually impaired learners? And this is what he did.
And this is a normal distribution, correct?
Yes.
From statistics?
Yes.
I think that's an absolutely beautiful thing that you were able to create a tool for people who want to learn statistics and be able to feel exactly what is actually happening in their hand. They can feel exactly what they're talking about.
If they can't see the whiteboard, they're not going to learn the content of the class. So the only way to follow along is if Donovan is going to point out on that normal distribution where to touch so that they can understand which section of the distribution they're talking about. This is something I don't know much about that content expertise, but I knew how to bring the right people together to make it happen. Then we published the file open source online, and that's what started our whole field on designing tactile aids for folks that have accessibility needs.
And just helping people, I really love that. And when we come back, we're going to kind of elaborate on helping people and helping the community. It'll be making a difference with how Earth Week and Makers Lab are coming together. I'm Benny Miller, and this is Boise State and the Community. We'll see you soon.
Looking at the big blue sky, thinking whether you and I will ever fall in love. I know for me, it'll be so.
United States of America.
Hello, Boise State!
Hi, and welcome back to Boise State and Community. I'm your host, Benny Miller, with my special guest, Professor Amy Vecchione. Now, before we went to the break, we were talking about Earth Week and how Makers Lab is going to contribute to Earth Week. Can you elaborate on how that's going to happen?
So The Makerspace is a natural place to have Earth Week events. We talk a lot about sustainability in the community. How can we design things that really make a positive impact? We do look like we print with a lot of plastic, right? I mean, everything on this table looks like it's made out of plastic, but this is actually made out of corn. So technically you can compost this. And we're very keenly aware of the kind of impact that we're trying to make in the community and how we can make a better impact. So Earth Week is going to be hosted in the space. There's an art show, and the art show includes art that students made from all across campus, mostly comprised of recycled materials, but there'll be special events, including a poetry contest, and then also a contest for students to pitch their ideas about how to improve the world. We work with Kat Davis. She's spearheading Earth Week, and she's just so excited to be hosting it in our space because a lot of the ideas students generate about how to improve technology and have technology and sustainability be together, those conversations tend to happen in our space.
And the technology, isn't this piece right here made of recycled materials?
So one of the things our students is working on is called Plastic Works. There's a nonprofit internationally that uses a bunch of machines to grind up the plastic that you would otherwise either throw away or put into an orange bag. I don't know how familiar all of your audience is with that recycling process, but it's really difficult to recycle plastic. So these machines churn up the plastic, and then ultimately you can put them into a 3D printer so that you can 3D print with them. And we're working with Oliver Russell, a firm downtown, on that project. They are sponsoring a lot of that work. And so, yes, this was made from a giant printer. It's about an 8-foot tall printer.
Wow.
You can print things like this very quickly. It's not like a functional design, but it's kind of pretty and it's kind of fun, and we like to pass these things around and see what we can make and how fast we can make it. We really do want to recycle all the plastic that's in the makerspace.
How many functional devices or things have you made from the recycled materials with 3D printer?
So how many things we have made?
Pretty much, yeah.
I am not really sure how to answer that. There's a lot of things. Right now we're working on tiles. One of our students, so his name is Chris Dagger. He's an amazing student. I'm glad he's here. He's designing tiles that you can use out of recycled plastics and install on your wall, like in your kitchen or in your bathroom. He's also working on things like you can make rock climbing handholds. So how do we make those out of recycled plastic? Everything including how do you make Patagonia style sweaters that you can put on. I don't know how many of you are familiar with those. All the Patagonia sweaters that they have, those pullovers that are made out of that soft fleece, those are made out of recycled bottles. So what we're hoping we can do is turn recycled materials from Boise into clothing.
Boise State's going to become a clothing brand of recycled materials. That's a fun way to go about clothing.
I want to see that happen, yes.
Speaking of hands, you have a couple hands sitting on our table here. You have a quite creepy looking hand.
This is the creepy hand.
It's made of a flexible material, correct?
Yeah, nobody likes this hand. I'll just be honest. It's a little squishy. It's kind of an odd flesh color. Like, I don't know. It's bizarre. And it's a little bit messed up on the side. So it's fun to experiment with different types of filaments. So you can apparently 3D print your own phone case. And so we're working on doing stuff like that.
Would you be able to sell those on campus and then have a Boise State themed or just, I don't know, brand of phone cases and clothing? Are you trying to create a whole organization of recycled materials and putting them towards the community?
We have a student that's working on designing something he calls a make sale. So instead of a bake sale, he wants to host a make sale where we make things like that, like cookie cutters in the shape of the Bronco, for example. Of course, I have no idea how we would get that through licensing. However, it's something we can talk about. Yes, we would love to do that.
All right, and going back to the hands, we got a prosthetic hand here.
Yes. This one gets played with quite a bit. So what this is, it's called an enable prosthetic limb. Enable is a nonprofit, and we download the parts from this company, and you can design hands and then ship them to people that need prosthetic devices. My grandmother was missing an arm and never could afford a prosthetic device, so this is a passion project for me personally. How can we 3D print very inexpensive, $20 or less prosthetic devices for people? And that's something that's really caught my attention about how we can make an improvement in people's lives. In the case of this one, what happens is when you pull on it with your muscles, if you're missing a hand, these fingers go down and they can grasp something and then you can pick it up. So we have a group of students right now called Engineers Without Borders that are in the space, and they're designing entire arms that you can 3D print so that then you can ship those to people that need prosthetic devices. But we can do that for the local community too. I mean, it's a fascinating thing. We can customize any kind of device that people need. If we go back to that normal distribution, for example, that's different from like a typical manipulative because we can customize everything quickly and cheaply for that person that's working in the community that has that specific need. And that's probably about 50 cents worth of plastic, but the design and customizing it for the person, that's priceless.
Mm-hmm. And having it be so cheap, that's just a great door to having such cheap materials given to people who really need it. And with the prosthetic hand and the normal distribution, I really love what's going on with it right now. What is going to be happening in the future with Makerspace and the Makers Lab?
Last year, we were designing some things like toothbrush extenders and for people who have limited mobility to brush their teeth, and brace holders to hold braces on the sides of a table, for example. We're working with some public schools right now because a lot of the students in the schools have assisted technology needs, and they can sometimes have very limited mobility. Let's imagine they can only tap something twice for no and once for yes, and that's the only way they can communicate at the school. Some people have trouble even doing that, and so there's a student in need that I think can really move their shoulder, and so we want to design something that's really going to help them. So that's the kind of thing we're trying to do in the future. How can we customize and design things specific to folks where out-of-the-box solutions just don't work? And guess what? A lot of people, out-of-the-box solutions don't work. That's what the Makerspace is all about. Everybody's different. We all have unique needs. Let's customize those solutions.
What is a project that you're really looking forward to be doing, as maybe it's not close to be happening, but maybe in the future, if we can figure out these steps, can we reach this goal of this future technology we're going for?
Oh my goodness. There's so many things that I want to acquire in terms of technology for the space to enable us to do a lot more things. I'm really interested in how virtual reality is going to change how we do things for people. I know that it has a lot of application for mental illnesses, including anxiety, PTSD. So I'm really curious if we can start experimenting in that area and learn how to democratize access to virtual reality so that folks can start designing things.
You're going to be going more into the psychological side of helping people, not just the physical, the psychological side. I really appreciate that as well. What do you think is something that isn't 3D printing that could be created to help someone like that?
That's not 3D printing? Yeah, sure. So I think it's interesting. Our community really brings up those ideas, right? And so I'll say that broadly. What I like to see is folks finding that need in their community, however they define it, and then they say, oh, they need to solve this problem, and then they define that and come up with a solution. I think with virtual reality, if you're afraid of heights, for example, I know we can use virtual reality to do training so that folks can begin to feel less anxiety as they go up into high places. My friend Courtney runs a company that's called Friends with Holograms, and she's working on designing a social work application right now. So if the first time you go out into the field and you're working with people in the community and you encounter a crisis situation, that's a really tough time to start learning those skills. But if you can do it in a virtual zone first and really practice and engage with people in active crisis before you see it, then it's really going to put you at a higher level of advantage when you're helping other people. Those are the kinds of things that really make me happy.
And with all these things that are going on, you have actually been awarded for some of these accomplishments you've had. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so we were selected as part of a national grant process. We're in the top 5 library makerspaces in the country, and partly that's because of the engagement that we have. And so we were awarded a grant to continue that work, primarily because we engage so many faculty on campus with teaching. We have about 30 classes that use the makerspace to solve a problem in some way. And by solving a problem, I mean, like, they just need to learn how to use this technology, and then they apply the makerspace as part of the solution. So that's been really exciting, is to see how many faculty we have. There's no other makerspace that has this level of engagement with that. We also got to visit the White House in 2016 because we have such an inclusive makerspace. We have possibly among the most inclusive makerspaces in the country. And so we were able to present on that topic at the White House, which was very, very exciting.
And anyone's able to come and be a part of the makerspace, correct?
That is so important. Everyone's allowed to walk in. There's literally no lock on the door. You can walk in and come visit with us.
When are the hours for the makerspace so our viewers can know before we have to go?
10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
And that's a very easy schedule to have, Monday through Friday, and it's pretty consistent with that too?
Yes.
Maybe holidays you would announce that it would be off.
On the website, makerlab.boisestate.edu. If it's posted we're closed, during a holiday we are.
Okay. Well, I'd really like to thank you for coming on to our show tonight. It's meant a lot to me for what you're doing with the community, and I know everyone who's a part of what you're doing knows that even though you're the facilitator and you don't feel like you're a part of it, you are definitely a part of creating all this connection and networking. And I'm just, once again, I just love to thank you for coming here tonight and allowing me to ask you questions about that.
This has been a great honor. Thank you so much for having me on.
Of course. And I would also like to thank my director, Keegan Kernodle, my producer, Chloe Scott, and my TV studio manager, Bryce Cornwell. Up next, next week actually, Bryson Schmidt is going to be interviewing Mary Rice about environmental impact on our community. I'm Benny Miller, and this is Boise State in the Community.
As a kid growing up, we had this stream, this Birch Creek was always a perennial stream. And when I came back after being gone for 30 years, it was just intermittent. And I'm sitting at my kitchen table one morning, and it dawned on me that there was no longer any beavers here. Nothing in the watershed as far as beaver ponds or activity. And I got to wondering, maybe the beaver deal is something that I need to look into. So I started reading and learning about beavers, and the more I learned, the more it made sense that we need them. Cows have got to have 2 things. They got to have something to eat and something to drink. So it didn't matter what I did as far as improving the production of forage for the cows. If I didn't have water, it just didn't do us any good.
What is beaver restoration? Well, who's doing it really is the beaver, and then there's a bunch of us that are trying to, either mimic what they do or set things up so they can take over. There's examples in the late 1800s, early 1900s of folks recognizing that when beaver were removed from the landscape, that we had undesirable things happening to the streams and tried to get beaver back in. The work that we were doing this morning was about trying to attract and lure beaver, and what we're seeing up here in terms of then taking, we built 25 fake beaver dams, and now there's well over 200 of them. We treated a ½ kilometer, now they're covering 5 kilometers. And so what we're trying to do today is sort of help people see that sort of progression, right? Like downstream, we're just throwing sticks in the stream. Why are we doing it? What are we trying to attract? We're trying to attract beaver to do the work for us and then to keep that going.
What we're trying to do is we're trying to link this restoration process of beaver rewilding. We're trying to track that with satellite imagery. So there's satellites launched by NASA that are up in space and collecting data continuously all across the landscape. And so the premise of our project is we're going to track the beaver rewilding process using these satellite images. For folks who are actually implementing beaver rewilding, they have to put a ton of resources into monitoring the effects of beaver rewilding. So they have to hike to remote places, and they have to do that multiple times per year. And so a lot of times that monitoring is not even really happening because it's just too labor and time intensive. So we can help agencies understand what's going on in the landscape and the impacts of the beaver rewilding because we're basically monitoring using this freely available satellite imagery.
The way NASA funding works is that we have a panel of people that review all the proposals that come in. And the projects had to have sort of three different elements. One was, of course, the use of remote sensing data, so satellite imagery that NASA produces. Two, it had to focus on rewilding. And three, we had to also have in situ or in place biological observations. And so this project had all of those things. And honestly, most important of all was connection with end users that could use the products from this project or the apps that are being created for decision making.
I guess I'm really excited about being part of the discussion of partnering with wildlife. You know, a lot of the discussion is human-wildlife conflicts, but this is actually the opposite. We're partnering with the beavers to help restore these landscapes to how they once operated. And I think that the beavers are kind of this keystone, maybe, that are not often discussed. You know, they shaped the landscape for millennia prior to their extirpation. Since then, everything's kind of changed for the drier, and so we're hoping that in partnering with beaver, we can really kind of make the wetter parts wet again.
After the beavers came in, we're getting 42 days longer flow than what we had pre-beaver. So that's pretty valuable, you know, from my standpoint. It makes our property more accessible for grazing for the cattle.
Even though most of the time I'm at Boise State University and in the classroom, a part of my time I get to come out to places like this in Idaho and see how my work may benefit people who live here and work here. And I think the largest benefit that this project overall could have is to provide more attention on this topic, that there's Idahoans who are doing this awesome kind of work that is improving the landscape. And by our involvement, we hope to both understand what's happening better, but also bring more attention to some of these folks who are really doing the work on the ground and making Idaho a better place to live.
Welcome to Boise State. My name is Carlos. I'm a junior here at Boise State. I come from a small town called Kamiah, Idaho, and I study business administration management and also human resource management.
Hi, I'm Devin. I'm a senior here studying human resources with a marketing minor, and I'm from Auburn, Washington. Let's head out on tour.
This is the Student Union building. This is where a lot of students can stop in between classes to get something to eat. We have over 200 clubs and organizations here on campus, so you see a lot of the events being held here in the Student Union building. We also have our Bronco shop in here, so you can catch up on your latest Bronco gear.
Additionally, we have tons of offices here, whether it be the admissions office, the information desk, the Gender Equity Center, Student Involvement and Leadership, or the Student Equity Center. Come check it out. Welcome to the B Plaza. This is a great opportunity to come and take a picture your first time here at Boise State, your first day of school, and even for senior pictures. Talk about full circle.
Welcome to Albertson's library. This is where a lot of students come to meet their peers to work on assignments, use our quiet study areas, also use our 3D printers. This is also the home of our College of Innovation and Design, World Languages, and also our Criminal Justice Department. This is our quad area. This is not only physically the heart of campus, but this is also the heart of our activities throughout campus. You'll see a lot of our clubs, organization, fraternity, and sorority life, hosting a lot of activities here, playing music, and also informing a lot of our students about upcoming events.
And behind us is the administration building, where you'll find our registrar's office, our financial aid and scholarships, as well as our president's office on the second floor. This is the Interactive Learning Center, also known as the ILC. We have tons of different classrooms here, as well as study spots that have great views of the Boise foothills. And another cool thing about the ILC is that we have a zone here on campus, which you can rent GoPros and computers and anything dealing with technology. So come check it out.
So this is our Micron Business and Economics building. This is home to our business program here at Boise State. This building is geothermally heated, and we also have a lot of other green alternatives here. We have a rooftop garden, and we try to use as many recycled products for our classes, and then also a lot of material we use in the building itself. The business building is also home to Skaggs Hall. Skaggs Hall is one of the biggest lecture halls here on campus. It holds over 250 students, mostly for our introduction courses and then a series of lectures held by the city of Boise. Our class size for our population of 26,000 is around 30 students to a classroom. The Jackson Stockroom is also located in here. Students in upper division classes are given the opportunity to invest $250,000 into the stock market, and money earned from that investment can go towards College of Business and Economics scholarships. And right next door, we have our Center for Visual Arts. Let's just head over that way.
This is our Center for Visual Arts, one of our newest buildings here on campus. It covers about 100,000 square feet. Inside, we have classrooms, galleries, as well as a world museum where students are able to look at art from all over the world virtually. And what's really cool is right next door, we have the Morrison Center that we're gonna check out before we hit the Greenbelt.
This is the Morrison Center for Performing Arts. This is the biggest performing arts center here in the state of Idaho. In an aerial view, it is shaped as the state of Idaho, and it holds around 2,000 people. This is the home for our theater arts department, and it is also host to a lot of Broadway musicals like Hamilton and The Lion King. And this is the Friendship Bridge! The Boise River Greenbelt is a 25-mile stretch of land alongside the river and has been designated for walking, biking, and running. It also serves as a convenient way for Boise State students to commute across and get to downtown. A quick 15-minute walk across Friendship Bridge, named to symbolize the friendship between Boise State and the city of Boise, will get you to the heart of a vibrant city, full of restaurants, concert venues, and community-focused events. You might even see a giraffe head pop out on your walk to class. Zoo Boise is just on the other side of the Boise River from our campus.
And after you have just a short walk from the Greenbelt, you will come across our first year village, where 5 of the 11 residence halls that we have here for students on campus are available. Living on campus is a great opportunity for students to come and become a part of a community, as well as make friends and get involved here on Boise State. Living learning programs are also a great way for students to live with others within their major. So we really encourage you to come and live on campus.
Welcome to Albertson Stadium, home of our famous blue turf here at Boise State. Get ready for some tailgating before the game, double-decker buses dressed in orange and blue, and then 37,000 loud fans getting ready to support our Boise State Broncos. Boise State football has the highest winning percentage at home since the turn of the century, and also was dubbed the winningest program in the NCAA currently. And also during bowl season, we host the Idaho Potato Bowl here.
As a full-time Boise State student, you get admission into the games for free. So whether that be football, gymnastics, or basketball, come cheer on your Broncos. Additionally, on the Blue, we have concerts, we have yoga on the Blue, as well as movies. So come check it out and go Broncos.
Our engineering program has 5 buildings. 4 of them are located on campus. Our newest one being our Micron Center for Material Research building. We also have one off-campus building, that is our computer science building. And then we also have the rec center right next door to our material research building.
Right behind us is our Student Recreation Center, also known as the REC. And one of the great things about Boise State are all the things included in your tuition, one being a REC pass. What's really great about the REC is that you can go and play basketball on our basketball courts, use the cardio machines, attend classes, the swimming pool, as well as our rock climbing wall. So there's tons to do and stay busy at the REC.
Also, right next to our rock climbing wall is our outdoor program. Our outdoor program is really great because it offers students the opportunity to go out and experience the Boise and Idaho wilderness. They host either monthly events or they do semester week-long trips. They also rent out equipment like kayaks, snowboards, skis, any type of equipment you would need.
Bogus Basin is our local ski resort, and the REC is a great place to come and get your discounted season passes. And right behind the Rec Center is our Norco building, and it's the home of our nursing at Boise State, as well as our health service office in case you're ever sick while on campus. Our School of Nursing boasts a human performance lab where students can test their athleticism, as well as a full simulation lab for our nursing students to gain experience before entering their clinical rotations at our local hospitals. The Norco building also houses our counseling services.
This is Sawtooth Hall, home of our Honors College. The Honors College at Boise State University offers talented, highly motivated students the personalized attention of a small private school while drawing upon the resources of a large university. More than 1,000 students representing every department on campus participate in the Honors College at Boise State. The Honors College provides students with opportunities in and out of the classroom to transform their experience at Boise State, such as discussion-based classes that are capped at 25 students, priority registration, increased advising support, and on-campus housing in the Honors Residential Hall. Graduates from the program go on to receive national scholarships and land in top graduate schools around the world.
Thank you so much for coming out on tour with us today. We hope you got a better idea of what life is like here as a Bronco.
We can't wait to welcome you to your future Idaho home. Go Broncos!
So today we're out here at Dry Creek at the lower weather site. We hiked in, which was probably about a 40-minute hike in. We have our supplies here, so we have little tubes that we use to put our microbial leaves in. Those are all sterile. We have gloves, nitrile gloves that we're using to make sure that we're not adding our microbiome to the plant microbiome. And then we use ethanol to clean our gloves and to clean our forceps in between sampling, to make sure that we're trying to get, just that individual microbiome for that individual leaf when we're sampling from particular leaves. We're also collecting leaves that will be used to understand the chemistry. So then we'll be able to connect the chemistry of the plant with the microbiome of the plant. We want to be able to characterize how they change across seasons, how they change across different plants, how they change across different subspecies that have different chemistry, and to really understand who these microbes are, what the communities look like, and how they might be impacting the plant host. And then next steps will be to build a culture collection of bacteria and fungi that are sagebrush associated, and to be able to test out how they might affect the host plant in a controlled laboratory setting. So to understand if potentially some of these microbes are contributing to drought tolerance or to the chemistry of the leaves, which can also affect herbivory and other aspects of the health of the plant.
The ecology of microbial communities living on plant leaves is a developing field, and there have been studies on other plants looking into their microbial communities and how those interact with the plant. But currently there is no research published that shows the microbial community living on sagebrush leaves or how that can interact with the plant. The sagebrush covers most of Idaho in general. So this large sagebrush steppe ecosystem that is vulnerable covers not just a large part of Idaho, but also the entire West. So it really is applicable over a large part of the United States and will be instrumental in helping us understand how the ecosystem works going forward.
I hope that this data serves as kind of a foundation of understanding and characterizing these communities, and then will lead to us being able to potentially test out in more controlled laboratory studies how these microbes are actually affecting their host, and then hopefully in the future be able to better understand how we should use our knowledge of the microbiome in management and restoration of sagebrush.
When I first got to the Luminary, I thought this was the most incredible space the moment I stepped in. With touchscreen panels that I could zoom artwork in to the most minute detail and be able to get closer than I ever could in a real-life museum, I just thought was incredible and immersive. Having a space like the Luminary here on campus has been awesome, not just for our program, but for the communities we work with. Being able to bring in rural students from across the Treasure Valley into a space like this really opens up doors for them.
When I first saw the Luminary, I thought it had tremendous amounts of possibility for teaching, especially in the two-dimensional art forms, where we could really get into a close analysis of certain drawings and paintings so we could see the material and technical applications of materials. The Stein Luminary has been incredible for my students. It really enabled them to understand the pastel as a medium in a way that they wouldn't have otherwise. They got to see the various layers that each of the artists used, the ways that they manipulated the pastel, and they thought that that really informed their experience.
I think the Luminary is going to provide this very important interdisciplinary learning space by allowing us to connect up the visual elements, the audio elements of science with art. It's going to give us this space to really explore in detail and really high resolution the visual elements of astronomy. A lot of folks know astronomy has these really beautiful luminous pictures, and the Luminary is going to provide a space to explore those images.
My procession with the Luminary has been, basically we've helped build some of the applications for this space. I teach a senior capstone class for GIM, and my students work together to build some amazing experiences for here. The Luminary has had a very positive impact on my students. It's challenged them to explore new types of media. A place like this doesn't exist a lot of places in the world, and so for my students to have that opportunity to build for an environment like this as an undergrad, that's been extremely valuable to them.
What I find so exciting about the Luminary is the opportunity for transdisciplinary collaboration and interdisciplinary experiences. Luminary is definitely unique in that it provides the opportunity to actually touch the images, which is so unique.
So the Luminary is the perfect venue for this kind of experiences because it gives the technology to have these interactive experiences with the public, and that is very important for a language culture-based experience. It's part of the learning experience. So we have these walls with tactile screens so we can have access to different texts in Spanish, in English, audios, videos, hotspots, photos. So it gives us the opportunity of accessing all this culture in just this place, so quick and flexible, in a very flexible way.
I think the Luminary sets an amazing tone for learning going forward. Integrating technology into learning is the way of the future, and it's the way to engage and create deeper learning throughout education.
I think, just beyond that, it's just so awesome to get the students directing their own experience of these works and identifying the aspects of the works that they think are important. That puts their hand in the direction of what they get to take home with themselves.
So I've always been interested in the factors that help kids to be healthy and grow and thrive as they become adults. And a big part of that is keeping them well nourished. And this is a personal passion for me as a mom. I wanted my kids to be able to garden in our backyard and to raise them knowing how to dig in the dirt. And I've also had the huge privilege to be able to do that type of work in my professional career as well. So a lot of my work focuses on nutrition security, which is basically making sure that people have access to healthy food that allows them to grow well and thrive. So our project is called SCALES, and that is supporting community agriculture and local education systems. And the goal really here is those two pieces brought together to support these local producers and growers who are so important to their communities, small family farms, and then also to help those local food systems. So our project will be working with 35 school districts across the country to start with, and then later on with another cohort of 35 school districts. It's really a win-win when school districts are able to source produce, foods, and beverages from their local farmers and producers. It helps the suppliers, and then it also helps the schools as well. And the whole goal of our work in this endeavor is to create more resilient food systems. And one way to do that is to increase the amount of food that's sourced locally that really supports those farmers and then gets that fresh, healthy produce into schools.
That's a huge passion of mine, is serving and supporting the local communities. But when we can bring what we do to a school, for example, I also am a teacher. My mother was a teacher, and so education is a huge part of what I do when I'm not here. And so being able to offer fresh, locally grown produce that we grow ourselves with love, I feel like is just a great way to be connected to our community, whether that means students, whether that means their families. I feel like it really keeps that unity going.
It's really humbling to be awarded this project. It's a great honor to be part of this group that's working with the USDA on these various projects across the country to create a more resilient school food system. For me personally, it is the cap of my career. I've been working towards this for 20 years, and this combines so many things that I'm passionate about. And then it also allows me to do this work at Boise State and support these rural communities that I'm so passionate about helping them to thrive.
We are at our field trip site this year. We have a field trip every year with a 7th grade class out of Heritage Middle School. And we come out and we like to be able to bring them out to a real study site that real Idaho scientists are participating in to show them that they can be right next to science happening and they can be involved in it themselves. When we ask students at the beginning of this experience, describe a scientist to me, it is Bill Nye the Science Guy, crazy white hair in a lab coat and mixing things in beakers. And by the end of this experience, we ask them the same question, and it becomes, anyone can be a scientist. I could be a scientist, because by having all these collaborators do different stations, what they realize is that scientists come in all shapes and forms, and I hope that when they come out, they can have some resonance and they can feel represented by the real scientists that are here showing them fun things, and they can feel like that's something that I could do too, and it's not just for geniuses or anything. So this year, the theme was different lenses. How can you look at the landscape in different ways? So the first station was an underground lens. We wanted to look at soil chemistry, soil biology, the biota in the soil, to talk about how then that influences vegetation. Then they go to the next station, which talks about herbivores and the relationship between herbivores and vegetation. So what type of vegetation it needs to be available for both our native Idaho wildlife, but also for livestock, because we're in open rangelands. Then they go from what eats the plants to what eats the things that eat the plants. And so then they go on to our wildlife station, where we talk both about prey, but also what eats the prey, and why we're in the Morley-Nelson Snake River Birds of Prey area is because of those birds of prey. Then we go on to the technology that we use to monitor all of these different aspects. And so we moved on to our GIS station, which had some remote sensing. And so they can kind of get that sense from the soil up to the raptors, and then how do we monitor it all?
7th graders are sort of at the stage that they're either gonna buy into thinking about our landscapes and sustainabilities and being those stewards, or they're not. And so I think they're sort of at a sponge. I mean, we looked at, we had a cow pie, and we talked about larvae in that cow pie and how they're food resources and how they're transforming from a larva into an insect. And these 7th graders are transforming into real adults that are going to have impacts on the decisions they make of these lands. So it's important to connect with them and teach them what we do and why these landscapes are important at an early age.
I love Idaho's landscapes. I think the sagebrush steppe desert is such an underrated ecosystem and such an underrated landscape. And it's one of those, if you're driving by too fast, you're gonna miss how beautiful it is. And I think that's why we have to bring the students out to actually get dirty and put their boots on the ground, because the beautiful diversity of this landscape happens at this level, not at the drive-by level. So I think understanding more about the complexity of the sagebrush steppe ecosystem is absolutely something that we can do out here on this field trip, and something that I really gravitated towards when I started as a seasonal field technician. But I just get to do it as my job now, because it's asking, I wonder why this does this, and I wonder if I could test this out, and that's all 7th graders are doing all the time. So I think it's actually a perfect inflection point in their education to grab onto that creativity and really start to hit people with STEM and say, this is something that you can do.
Welcome to the Blue, one of the most iconic places at Boise State University.
Ladies and gentlemen, episode 40 of Live and On Demand.
Ooh, yeah, I love my Power in Motion CD set. It keeps me moving all day.
We know it can be scary. Learn how to use a microwave with our new VHS set.
Hello, and welcome back to another live episode of Live and On Demand. I do think I'm in the right time now, and there is an episode going on. We're filming right now. Hello. But there's no Jacob, which is really weird. So I think I might give him a call real quick. Hopefully this is the right number.
Hello, who is this?
Jacob is,
Wait a minute, Jacob? Wow,
Yeah.
so you do remember how to use a phone. You don't get to just vanish from my life for months and then pop back in like nothing happened. I'm not some like GTA game you can pause and pick up whenever you're bored. You ghosted me, and that says everything I need to know about you.
Hey, yeah, yikes. Don't want to get into that right now. So let's just, let's get the show on the road, guys. Ugh.
Understimulated.
Understimulated.
Understimulated!
Welcome back to the show. Today we got a lot to talk about, a lot to cover, and a lot of fidgets to play with.
No dilly-dallying today, Ariel. Our airtime was cut because of your off-topicness. Something about wanting to impress the dredge.
just worry about your fidget spinner today, Kanan. I'm gonna hit all of our points without you distracting us. The Emmy Awards were held the other night, and Love Island wasn't even nominated? People who vote for these awards are older than dinosaurs anyways.
The Ankylosaurus is by far the best dinosaur, speaking of which, and it is not even close. Let's pull up a picture. Oh my gosh, look at that one. It's skateboarding. It's like a turtle on roids. It's peak. Fun fact, those used to get into wars with the T-Rexes and would win. Huge, powerful wrecking ball of a dinosaur aura.
You see, this is what I mean, Kanan. The Dredge told us to stay on topic, and this is what you do. Now, say something about the Emmys.
The Emmys, it was so much fun, and everyone was watching it, and there's so many cool actors there. It was so cool.
This is why we can't have nice things. We need to stay on topic. Can you at least act like you can stay on topic for the sake of our jobs? They cut our airtime. We need to focus.
There's no way that the Dredge would rather hear about a stupid award show than the dinosaurs. Yeah, let's pull that picture up again. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Did you know that the Ankylosaurus actually lived in present-day Idaho years ago? Imagine this chiller just skateboarding around in downtown Boise. How sick would that be?
No! Kanan, stop this. We are talking about the Emmys. The Emmys were so cool, and I forgot what I was going to say. This is all your fault, Kanan.
Ha! Told you. Hey, whoa. Dinosaur pick again. Por favor.
No!
Dinosaur pick. So the Ankylosaurus is by far the coolest dinosaur of all time, and we're the descendants of...
Radio. Yes, apparently that's still a thing. In a world where Spotify knows what you're feeling even before you do, some people still twist a dial and just take what they can get. Who even listens to radio anymore? Well, besides your uncle with the AM-only truck. That's the strange charm of it. Radio isn't about choice, it's about a surprise. You don't skip, you don't curate, you just surrender to whatever the DJ decides. 1 minute it's static, the next it's weather, and if you're really lucky, it's actually music. Even local spots like Placerville's 90.9 FM, The Dredge, prove this point. The signal might cut out if the wind blows wrong, but it's still there, stubbornly humming along. And our very own producer, Gina Genova, she swears she listens to it for the local flavor. Though between us, we're pretty sure it's just the station her car radio got stuck on coming back from our last Placerville trip. So, sure, streaming gives you convenience, but radio gives you chaos, personality, and that moment of wondering, did I really just hear that? And in a way, maybe that's why it's still alive.
Ready, Idaho, because the gold rush is back. Broadcasting from the heart of Idaho's mining country, the Dredge is an unearthing, pure radio treasure. Voices and sounds that can't be heard from anywhere else in the world. All the hits, all the legends, and the community you can't live without. Tune in on 90.9 The Dredge, Placerville's gold standard in radio.
Ugh, what a scumbag. I can't believe that creature had the audacity to call me. I need to call Gina. Gina?
Hold on, let me turn down the Dredge real quick. What's up, girl?
Gina, you will never guess who tried to slide back in.
Connor.
No.
Lil Sigma.
You know, he wrote a love song about me.
Tucker from Eastside.
God, no.
Matt.
No, stop exposing me. Forget it. It's Jacob.
Wait, Jacob? The one guy that broke your heart and you couldn't get out of bed for weeks and you couldn't stop listening to that song Little Sigma wrote
Let
for
me
you?
stop you right there. I am the one that broke his heart. I was totally perfectly fine. I don't even care anymore.
Well, yeah, I guess. But you're never gonna guess what I heard. Jordan who told Val, who told Delaney, who told Ella that Jacob started dating that thing named Chloe.
Chloe, my sister, the one that got a BBL and 50 syringes of lip filler, she's practically made of plastic.
Oh wait, I thought you didn't care anymore and I thought you only cared about your sorority hood.
First of all, Gina, it's sisterhood. Second of all, I don't care. I'm just stating facts.
Yeah, it still seems like you care a lot, even though he like ghosted you all the way back in September. Oh, hold on. Jacob's calling me. TTYLXLX.
Wait, did you just say Jacob? Gina.
In the harshest conditions on Earth, only the strongest will survive. And most people are not strong enough. Lucky for me, I'm not most people. I'm Addison, and this is Totally Wild. Out here, the items in my pack can be the difference between life and death. It's not just about making do with what you have, it's about having what you need before you need it. In terrains like this, water is scarce. You need to take advantage of every opportunity. This right here is flora that is essential to the native ecosystem. And in a pinch, you can also brush your teeth with it. It's not the best. You could say that living out here on the land is a community effort. You, yourself, and the earth come together to survive. People will say I was lucky. I wasn't lucky. I was prepared. I'm Edison, and this has been Totally Wild.
September is a month of quiet transition, where there's a bridge between the heat of summer and the cool promise of fall. The days suddenly grow shorter, the air turns crisp, and nature begins to shift as leaves hint at changing colors. It's a season of fresh starts. Schools reopen, routines return, and football season begins, and there's a certain energy in the air, motivated, reflective, and something new. Labor Day marks a tribute to hard work and signals the unofficial end of summer. Around the 22nd or 23rd, the autumn equinox brings equal parts of day and night, reminding us of balance and change. Harvest season also begins with apples, pumpkins, and cooler evenings making their annual return. Fun fact, September is the most popular birth month in the US, especially mid-September, making a time filled with birthdays and new beginnings. It's no wonder that then the month almost feels nostalgic and full of potential. The name September comes from the Latin septem, meaning 7, from when it was the 7th month in the Roman calendar. So whether you're wrapping up summer or leaning into the cozy autumn traditions, September reminds us that change can be both natural and energizing.
Are you missing your spark? Come light the fire and feel the burn. Join this class if you want to feel like hot stuff. Right, ladies? Yeah!
Welcome to a segment called Not My Arms, where I give up all control of coordination and let my fate rest in Peyton's arms. Literally.
1 second, there we go.
Let's pour some Lucky Charms in there. Going in with some Meadow Gold milk. All right, here we go. Okay. Yep, spoon is, yep, right there.
Okay.
Perfect. You got some marshmallows?
Delicious.
Mm-hmm.
How is it?
Perfect amount of sweet and crunchy. Get that pink marshmallow in there, right there to the left.
I can't actually see right
now. Yeah,
now.
right there.
Okay.
It's soggy. Doing great.
Are there any more marshmallows?
Yeah, one more bite.
One more? There?
Yep, that's
okay,
perfect.
Cool. Dude, you look really good at this.
Thank you, and that's all we have for today.
Yeah, that was a good shoot, everybody. Yeah, I'll see you next week. Oh my God, Jacob. Oh, I've been looking everywhere for you, dude. Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess. What happened to Finn?
Dude, we can't worry about that right now. We're lost in the past.
What?
I know. And the game show 3000 got lost too.
Are you kidding me? Where are we gonna find another space-time continuum button?
I don't even know. Is there one around here? Dude, are you sure you want to do this again?
I mean, we do have to get back.
We do.
I just think this time we need to take a second and really think about
Whoa! Dude, where are we?
Dude, when are we?
Is that Jake?
That looks like Jake over there.
Oh my God, that's...
Wow.
Huh. He's doing like that debate package thing. For
What a
like,
handsome guy.
He's cool, yeah. I don't know.
So we should probably
I'm good.
get out of here. You know what? Thank you. Actually,
Yeah.
we appreciate
Pancakes in every way, and there's nothing you can say to change.
First up, we have Ghostface. Ladies, would you smash her back, you fun, scary creature?
Ghostface?
Oh wait, like Billy Loomis.
Are we thinking
Ghostface?
Billy Loomis?
Yeah. Wait. Okay.
I mean, you
so
saw
this
that.
was like multiple different Ghostface, right? So
Yeah, okay, but Billy Loomis, yeah.
one Ghostface.
Yeah, okay.
It's gonna be a
Smash.
smash.
As of this weekend, Boise has received a total of 23.9.
Ooh, it's a little chilly. Yeah. It's the snow on the ground.
Is that Jake again?
It is. Why do we keep going to Jake? They use him in a lot of stuff.
They really did.
No. Are you thinking about Jake?
No. Are you thinking about Jake?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna press the button this time. If we go somewhere with Jake again, I'm gonna crash out. Ready?
Okay.
Stay tuned with more weather updates.
Oh my God, Jake, you're back!
Come here, bud. This is so weird. Wait, is the show open?
Yeah, you just missed it, man. But don't you worry, child. There's so many more to come.
Well, thanks for watching. Live and on demand. See you next time.
Hopefully.
If I don't get stuck in the space-time continuum.
That always tends to happen to you.
It does happen to me.
Yeah.
So we now have undergraduate and graduate drone certificates at Boise State University. The program is called Drone Operations for Visualization, Research, and Resource Management, or DOVR for short. And the program prepares you to plan, lead, and implement projects using drones, which are often called unoccupied aerial systems, or UAS. This program is for students who are interested in learning how to use drones for mapping or to collect stunning imagery and who are interested in expanding their job prospects. So in this program, students will get exposure to how drone technology is used in various disciplines and industries. They'll get hands-on time at the controllers in our flight skills labs, and they'll be comfortable with the equipment and able to fly a drone confidently. They'll learn everything they need to know from start to finish to use a drone to collect imagery and for mapping, everything from defining goals to safety and regulations, equipment, mission planning, fieldwork, to data analysis and communication. And our courses will also help students understand the material to pass the FAA test to become a licensed drone pilot, which is often called the 107 test.
So I'm going to be the first Boise State student to get the drone certificate. I initially became interested in drones because I was working in a lab, and they started teaching me about remote sensing with sagebrush plants, and just knowing more about the drones and how they work and all the regulations seemed like something that could be really useful to my education. Being completely ready to go into the field and make sure that you can implement it from beginning to end is something that would take a lot of self-work and processing through, and I feel like I am going to be way more prepared to be able to do something like that for possibly work or future research.
So by the end of this program, students will legally be able to fly a drone. They'll be knowledgeable about drone equipment and products, and they'll be fully capable of planning and executing drone flights. This program really prepares students to use drones expertly, ultimately increasing their capacity as drone researchers, managers, or technicians.
So the research I'm doing in this lab is focused on sagebrush, which is super important in our local biome and community. We're looking at its phenotypic capabilities and its kind of genetic toolbox to see if it can withstand climate change in the future and all this incoming drought.
This research will actually benefit both local and regional, as well as possibly even worldwide populations in economic sense, that we are headed into more heat and drought. And this research is going to help us find the genes that are going to underpin drought tolerance in sagebrush plants. And then that research can also be applied across other ecosystems and other plant life.
Right now, more than 58 million people in the Western US are suffering from droughts, like all of those people. And we, by studying how can plants cope and adapt to rapid climate change, how can we make our landscape sustainable to this, therefore maintaining the water regime and all of those services that Idaho has to offer. One sagebrush, it might take years for seeds to happen. So what we have to do is say, if you remove evolution from the equation, is there a sagebrush here that can adapt to what's going on right now, that is already adapted, sorry. And then if we find this one, can we propagate or favor it so that the whole ecosystem can be resilient?
My specific role in this lab is to create the protocols that are needed for the biomass production of the sagebrush for the genome sequencing, as well as produce clones so that we can perform experiments to link the genome to the phenotypic response of sagebrush plants. So the students in the lab are doing different work than I do. They are taking epidermal peels of the outside of our sagebrush plants, which we have in our greenhouse, that are a representation of the distribution of the sagebrush steppe ecosystem. And they will do the epidermal peels and actually be measuring the stomata, as well as the opening and closing and the apertures.
I think my research work is very unique because of the way our lab is structured. We do everything from top to bottom. I'm helping make all of these plants grow. We're extracting all of the DNA, going through the experiments, and then doing all the computer work as well. So I think it's really unique that I get to be part of this whole vertically integrated process, which I don't think I've seen in other programs, or at least from what I know my other colleagues are doing.
Students are the engine of research in a university setting, and they really had a big contribution to this research. And I like the way they think and how they challenge you to be a better mentor and be a better scientist.
So this is our Urban Studies Field School, and the goal of it is to look at a project locally in the Treasure Valley and then to travel to another city where we can look at kind of the same problem and see how they've dealt with it and find similarities and differences. In Urban Studies, we focus a lot on place-based solutions, and so we know not every solution is adaptable, but there's things that we can learn from other cities and see how they can be implemented in the Treasure Valley. So looking at riverfront development in Star, Idaho, Star's growing really, really fast. They've created this amazing plan to grow into, kind of a vision, but it's also really practical, things they can start working on now.
Hey guys.
In Chicago, it's the place that had the first comprehensive plan ever. So in 1909, Daniel Burnham created this plan, and really, like, when he talked about the plan, he talked about there was vision embedded in it, but it was also practicality. As Chicago was growing really, really fast, they wanted things that they could work on now to kind of grow into that vision. So we see some similarities there. Chicago also is along a river, and so looking at how they're using that river, their public space, who's there, how the infrastructure is facilitating people coming or going, and who has access, we can learn a lot from that we can apply to some of our suggestions for Star, Idaho as they grow into developing their riverfront.
Yeah!
So when we met with Mayor Trevor Chadwick of the city of Star, the mayor was giving us a breakdown on sort of the history of Star, but also what the city is kind of experiencing right now and what they're anticipating into the future. So they've seen some of the most explosive growth out of any city in the Treasure Valley. They started out extremely small, and now they have almost 20,000 people that they have to deal with. And what was once a rural community is now dealing with, suburban development that's almost nonstop. And so he was giving us an idea of what it's like to deal with that and how they want to plan for it in the future, because better planning makes a better community overall.
I'm really hopeful this class will take our South of River plan that we have and really expand on our vision, right? We have the bubble vision, but give me a little more detail and get more in depth and what this could look like and what amenities could be there and what the community atmosphere will be, right? And the excitement that it'll bring and bring in folks to come and play down in the South River Plant area.
So when we went to Star Middle School, we were talking to students to really figure out what their vision was for the community that they're living in, that they're going to grow up in, that they're probably going to be adults in. Youth are oftentimes a group that's left out of planning. We don't hear their voices a lot, but they're a really important piece because they're not car dependent, right? They have to be on bikes, so they move through space different than us. They have different needs and different things that are fun for them, and so really trying to figure out what they want so that we can create a space that's welcoming to all different age groups.
For me, urban planning has been a great way to interact with the space and area that I live in, and studying this here at Boise State has really given me the opportunity to enjoy and appreciate the space that I have, always been living in. So it's been awesome for me to just understand how the planning process behind major metropolitan areas, how it works, and really understanding, how different amenities throughout different cities impact the way that I use the space.
I'm just so grateful for our community partners, for the Mayor of Star speaking with us, letting us work on his plan, for Star Middle School students and their teacher, Mrs. Stein, for giving us time to come in and work with us and, be able to hear their ideas, to Boise State for creating opportunities like this for students to go out, and then, of course, my students who are just incredible people. I feel so much gratitude at the end of this experience.
I have a student team that is working on a heads-up display for NASA spacesuit, and they want to test out some of their product. And I've brought in some NASA astronauts and also a flight director, and we're going to do a simulation on the lunar South Pole. Well, they will have on a HoloLens, which will be a simulation for their heads-up display. So it will give them the ability to look out to the real world, at the same time have holograms show up in their view, and they can have procedures, other things like that will pop up for them and help them with the information they need to perform their spacewalk.
Tonight we are currently testing the ARSIS system. The ARSIS system is an augmented reality space suit informatics system that we are developing for the NASA Suits Challenge for NASA. The best way to describe it is think of how Iron Man sees the world through his helmet, and that's what we're trying to replicate and tailor it for use in space navigation and exploration. So we're able to give the astronauts an extra set of tools, whereas on a normal mission up into space, every bit of weight matters. So we can replicate tools in a virtual space that would reduce the weight, overall reduce cost, and make the astronaut a little more autonomous when they're not in contact with ground control.
Background on my job, I got hired by NASA in 2009 to be an astronaut. I flew to the International Space Station in 2014 with Dr. Swanson, which was a great treat for me. And I'm out here because we're gonna work with Dr. Swanson and his team to simulate being on the South Pole of the Moon. Why are we researching the lunar South Pole? Because the Artemis missions that we're going to start launching in 2024 here, the objective is to get humans on the South Pole of the moon. So in about 2 to 3 years, we're looking to ride a SpaceX lander, human landing system, to the lunar South Pole and start a long-term sustained human presence to do research, to learn how to work off the Earth in the deep space environment. The unique thing about this area is, well, first we're in Dr. Swanson's yard, so we have all the access that we need to Wi-Fi, to lights, to the team in his garage, which I think is great. But being here in Boise, Idaho, this is kind of a perfect, simple analog to the lunar environment. We've got basalts all over the place. We've got a lot of good geology in this area. We've got some great terrain. We're going to wait a little bit later until the sun gets down on the horizon to kind of simulate these high sun grazing angles that we'll see on the lunar South Pole.
So one of the things that I really think best describes mission control is just a team of problem solvers. You know, everyone has their technical area that they're experts in, but they have to all come together and try to solve a common goal. And today, the students, based on my understanding, have been trying to solve these technical problems, pulling overnighters for several days now, which is pretty typical, you know, as far as when you're dealing with complex problems. But then we're going to put them into the operations environment. And things are not going to go the way that they are hoping that they go or plan to go.
I was closing the procedure.
And so we're going to have to figure out how to deal with that in real time and do it as a team. And I think there's a lot of similarities between teamwork and having folks out in the field and what we do in mission control with the space station. And I think one of the really important things to always remember is that everyone has something to bring to the team. And it's really just trying to find that unique ability that will help, you know, make this whole thing successful. And I think we'll get a good chance to try that out today.
It's really neat to see these young students out there using their creativity, using their minds, and using modern technology just very, very quickly, rapidly prototype, talk to us, see what we like, what we don't like, and then they go and iterate their design. It's really a neat relationship we have with them.
Favorite experiences working at Boise State is just working with the students and watching them grow, right, and learn. I've had multiple students get internships at NASA and then go on and become NASA employees. 2 of them right now are working to become flight controllers and mission control on the International Space Station. So it's just great to watch them go through the process and grow and fulfill their dreams. I think it's great to be part of that process.
I'm Brendan Serrano, and you're watching BTV. Welcome to University Television Presents. I'm your host, Zeke Hopkins, and joining me today is Monica Church, who is the Executive Director of the Frank Church Institute. She sits on the boards of both the Andrus Center and the Frank Church Institute at Boise State. Monica is an Ethics Commissioner for the City of Boise and a member of both the Sawtooth Society Board and the United States Global Leadership Coalition Idaho Delegation. She is an Idaho native who spent a decade teaching U.S. and comparative government at Boise High School. Thank you for joining us here today, Monica.
Thank you.
So for those who aren't aware, what is the Frank Church Institute, and what is its mission?
Well, thanks for the question. The Frank Church Institute's been around since 1982. It's a nonprofit entity situated in the School of Public Service here at Boise State. And through the guidance of a board of directors, we raise money to fund scholarships, internships for students at Boise State, as well as programming for the community and students related to issues that were important to Senator Frank Church and Bethune Church, like democracy, foreign relations, the rule of law, and service.
So quite a bit on campus, I guess. Well, earlier I had mentioned that you had a past as an educator, and I remember actually being in your class when you used to mention a phrase quite frequently, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it means who benefits in Latin, and it's cui bono. Can you explain the significance of this and the significance of it as you take it into your career today?
Yeah, Yeah, well, I love that you asked about that. That was something that I used to put on the board at Boise High School almost every day. So cui bono means that who stands to gain from a certain action. And it was really important for me in high school because students always ask, why would they do that? And I found that if you worked backwards, if you asked students, well, who stands to gain? Who would benefit from a certain policy or a certain law, or why lobbyists would move in that direction, that they could come up with some pretty interesting and pretty concrete reasons for why something happens. So I think I was pretty successful as an educator because I believe that my students could come to consequential decisions using some tools that I gave them in a little historical context. And that phrase, cui bono. And you're not the only student that remembers that phrase. It's funny that you brought that up. How I use it in my current job, well, every day, multiple times a day, I ask myself, well, who's going to benefit from the decisions that I make? And if the answer isn't young people becoming more engaged and having more opportunities to participate, then I'm not likely to direct the Institute in that direction. So, for example, who benefits? We just recently reconfigured our scholarship program to add a new scholarship, a full year, all tuition and fees for a student who wants to study public affairs. Obviously, this is good for the university, for the student, for the School of Public Service, and then the Institute, as we are able to kind of broaden our alumni base, and hopefully that turns into a commitment later. Other ways that I think about who benefits, certainly we are always committed to bringing programs to the university, like the Congress to Campus, which will happen in March, where members of Congress from both political parties come and talk to students about civil discourse and why it's important to compromise. And I think that's good. And then probably the most ambitious program that we are working on is the High School Model UN. And I think everyone benefits from young people being engaged in diplomacy.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up. I know this summer you did get the time to work with the High School Model UN. Do you want to tell us a little bit more about that and maybe how it ties into civic engagement for people in Idaho, especially young people? And
Yeah, absolutely. So the Frank Church Institute held its first annual statewide high school Model UN program last year. And I was not the executive director then, but the Institute was able to bring together 7 high schools from around the state and about 60 participants. And when I came on in August, I immediately went on a statewide recruitment trip with the new Frank Church Institute Chair of Public Affairs, Dr. Sam Martin. And we visited 23 schools from Sandpoint to Idaho Falls and everywhere in between. And I'm happy to say that in January, we will have 17 schools and almost 300 students participate in the second annual High School Model UN here on campus. And it will be a great opportunity for the university to showcase what it has to offer students from Kellogg and Fort Hall, Lewiston, Rexburg, and so many other places. And it will be a great opportunity to really show some of the mission, the vision of the Frank Church Institute to incorporate students and diplomacy and all those values of Senator Frank Church and Bethine.
Yeah, that's nice. Well, you've been involved in public policy and civic engagement long before your position here as executive director. Where does this stem from, and where has this passion grown from?
Well, as most people know, I was born in Idaho, and when I was born, there were only about 80,000 people in the city of Boise and less than 1 million people in the state. And I was born to the sitting governor, Cecil Andrus, who was also the former Secretary of Interior. He was my grandfather on my mother's side. And then on my father's side, 4-term U.S. Senator Frank Church and his wife, Bethine Church, who herself was the daughter of former Idaho governor and U.S. district attorney. And after Frank died, she became, a political powerhouse in her own right. So I guess that's where it started. I don't know if I had a choice.
Yes.
But I found my passion in high school, like you. I went to Boise High and was a policy debater. and I found a passion in world politics, and that led me to Whitman College, where I studied political philosophy and cultural anthropology. And then I did a year abroad during the Iraq War and very shortly after the first major school shooting in Columbine. And so I found myself answering a lot of questions about U.S. foreign policy and U.S. domestic policy. And so I thought I had it all figured out. And then when I moved back and after I graduated from college, I worked on a ranch in Arizona. And it was a cattle and quarter horse ranch. And then I had to relearn everything I thought I knew about public policy. And then I studied law in San Diego, where I lived until 2010, when I got a letter that my debate coach had sent, which was actually a letter I wrote when I was 16, and he sent him in the future. And in that letter, my 16-year-old self said I wanted to be a teacher. Huh. I know, isn't that so cute? So I had the good fortune of knowing Boise State's own Dr. John Beater, and he became my mentor. And I got my teaching degree, and then went on to get an MS in educational leadership and administration. And then Boise Schools teacher and just kind of, all around amazing educator. Russ Heller, who's also a Frank Church Institute board member, helped me get a job at Boise High School. And that's where I think my passion really took off. Yeah. And, I really wanted students to become involved in policy. And I wanted them to understand things like why hunters and anglers are important for conservation, and then get engaged. As you remember, city club lunches every month, Boise Committee on Foreign Relations, civic activities, forced engagement for a grade, the student council. I did a lot of things to really engage students. So, and my passion now is here at Boise State, and I've only just started.
Yeah, well, I do remember being involved in a lot of stuff and how much it actually made a difference in learning the things that you were trying to teach, especially when you're talking about going to things like the City Club Luncheon. Do you want to talk about that a little bit and what they kind of do in their mission?
Yeah, the City Club, very similar to the Frank Church Institute, is a nonpartisan organization that hopes to develop critically minded individuals through civil discourse. And they meet once a month, and they bring people together on topics that are important to the community, whether it's housing or public space. And I always brought students. There's kind of an adage that if you invite me anywhere, I'm going to bring students, and that's still today the truth. So I think at our heyday, I was bringing 70, 80 students every month, and we'd walk from Boise High down to the hotel, and we'd have lunch, and we'd sit with important people from the community, and I think it was really good. I think it helped students understand topics, but it also helped them learn things like salad forks. And how to communicate with adults.
Some very basic but necessary things. Well, getting back to the Frank Church Institute, you guys do hold an annual conference starting all the way back in 1982 with Frank Church himself. And this year you organized the Beyond Left and Right Democracy in the 21st Century. Can you explain this event and why this topic was chosen?
Yeah. So by design, the annual Frank Church Conference is free to the public and to students, and we bring together experts on whatever the important topic is for that year. Now, right now, the Frank Church Institute's on a 5-year theme of how democracies survive and thrive in the 21st century, and so this year we did Beyond Left and Right. And what I was really hoping to do was to look at democracy's survival in 3 different ways. At the first level, it was the ground level, so we invited activists, initiative writers, and current and former elected officials to talk about how democracy looks in action. And they did a panel as well as some breakout sessions with students and community members. And then we had another panel, which I called the 30,000-foot vantage point, where we looked at democracy around the world, security challenges, and the role of the State Department, the United States State Department, and all of these things. And then we had 2 keynote speakers, one about free media and some of the threats that free media poses and some solutions to that, and then one about the role of religion in American politics. And so, you know, the hope is that everybody that goes comes away with something, some tool to help them understand their role, in this case, in preserving democracy. Yeah.
Awesome. Something for everyone. Well, you do have a long history in the state of Idaho, and you probably understand politics of this state a lot better than most. What do you think sets Idaho apart from the rest of the country?
Idaho is a unique state. So 1 in 3 Idahoans who are registered to vote are actually registered unaffiliated, which really makes sense. Idaho is a fiercely independent state and really, you know, sees itself as apart from the politics of DC and partisan politics generally. And, you know, Idahoans are a very communal people. You know, Idaho knows that its land is one of its most precious values. I think Idaho sees government maybe a little differently than some other states. In Idaho, we want our government to be transparent and fiscally responsible, and we demand it. And because we're a small populous state, we can do that, and we're very welcomed and you know, part of the legislative process. And Idaho, you know, Idahoans are very kind people. I know that growing up and still today, that every time I'm on a rural road, I will get the single finger wave from every person I pass, and I think that is true. That's a uniquely Idaho characteristic, and I know that things have changed and it's a little more contentious, and I know there's a lot of new people in Idaho, but I truly believe that Idaho is still a place where we can have robust debates. And there are enough of us, you know, 4th, 5th, 6th generation Idahoans to maybe calm the waters and get back to what Frank Church and C. Sanders did, and that's bring people together.
Yeah, well, I like that a lot. Yeah. Well, not only do you hold the position of executive director, you also sit on the board of the Andrus Center, as well as being a member to the Sawtooth Society Board, the United States Global Leadership Coalition. You're an ethics commissioner for the city of Boise. You've been an educator here. How do some of these roles overlap into your daily life?
Well, I joke that I often send emails from the wrong email.
Too many.
Yeah. Well, I think they're all, you know, they all have the same mission, and that's to create a space for civil discourse and to you know, really exemplify what makes Idaho and what makes the United States such a great place to live. And, you know, there's a place in this state and in this country for agitators, and I, you know, applaud anybody who is passionate enough to go out there and stand up for what they believe. The things that I do and the organizations I belong to are to build bridges and build community and to build conversations between people that want something to get done and you know, maybe those that are able to get those things done. Yeah.
Do you think that being on campus is a good place for you to be able to do those types of things and build those sort of connections?
Yeah, Boise State has been very welcoming. I really, you know, enjoy my time here, and it also has opened up a lot of opportunities for expanding what I was doing at the, you know, the high school level to not only college students, but even beyond. And having the Frank Church Institute situated in the School of Public Service at Boise State allows us kind of a backdrop, a legitimacy that you really don't get, you know, outside. I mean, Boise State is it's a powerhouse, and so I'm glad to be here. I don't think we could do the things that we do without the university.
Yeah. Well, you are in charge of the application process for students here who can attain a scholarship through the Frank Church Institute. How is this scholarship mutually beneficial to students and to your program, especially in terms of civic engagement and getting people out there on the streets?
Yeah, so like I said, we just recently reconfigured the way that we allocate scholarships. So we still have our scholarship based on finding and solidifying an internship either in government, foreign relations, specifically in DC, or abroad. So that scholarship is for students typically in the School of Public Service who want to become engaged in the debate. And so we've had students that have gone to DC, and then we have students that go abroad recently. Or I guess we've been doing it for a few years, but our most recent Frank Church scholar just came back from Palestine with Project Hope, learning about the government and the difficulties, within the arrangement with Israel. And so that's a mutually beneficial relationship between the university, the community, the nation, to have students that have that kind of impact and are able to bring it back to Idaho. Our new scholarship, allowing a student to have a full year without having to think about where else to get that money. My hope is that scholar, that Frank Church scholar, will then be more invested in the Institute and can help us reach more young people, both at the high school but also at the college level. I'm looking forward to that. I'm also looking forward to, increasing that endowment so that we can offer more scholarships in the future.
Yeah. Well, I like that. Is there any goals you have in terms of campus or student engagement outside of the scholarships, or does that come with just hosting more events?
No, it's not just hosting more events. We do want to host more events, and I want students to be more involved. But one of the other things that I am working on is getting more students involved in the election process. So last month, I brought the Ada County Elections Office on campus to host a poll working training. And that was a way to, once you get your foot in the door and once you know what you're getting into, once you do it one time, it feels pretty normal. And so we had a bunch of students, we had faculty and staff who all participated in that poll work training. And then, a whole group of us were out there working the polls for the first time. And so those are the kind of things that I really want to bring to the university. I also want to partner with the Idaho legislature again and, look at that PAGE program and how we can help facilitate that at the high school and then, keep those pages or bring those pages to the university. But then, of course, our programming needs to be centered around students. So, this year, because I taught high school for so long, I made the program geared toward what's a nice way of putting it, the attention span of somebody between the ages of, 16 and 22. Yeah. And so my hope is that we will continue to grow and develop. And then, of course, the high school model UN, that's something that I think can really, really grow, maybe even be regional.
Yeah. Well, that's great to hear. Is there anything else you'd like to mention or some events we should be looking forward to in terms of the Frank Church Institute?
Yeah, so January is the high school model UN, and students will be back on campus, so we'll have some tours. So if you see students running around looking lost, it might be a model UN kid. So that's an opportunity to kind of engage with rural Idaho students and invite them to campus. Then in March, we have the Congress to Campus events, and so we'll be working with some of the different colleges to make sure that those members of Congress get in front of students in classroom settings and then in larger settings. And then in April, we're planning on hosting an event that we're going to title, Defending a Free Press, where we're going to invite community members to sit down and have a conversation about what the press is and how we can use it to our advantage in a thriving democracy. And then our next conference, next October, I'm really excited about. That one will be on the rule of law. And James Risen, who is a New York Times bestselling author and journalist and national security correspondent, he just wrote a book called The Last Honest Man, which is about Frank Church and his role with the CIA, the FBI, and the mafia. And so he'll be here, and along with a lot of other, A-listers. So that'll be a lot of fun. That's in October. So good things on the horizon.
Awesome. Well, we'll be looking out for those. And thank you so much for being here. It's been a pleasure to hear all about your career and talk about some of these big topics with you today.
It was good to see you again, Zeke.
Yes. Well, thank you. And thank you all of you at home for joining us. I've been Zeke Hopkins, and this is our show, University Television Presents.
My overall research is about understanding how changing disturbances are affecting our landscapes and are impacting social ecological resilience. This project is about using the phenology of species, or seasonal changes in the growing cycle, to detect invasive species using drones. So this project is in the pilot phase. We come out every 2 weeks to this point here, which is initial point, with a multispectral sensor mounted on a drone. We first arrive at the site.
It can be closed.
We put out ground control points, which are points that allow us to later in the lab tie the imagery that we take with the drone to geographic space or to physical space. After that, we calibrate our drone equipment, and then we fly our drone along a pre-programmed flight path that allows us to take data consistently week after week. We can't combat invasive species if we don't know where they're located. So this project aims to understand how can we use the unique timing of seasonal growth cycles of individual species to identify them and to map them in drone imagery. And this has far-reaching applications, from research applications in which we might look at interactions between invasives and local plants, or between invasives and fire processes, as well as management applications in which this information could be used to help for prioritization of mitigation efforts of invasives. Some invasive species have evolutionary strategies that give them a competitive advantage. So for example, cheatgrass, because it greens up earlier in the season than native vegetation, it's ready to send its shoots up, while a lot of the native grasses are still sending most of their resources below ground to their root systems, putting that cheatgrass at an advantage. And we are using those very evolutionary strategies that give those plants an advantage to find them, to detect them, and ultimately to help control them. And I think that's kind of neat.
The Council on Competitiveness is a 38-year-old nonpartisan nonprofit movement based out of Washington, D.C. But what we really are is a gathering of CEOs, university presidents, labor leaders, and national lab directors who are obsessed with creating the policies, programs, and actions that will drive long-term productivity growth in the country, economic growth, national security, inclusive prosperity, and of course the success of US-made services and goods in the global marketplace. And so we really are the place to go where you want to understand what drives long-term productivity and prosperity in this country.
It really starts with our relationship between President Trump and the Council on Competitiveness, and her interest in bringing Boise State to the national stage in all that we do around innovation and technology and STEM education, and a number of other areas that are extremely important to the nation's competitiveness and overall innovation. The ability to be able to engage in this conversation and to engage with our partners such as the Idaho National Lab as well as other agencies, both federal and state, really demonstrates the depth and breadth that we have here.
What's really exciting to me about the Council on Competitiveness is the role it plays in helping us think through as a nation how we advance the United States. And universities play a really key role in that. They understood from the beginning that universities had to be one of their partners, that they had to partner with industry and nonprofits, that they had to partner with labor, that they had to partner with the national labs, but they also had to partner with universities because we produce that workforce and those knowledge workers and innovators who are going to go out and really be the ones who do the creative thinking that drives our economy forward and positions the United States to be successful globally. And so it's a real thrill to be a part of this project. And Boise State functions as a hub in the state of Idaho, in the Pacific Northwest, and around the globe, bringing together partners from all over the world and from all over the region to help advance the economy of the state of Idaho, of the people that we serve, and of our nation.
You think about Idaho, plenty of wind, solar, geothermal, all these different renewable energy sources that it could take advantage of. Of course, with INL, we're the Department of Energy's and nation's lead laboratory for nuclear, which involves both keeping the current fleet operational, growing it, as well as bringing advanced reactors online. Combine that with the advances in artificial intelligence, combine that with the growth in microelectronics, with what Micron's building and everything else. We've really got a confluence of opportunities here in Idaho. And so I think that's why you're seeing companies come to the state. The landscape is really promising moving forward.
Idaho and the Mountain West over the past 5 to 6 years are showing the highest levels of growth and economic output in the entire country, outpacing every other state. Incredible new business formation. So there are a lot of reasons to be in Idaho, but I would say also a special reason to be here is our relationship with two members in the state, President Marlene Trump at Boise State University and John Wagner, the director of the Idaho National Energy Lab. You know, they really raised their hands, they welcomed us here, and it was a no-brainer to be in Idaho for this conversation.
What was really exciting about featuring Boise and Boise State and the Idaho National Lab in this event is now the entire country has a better understanding of the kind of path-breaking work we've been doing here for decades already. And so it's a thrill because they see us as a model, but they also see us as a site they want to connect with in the future going forward. So there's a real opportunity now for Boise State to scoop up all that exciting energy and make more connections and do more for our students, more for our state, and more for the future.
Well, welcome everybody to the College of Innovation and Design. I'm Jen Schneider. I'm the Associate Dean in the college. So excited to see all of you here today. Before we begin, I just wanted to say thank you to the staff in the College of Innovation and Design who helped put on this event, especially Kimberly Gardner. Kimberly, if you'd give a wave. She's been our, yes, amazing project manager and data analyst for the entire Future of Work project, and Veronica Roper, who of course manages this innovation incubator where you are sitting. So thank you, Veronica. I also want to tell you that this panel is part of a larger project that the College of Innovation and Design has been doing in concert with the Provost Office, and Michelle Payne and Stephanie Ritchie-Breach are here from the Provost Office to try to get ahead, or I don't know, catch the back of the bus at least, on this issue of future of work and what it might mean for Boise State. and how we work together and how we supervise folks who work for us moving forward. So I should say that I don't think there's necessarily a shared definition about what we mean by the future of work, but one that we've been using sort of as a working definition here for this project is that it's an opportunity to make informed predictions about how people want to work, where people want to work, and when they want to work. And in particular, we've been thinking about a work experience that is increasingly distributed, flexible, and blended. So we're going to be talking a lot about remote and hybrid work today, but that is not the only way that we think about future of work. There's lots of dimensions to flexible workspaces. Okay, so I have a couple of questions for our panelists, and they've prepared some brief statements to start us off, so I'm going to introduce them. If you have questions that come up for you as you're listening, we have some index cards on the table back there. Please grab one, and one of us will come grab it. Or, of course, during the Q&A, you can just raise your hand. But I know sometimes people are shy. So we wanted to have multiple ways to interact. Okay. Y'all ready? Okay, great. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Merrick. This is Wayne Denny. Wayne is the chief of the Idaho Bureau of Emergency Medical Services and Preparedness. Prior to working at the Bureau, Wayne spent 21 years in uniform, serving in the U.S. Army Medical Command in a variety of units and positions. So I've asked each of these folks to prepare 1 to 2 minutes, sort of an introductory comment. We'll see how good they are at following it. These are like head honchos, so they don't like time restrictions. All right, Wayne, why don't we start with you?
Well, we got questions, so that made it a little bit easier. And I'll start with, what kind of habits are you seeing around remote, hybrid, or in-person work? And what we found in our bureau is that it's really shattered the way that we do work. We got forced to vacate the office during the pandemic, and it was just an overnight thing that we had to move out and figure it out as we went. Some of the challenges are the fact that leadership by wandering around, which is something I learned in the military, you get up and see everybody every day. We can't do that anymore, so it's really hard to try to figure out how to stay connected with staff during the day. We've had to bring on a lot of new technology. We've had to figure that out as we go. Technology in our conference room, WebEx, SharePoint, all of those different things that we have to try to figure out as we go along. Some of the things that are benefit to our staff are work-life balance, the lack of commuting. Those are all things that folks tell us that they really prefer. Is you don't have to commute time every day. It's easier to actually get up and unplug during the breaks. You don't feel guilty because you're not at work. You get up and take a walk, whatever. So I think it's really helped the work-life balance of our staff. The one thing that I think is a challenge at this point is the lack of certainty. We have a lot of people that have really invested into teleworking, and we have staff in my office who live in Twin Falls, and so the fear of the workplace shifting back to everybody's got to come back to the office is really rattling people. So just the lack of certainty, I think, is something that we need to be trying to sort out. Is that too nice?
That was excellent.
Thank you so much. I will never forget the phrase leadership by wandering around. Oh my gosh, that's excellent. Okay, next up is Dr. Paula Kellerer. Paula currently serves as the Vice President for Idaho Business for Education, focusing on youth apprenticeships. She works to connect K-12 systems and employers across the state of Idaho to provide apprenticeships which offer opportunities for students to enter the workforce, employers to grow their own employee pipelines, and communities to benefit from robust employment and growth opportunities. You might recognize her name because she previously served as the superintendent of schools with the Nampa School District. I'm going to hand this over to you, Paula.
Thanks. I'm going to start with maybe a little more generic and some place for those of you who aren't familiar with Idaho Business for Education. We represent the voice of about 250 businesses across the state of Idaho who really advocate for public pre-K through 16 education. We work at the State House to really promote positive policy that would support public education, and we work what we call at the schoolhouse, connecting businesses and schools in a variety of ways. So that's what we do. More specifically, we've brought on Youth Apprenticeship, which is a nationally registered program of apprenticeship, working to connect our juniors, seniors, and those up to the age of 24 with businesses in the area, really hoping to fill the 7% of open positions that are out there currently in Idaho that haven't been filled, working to build an effective pipeline for businesses, helping leaders understand what it is they need to do in order to upskill the labor market. As you said, sometimes people come to us and they may not have everything that we need, but we have the ability to build that, or we have the ability to build on previous experiences and convert that into something that we understand on a pay scale in order to benefit from those things that are there. So a lot of, in my preparation, I kind of looked at the economy and what's happening in the economy. Lots of things are happening that will impact our future of work. Certainly COVID has had a huge impact on us. We went from 6 to 7 million jobs open across the nation to almost 11 million jobs open across the nation, 7% in Idaho. We have what we call high quit rates, meaning that people are willingly leaving their jobs because they're confident they can go somewhere else and find another job, maybe one that pays better, maybe one that has different type of support for them, maybe a more flexible working environment, maybe they can work off-site instead of reporting from 8 to 5. We have a group of students that used to be in our market, our part-timers, those 18 to 24-year-olds who are not in the market right now, or if they choose to, they treat it like gig work. I'm going to work for a little while, I'm going to make my savings account a little more robust, and then I'm going to take that vacation or take that bike ride or do whatever it is. So it's impacting who we are and how we're attracting and who's in the market. So those are my beginning remarks, and then I think eventually we'll have to talk about our generations and what's going on there and who is in our workforce right now.
Yes, I know the generations question is coming, and I know some of our panelists are ready to talk about that. Next up is Tony Lyles. Tony is a ProSci certified change practitioner and currently serves as the Organizational Development Senior Manager for the City of Boise. Tony is a 25-year active duty veteran of the United States Army, in which he served in Afghanistan, Iraq, Mongolia, South Korea, Uzbekistan, and various locations throughout the U.S. Tony spent 2 years as the primary care operations director for the Boise VA Medical Center, in which he focused on providing first-class health care to veterans residing in rural areas. All right, Tony.
Good afternoon, and I'll tell you this, history never stops. And if you think about the history of our nation, we have continued to get better over time. Those that don't want to get better, they want to call it woke. But I feel like we are just aware. We're leveling the playing field in our education of not just academia, but like finances, life planning, and things like that. So we are actually making history, because if you look, go back to the Industrial Revolution, if you look at our workplaces, they've become safer. They've become more humane. How employees are treated is a law. And so this is nothing different, the future of work. COVID forced us to change how we do business. And being the resilient nation that we are, this is the result. We're looking at how COVID has changed us as a people, as a human race. People are now more aware. They understand that work-life balance is more than just how much time you spend at work versus how much time you spend at home. It's way more than that. There's so many different variables in that formula of work-life balance. And because we have gotten better over time, this era that we're in right now in the history of our nation is forcing leaders to step up their game. Because we got multiple generations right now working in the same workplace. So you got to be a versatile leader because we're getting more and more diverse. And I'm not just talking about this. I'm not talking about skin color. I'm talking about socioeconomics. I'm talking about where you're from. I'm from North Carolina. Who would have thought 20 years ago I would be in Boise, Idaho, speaking at this university? I would have told you you're either on dope or dog food if you think that's going to happen. But we are just doing what America does. We are a resilient nation that gets better over time. And this is your turn to contribute to that growth and evolution of our nation.
Thank you so much. All right, next up is Lisa Hecht. Lisa is an International Coach Federation accredited career coach who collaborates with Gen Zs, millennials, and those in transition to discover and apply their unique advantages to find and step into their best career or calling. She trained for career coaching while preparing to retire from Hewlett-Packard after 32 years in high tech to pay it forward to the next generation. Lisa is also a founding member of the Idaho chapter of the Clean Tech Alliance and has a special interest in STEM careers and sustainability. Lisa.
Thank you. And I'd like to start with the paying it forward piece. I'm really here because at a heart level, I do want to pay it forward to the next generation. As I was starting in engineering school in 1975, back when the earth was cooling, we heard about this thing called climate change. It was called something else back then. But we haven't really done what we needed to do. And so that's created a really big opportunity for the next generation in every respect, in terms of how we do transportation, agriculture, businesses, buildings, et cetera. And so I want to pay it forward because I know that this generation is deeply concerned about the meaning of their work. And so this is an opportunity to address the issues that we have left this generation to solve, at the same time getting paid to do that meaningful work. So that's really the passion that drives what I do. And I work with young adults and people in career transition to really find their sweet spot. A lot of assessments and little reverse engineering of their life and their skills and their passions. So again, the other thing is we've got to turn on a dime. We've got to turn on a dime to address some of this stuff. I attended a National Academy of Science, Engineering, and Math, a NASM, talk about electric vehicles, where they said we've got to be building 10,000 electric vehicle stations a month. Well, who's going to build those? Who's going to maintain those? What about the electric grid that's going to keep those going? What about microgrids, et cetera? Even in the Army, they're looking at a lot of microgrids and alternative energy because it takes a lot of work to fuel all the devices that keep things going. So there are a lot of implications, not just whether the work is hybrid and remote, but how we work remotely in teams, how we collaborate, the workforce. The demographics are changing on a dime too. Us we boomers have been retiring, and a lot of younger folks are stepping up. And here's the other thing. A couple years ago, there was a study on the clean energy space, and they said, the demographics here are aging white male. Well, even if those were the only people you hired, you're not going to find enough of them to get the job done. So we really need to incorporate the opportunities for everybody. One more stat, as a woman, I got to say, 75% of the workforce in the clean energy is men. Okay, young women, we got an opportunity here. We have an opportunity. So I want everybody to be able to step up and have those opportunities to pursue a meaningful, much-needed career. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lisa. All right, last but not least is Allison Vent. Allison leads the future of work efforts for Dropbox as part of her broader role leading the people strategy, analytics, and virtual first teams. Prior to this role, she spent a decade in a variety of learning and organizational development roles at Dropbox and in the education sector, including the higher education sector. Allison, welcome.
Thank you. I'm very excited to be here. So First, I'll give maybe a little bit of an overview of Dropbox and our approach to the future of work very quickly. So for those who aren't familiar, Dropbox, we have about 3,000 employees. We're a globally distributed company, and our mission is to create a more enlightened way of working. And we really took that to heart in 2020 when we were thinking about what the future of work would look like at Dropbox. And, so when we were thinking about designing our approach, we really took a lot of time to think about what would really make sense for us at Dropbox. We looked at the pitfalls of remote work, looking at other organizations as well. And some of the guiding principles that have really anchored our approach are to embed flexibility and freedom into everything we do, preserve human connection, and to also embody a learning mindset. And so I'll give a little bit of an overview first of our approach to future of work. So Virtual First is essentially our employees primarily work remotely, and then we gather in person quarterly for offsites and events and trainings and things like that. We actually just launched a program called Dropbox Neighborhoods, where we gather all of our employees at the local level, because actually we've become so distributed. Prior to becoming Virtual First, we were a 97% in-office culture with only 3% remote employees, and now that has just completely transformed. And as part of that, in our kind of evolution towards Virtual First, I think the thing that stands out the most to me is that learning mindset. Someone said, I was at a conference this week, and someone said, you have to fall in love with the problem, not the solution. And I think that's something that we've really taken to heart as well. And that's also helped with the change management with all of our employees as well. We actually approach Virtual First very much like how we approach building our products. We build, we learn, we iterate. And that's really, again, that principle has been very helpful. And I would just encourage everyone to think about how you stay as agile as possible, how you continue to iterate and build, and again, approach that problem as something that you really love and you want to solve. And we're building as we're going, right? So I don't think there's any precedent for kind of the place that we're in right now, and we're all contributing to this. And I think that agility and that embodying of the learning mindset is something that's really critical for all of us. So.
Thank you, Allison. One thing that struck me as I was listening to these opening comments was sort of all of you, I think, represent an inspired, forward-thinking view on this question about the future of work. It sounds like you see opportunity, right? And so I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what excites you as you look forward and think about how the workplace is changing. I'm gonna have to throw the mic. That's all right.
What excites me about the future is that there's a bigger pool that has an opportunity now because we're more aware. Because as you're looking at opportunities in education, like for me, growing up, it wasn't a given that I was going to go to college after high school. That was highly celebrated. Now, it wasn't that long ago I graduated high school. That was 1994. That's near history. And then if you look at it and you think about it, the excitement of it is that as I reflect on our history, my mother was a first grader when Ruby Bridges was in kindergarten. That's near history. That's my mother. My mother went through desegregation. That's not that long ago. But that just tells you how fast we move as Americans, how fast that we fix ourselves and get better. And so for me, thinking about the fact that my mother could have been Ruby Bridges, and then I get to be the organizational development senior manager for one of the greatest cities in our nation, I can't believe it sometimes. Really, it's hard to believe. And if that's our present time, I cannot, I'm excited at the opportunities my children are gonna have when they're at this stage in life. Because we've knocked down so many obstacles as people. And so that's what excites me about the future.
Well, being a nerd and being a member of the Idaho Clean Tech Association, I am just regularly blown away by the human capacity for invention. I mean, just the other day, I was in a clean tech webinar on something called Shark, which is a way of using the heat from wastewater to heat homes. And it's just, and the other day I was at Hackford, I saw a young woman win the pitch competition, coming up with a product that helped the elderly and the young to learn in an engaging way about how to avoid cybercrime. And it just, every single dimension of our life, there's massive, massive opportunity. If any of you have read Václav Šlíl's book called How the World Really Works, he makes a point that kind of blew my mind, which is a very 60s phrase. And he said, don't underestimate the challenge. We basically have to turn on a dime. We've got to rebuild all of our infrastructure. I mean, huge, huge, massive chunks of it. It's not like you just sit down and code for a few minutes. I mean, this is massive. The other thing so what inspires me is the intersection between the incredible, incredible young people that I meet. They're so enterprising, they're so organized, they're so passionate, they're so brilliant, they're so creative. And then to see the place where these unbelievable numbers of opportunities come together with their incredible capacity for hard work and invention and creativity. I have a daughter, we have a daughter who's 30 and a daughter who's 27. You know, the one who's 30 is working several jobs and flipping houses. And the other one's working for DOD in a computer science capacity. And it's just, and I meet them and their friends, and all the people that I coach are just, they're absolutely all unique, but they're absolutely all incredible, and they inspire me. So this generation is passionate, they're creative, and the opportunities are there if we can just find the place where those two things intersect.
I was going to say that my hope lies in the place that we live here in Idaho, and there are many times when I can find things to be very frustrated about, and recognize that there are barriers that exist in multiple ways. But then there are times when I can think about our hope in what the future work would look like here, and what our future for our 16-year-olds or 17-year-olds or 20-year-olds could look like, and know that we know the name of the person who could help us build that next step. And if we don't, we know somebody who probably does. And so I'm grateful for the opportunity in Idaho that we can build networks, that we have a deep, abiding belief that the future for our children are important, that they are talented and gifted and have the ability to lead if we give them the opportunity, and that we can come together and think about creative ways to change how we approach what we've always done. When I think about competency-based learning, when I think about when I was superintendent of Nampa schools and there were 15,000 students, only 42% of those who chose a four-year degree. And of those, only 50% of those who succeeded in walking away with a four-year degree. What opportunities do we have for the others? What opportunities do we have those who didn't succeed in posting that four-year degree? And how important it is in our community here in Idaho that we find those solutions to keep them here, to contribute to our communities. So I'm excited that we care enough and we know a small enough community that we can connect and we can find creative ways to address it.
I was not a fan of not working in the office 3 years ago. I didn't get it. Growing up in the Army, learning how to lead there, you get everybody in front of you every morning and you put them in a nice tight square and you talk to them. That's just the way you do things. That's the way things are done. So when we were starting to talk about telework, and we were, right before COVID happened, and we were talking about, well, one of our bureaus in our division was going to start piloting it. It wasn't my bureau because I was not a fan. Because I wanted everybody to come to work every day so I could see them, because that's just the way things are done.
And then COVID happened and everybody went home. And now I reflect back on it and I think, we had 27, 28 people in a small space every day and they're from multiple generations, multiple personality types. Some of them are crazy introverts, and some of them are crazy extroverts. Capital C, crazy. And we put them all together and we expect them to get along. And some of them will quit because of that. And now we're in a place where the introverts will come in the office every once in a while and celebrate the fact that they get to sit down and chat with you because they haven't seen you for a while. And we've built this environment now where you figure it out. What you need, you figure it out. If you want to work from home, work from home. If you want to come into the office, come into the office. I still drag myself into the office every day. I think that's partly because my wife suggests that's probably a good idea. But that's just the way I'm wired. You got to go to the office. That's like the drive into the office is getting ready to go to work. But a lot of our staff, I think we still have 3 years later because we've given them the opportunity to work in an environment that's comfortable for them. And I think we're more productive. So going back to something that Allison said, get married, fall in love with the problem, don't fall in love with the solution. I'm going to use that. Because I realized when you said that we definitely have. I've gotten married to the problem, but I was married to the solution previously, and I had to kind of shift my brain around on that. But I think now we're in a place where, like I said, we were forced to change, and now I'm glad we were, because I don't think we would have ever gotten here had it not been for being forced to do it.
Okay, I'm going to turn things over to you all in 1 minute, but enough softballs. Here comes a good one. You ready? Allison, we're going to start with you on this, since Dropbox has gone pretty much fully remote, I guess we could say, with some exceptions. But I heard a story on NPR's Marketplace 2 days ago that aired with the headline, "Employers want everyone back in the office for real this time." And in that story, they reported that nearly 3 out of 4 businesses surveyed indicated that their employees rarely or never worked remotely in 2022. And I think that contrasts perhaps with some of the predictions that were made immediately following the pandemic, which was that perhaps we might go sort of widespread remote moving forward. I wonder if you could talk a little bit about Dropbox's move to virtual first, what has motivated that and how it's going.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think it's really interesting, right? In the last couple of months, especially, I think there's been a lot of press out there about a lot of companies, especially a lot of tech companies, reversing their approach, asking people to get back into the office, not completely sure where all of the research necessarily is coming or the data that people are using to motivate those decisions, I would say. But it feels like there's a little bit of a backlash at this point, at least in tech, around this. And, we're actually seeing completely the opposite at Dropbox. There's been a lot of people aren't as productive. We're actually seeing record high productivity scores. We do a 2-time per year employee engagement survey, and these are self-reported productivity scores. So we don't just rely on that, right, as a measure of productivity. We also look at how are we doing as a company, what are we shipping, how are we operating, and with those measures of productivity as well, we find that we're being extremely productive as an individual, as teams, and as a company. More broadly than that, too, we're also seeing just really strong employee engagement across the board, whether it's well-being, which our employees are actually, it's the highest well-being scores that we've ever seen. We hear anecdotally from our employees all the time, I really feel like I've gotten my life back. I, never had the opportunity to go see my kid's soccer game. I was never able to think about leaving a city like San Francisco, Seattle, New York to be closer to family or have a more reasonable cost of living. And now I can do this with virtual first, and I feel like I can live my life. And we're also seeing a lot of interest from candidates as well. Actually, 90% of our candidates cite virtual first as a primary driver in applying to Dropbox as well. So truly, I think we're actually seeing the opposite at Dropbox. And again, we're always evolving and iterating on our approach, and I think our employees actually really value that as well. We've been really candid and transparent with our employees about where we've missed the boat maybe, and where we'll continue to improve, and how we're baking their feedback into how we're evolving our approach as well. And we also are open sourcing all of our learnings as well. I'm happy to share any links, but we have a Remotely Curious podcast where we share some of our insights. We have a virtual first toolkit, and we're also, fairly consistently publishing results too, and we're being honest about some of the areas we're still struggling. I will be candid that, connection is still a place where we are having some challenges, because you can't just kind of pigeonhole that office style of working into remote work. It just doesn't work. And so I mentioned the Dropbox Neighborhoods program. That's one, program that we have implemented, but it's that spontaneous collaboration, right? Where I think folks are still looking for more, in terms of, getting those meaningful connections. And so we're evolving our programming to kind of, manage that. But so I mean, generally, I think it really has transformed our organization, and we're seeing just a really engaged, productive, and well employee workforce at Dropbox, and in large part to, I think, our approach, and we're really proud of that.
That's a great counterpoint. Thanks for sharing that. Anybody else want to jump in on that one before we turn things over to the audience? No, they're like, no, I don't want to touch that. All right, what about you all? What's on your mind when you think about the future of work moving forward? Mark, I'm going to hand this microphone to you.
So with employees working remotely, how do we recreate those water cooler encounters, those incidental moments where people exchange ideas, thoughts, ask questions, interact in a less formal manner?
Wayne can relate to this. We, us old soldiers, we live by the Lombardi rule. And if y'all never heard it, Vince Lombardi once said, to be early is to be on time is to be late, and to be late is unacceptable. So we have a lot of Teams meetings now. And I'm working on a project, and I know I got a Teams meeting in about 10 minutes. Guess what I do? I go ahead and get on that Teams meeting at 10 minutes prior, because if I try to work for 5 more minutes, guess what? I'm 5 minutes late because I done forgot. But when I get on that Teams meeting 10 minutes prior, guess what? Some of my other colleagues are on that meeting 10 minutes prior. So just this morning I did it with a colleague where we were just talking about things, water cooler talk. We just did it over the computer screen because I was at the office and she was working remote today, and we still engage. We just do it virtually now, and we still have those opportunities, and I think that's one of the ways that we do it.
I would echo that. I have only been at IEPE for 5 months. I have a team that's wholly remote. They're spread across Idaho, so very seldom do I get to see them face to face. But it's a team that I feel like I know well, just 5 or 6 months into it. And some of that is our team chat. In fact, sometimes we have to bring that in a little bit. But we hear about the soccer game. We hear about I have to go run so-and-so to elementary school, those type of things. So that conversation, which we allow and give space to and time to allow us to learn about each other individually, which then allow us, when we get on and have that meeting, and we do get on early and have those chats, that we can focus on that because we've taken time and space to learn about each other and to grow that way. I would also say that I also have a son who is 30 years old who entered the remote space long before COVID ever hit. How he talked his employer into that, I don't know. But in the transition, they gave up their very expensive leased places in New York, San Francisco, Sydney, and London, and have replaced that with those offsite quarterly. They now have funds. They bring them together. They do that. They meet once a month by choice, and the HR people send out, here's how you make a cocktail kit, and it shows up at Justin's door here in Nampa, and he joins with 30 of his colleagues, and somebody teaches them how to make that cocktail because HR has sent the kit, and
that creates that conversation and that time. Justin happens to be an extrovert. He loves that. Not everybody's required to do that. And so HR has come up with other ways involving children or spouses and things like that. So there's room in not having that 50-person lease space in New York City off of Times Square to do other things to encourage that interaction and build community and expand culture.
You bring up a really great question. And we were discussing this just the other day at work. I have no problem wandering around and seeing, sticking your head over someone's cubicle wall and saying, hey, you got a minute? You're interrupting what they're doing, but you have no problem doing it. Now, to just ping them on Teams, it's like calling somebody, and you feel really awkward doing that. So we typically don't do that. And we were talking about that, why we don't do that, why you don't just hit somebody on Teams and have a chat with them. When I have no problem walking over there and sticking your head over their cubicle wall. So we've started having conversations about, is that okay? And we've kind of reached agreement that yeah, it is. It's okay. Just if you look on Teams and my light's green, that means I'm not engaged in something else, and go ahead and ping me. That's okay. And I've got a little bit of a sneaky strategy that I use. If any of my folks have a question or need to chat about something, I typically won't have that conversation via email or chat. I'll say, hey, why don't you stop by tomorrow? And a 20-minute conversation will stretch out into 2 hours, and we'll do exactly what you're talking about. We end up talking about all of the other things, the strategy and all of that type of stuff that we probably wouldn't get to if we were doing that succinct chat conversation or the email conversation. So I try to sneak in those, stop by and see me tomorrow, and let's get lunch or whatever. And that's where you get those conversations. But you've got to work your way into those. Otherwise, they don't happen. So I think you've got to be active about that.
And I was just going to say, I actually think what this is all anchored in is intentionality. And so it's a little bit of a different approach, right, than just bumping into someone in the hallway or when you're getting some water or something like that. You actually do have to kind of start from a place of intentionality, and that can enable the kind of spontaneity that I think a lot of people are really still hungry for. So, an example of that, we certainly do some of those programs that you mentioned, but we do things like, for example, we call it coffee box because we put a lot of, something box or drop something into a lot of our programs at Dropbox, but where folks can sign up for kind of like a coffee chat roulette, if you will, with folks. People have to sign up for it, though, and we do have to create the program to do it. We also, I would say, think about how if you are in a remote or hybrid kind of environment, how can you make your tools kind of work for you? So we're a pretty Slack heavy company, and we've really tried to think about what's the functionality that we can turn on in Slack to enable those types of things. So we actually use a Slack add-on called Connections by Roots, and in channels it will actually put in a random icebreaker question, and folks will jump in and respond to it. It can also actually even create affinity groups. Like, for example, if folks are really passionate about, or like just an interest, right? Like I'm passionate about running or something, right? It might actually create a group of folks in running that are interested in running, and they can share tips and kind of meet that way. Through our, we actually just launched what we are calling our On-Demand Spaces program, where we're leveraging a co-working space aggregator called Dasana that has, it's a global network of co-working spaces. But one of the functionality that the Dasana space had that we were really excited about is it gave visibility into who was working in your city, even if it was someone maybe who was visiting, who booked a desk or something, and they wanted to, you could say, oh, that's this person on the legal team that actually I maybe want to meet. Maybe I can reach out to them because now I have visibility into this. So I would say the behavior is intentionality, but then think about how you can like leverage tools or existing programs to kind of to bring that kind of spontaneity alive. Is anybody from HR here today? Cocktails in a box. Let's go. Any other questions for our panel?
Hi, kind of along those same lines. How do you incorporate a new employee? Onboard them, incorporate them into your culture, help them feel like a part of their team. It's so much easier from my viewpoint for someone who's been established to go into a hybrid situation than a new employee.
I've been a new employee in the last 5 months. And the first thing I would say is you introduce. We get in a habit when we join that room that we all know who's there and we all know who their role is. And I spent about 4 weeks joining meetings that I had no idea who those people were or why they were there or what role they played in my life. And we just had to back up. We had to back up and be really intentional. I had a teammate who I asked to prep me for a meeting. So we're going to go into this meeting. Who's going to be there? What is their role? How is it that we're connected with them? So I go back to intentionality, right? It's not the same as I do the aside and say, hi, I'm Paula, because it's a little more difficult to do that. You can certainly do that in the chat, but I would say very much intentional. I would also say, I've had experience with really good online programs, and I've had experience with really bad online programs. And the community you can build in an online environment is absolutely amazing if you think about being intentional, if you incorporate the chats, if you talk about common prompts, if you do that, you actually have a more difficult time, I think, hiding in an online environment because people notice. Where in this room, there will be people today who sit back and we won't have eye contact with them and we won't hear anything voiced from them. Online environments, if you watch it, can be more difficult to do that. So you get to share more of yourself and you get to be intentional about calling people out because all of a sudden you're looking down in chat and you know. So I would say, if connecting to my folks in higher ed, a quality online program intentionally plans for community. And I think in HR perspective, you have to do that, incorporating them, bringing them on board, making sure that they understand who they're talking to and how we build that community outside of that one meeting.
I can jump in really quickly, just give a quick overview of how we approach onboarding. I think it's also, so we try to think about onboarding. We have a great 2-day program that we do for onboard. It's all virtual, but we try to think about onboarding as a much longer journey than that too, and create and give managers the tools to think about onboarding from like 30, 60, 90, 6 months in. And because folks are starting in a virtual environment as well, we ensure that everyone has an onboarding buddy who's actually not in your direct team as well, but is someone who is in it, maybe a cross-functional partner or outside of that, to actually bridge that gap, be someone you can actually talk to and get advice from that isn't in your direct team, and can also be a nice conduit to the rest of the organization as well. But a lot of that we actually also put on our managers, and so we leverage a tool. We actually use a tool like a nudge technology kind of tool called Onboarder to ensure that a weekend, the day of, like, hey, your new employee enjoys this. Like, why don't you reach out to them about this or connect them to, certain groups, right? Like within the organization. So a lot of it is like upskilling the managers too, to make sure that they understand the role that they play. And again, having that introduction, I think, to the rest of the community as well, and having that onboarding buddy has been something that's been great.
So one more thing I'd mention a little farther on into the onboarding process would be you not only having a manager who really understands how to engage you, but to also have a mentor, and considering mentoring, typically someone who's not in your career path, your line of command. I recently have been part of mentoring circles for Idaho Women in Technology, and that's been just super helpful because it's a little like a mastermind, but people bring up their issues and folks, yeah, I've had that issue too. and here's what I did, and get some more clarity on the problem. So, and as a woman working at Hewlett-Packard in 1980, I needed a mentor. I mean, I was on the moon for all practical purposes. So, because I was different from most of the employees. So that's an additional issue. If, you're hiring, if you're really looking at diversity, equity, and inclusion, you might, have some people who don't feel like they're part of the team. So that mentoring, in addition to that engagement from the first level manager, is critical. A friend of mine's a leadership coach. She published a book called Leaders Who Coach, and has worked with thousands of companies over 11 years. And she said the two biggest factors in retention that they have found are that engagement with the first level manager and the opportunity. So that's kind of towards the end of or farther into that process.
So we have time for probably 2 more questions. And speaking of hybrid, I just want to encourage our Zoom folks, if you have a question, please pop that into the chat and Kimberly will flag me down. Any other questions from all of you? Your hand was up so fast. I mean, it's going to be amazing.
So I think with remote work, one of the major things that people are attracted to is that regain of time, whether no longer having to commute or being able to work on household chores during your daily breaks. And in that same vein, there's been discussions about 4-day work weeks, and not just 4 10s, but a reduction in hours of 4 8s. Is that something that any of your industries are looking at, or you are finding conversations around that? Especially when focusing on younger generations, that seems to be something more young adults are asking for.
The generations question.
There's a lot of research in that. Yeah, so we did look into a 4-day work week when we were initially designing Virtual First, but where we actually have anchored now is we leverage a practice that we call core collaboration hours. And so we have a particular set of hours that we anchor to for North America, for Europe, and for Asia Pacific region. And it's essentially a 4-hour time block where folks across the organization are available for synchronous collaboration. And so for example, if you're on the West Coast, that would be 9 to 1. If you're in New York, right, that would be 12 to 4. And so what we do, and really what that kind of anchors us in, is you have to adopt an asynchronous by default mindset, right? And, kind of think about how you kind of design your workday around that. And what that does enable is actually the notion of nonlinear work days. So very much what you mentioned, like outside of core collaboration hours, you might have to flex a little bit for meetings depending on folks' availability. If you work in a global team, you might have to still take calls early in the morning or late at night, right? But it does very much enable a deep focus time, but also gives folks back their lives. Like if you are most, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, if you're like, I really need to take a run and that's what I need to do right now, I need to go to a doctor's appointment or something like that, folks can do it. And so we've anchored in that, right? Like as a practice, we've been leveraging that now for 2 years. But kind of what I was saying at the beginning, we want to stay really agile with our approach, and it's something that I think we'll always kind of continue to look at. I will say we also do monthly PTO days for our organization, which have been, it's not a 4-day work week necessarily, but it does give folks like across the organization a time to, you can take that day off and then come back and you're not going to be bombarded with emails and a bunch of communications and notifications from folks. So those are the 2 things that we're leveraging. But again, we want to stay really agile with our approach and we'll continue to investigate it. But that's kind of where we are now.
I would say,
Nope, you go right ahead. Go right ahead.
I would say we're really dealing with that in education right now, particularly in our rural districts. Some of that is driven by costs of transportation and those type of things. So maybe not for all of the right reasons, but we certainly, as more districts in the state of Idaho move to a 4-day work, it's clearly impacting those districts around and attracting particularly those who have children and need that flexibility or that type of thing. So not for all of the right reasons that you have talked about, but certainly we're dealing with that in the education industry. And ask NAMPA how they're dealing with Middleton 4-day and Melba 4-day and who they're losing their employees to, who can go across for the same pay and really only have responsibilities 4 days. Teachers have responsibility all year round, but technically have to report to work only those 4 days instead of 5 days.
And the city hasn't really gone to a 4-day work week, but what we have allowed is for employees to flex their hours so that, say if your kid has a soccer game at 4 o'clock, we usually don't get off till 5, but you need to leave by 3 to get there by 4. And so we allow our employees to kind of flex. They can leave at 3, make it there for their kid's soccer game, be there, truly be there because they know that, oh, I'm still going to get this project done tonight after dinner. Once the kids are settled, I'm going to get back on, knock that project out, and guess what? You're still producing. Your employee is happy. They got to be there for their loved one, and they still get to contribute to the team. No one else is having to pick up their slack. So I think it's allowing us to get better and look at different options. But yeah, going to a 4-day work week, I think it's going to be industry specific. And I'll tell you, I've seen government organizations go to 4-day work weeks and actually have a financial advantage because they're not using as much power and resources in the 5-day work week. So I think it's going to be industry specific, but yeah, I think employees do have an option to kind of flex. So not truly a 4-day work week, but truly the ability to be there for their loved ones for those important events.
Okay, we have time for one more question. And I know one of you has one. Oh, Michelle, I knew you had one in your pocket.
Thank you. So this is actually a question that has come up in our deans and our chairs in higher ed. The question of supervision. How is it that you supervise your direct reports when you aren't physically there?
Trust.
I would just say also KPIs, which is how we do it, right? And whether that takes a 40-hour work week or a 50-hour work week or a 30-hour work week, if we've agreed that this is in my industry, how many people have we contacted, how many conversions have we done, those type of things, we adjust it. We iterate that, say, oh, that was a ridiculous goal, or those type of things. But I think it's as easy as that. So what's the output? What's the outcome? What is our hope that we've agreed as a team that we're going to do? And that's the measure of supervision.
It's interesting. The different leadership theories, and do all employees bear watching, or you empower them and let them do great work? And I think what we have found thus far is that employees will behave however you treat them. Now, having said that, the one thing that we're afraid of is that employees really want telework to work. And so they're really on their best behavior now. Will that shift over time? I don't know. I hope not. But what we have found so far is that we've had a conversation with folks and said, hey, here's the deal. We're going to treat you like grown-ups. We're going to expect you to do good work. And they've been doing it. When we shackled them to a desk all day and said, your computer monitor has to be turned so I can see it. Right? Because I need to know what you're doing. They behaved accordingly. They brought their phone or their laptop or whatever from home so that they could screw around at work on their personal device. They could be doing the same thing at home and we would never know, but the productivity level that we're seeing doesn't indicate that. So I think they behave accordingly, however you treat them.
And I want to say that Gen Zs and millennials I've worked with are enraged by micromanagement. If you want to lose your employees, you micromanage them. You know, you hire people you can trust, and then you give them, you establish the metrics for what they're going to get done this month, and at the end of the month, you know, or whenever, some review period, you look and see how they're doing and have a conversation about it. And there's a little coaching and mentoring opportunity there as well. It's not an entirely objective thing, but that's a good start at it. But if you want to retain your people, and that's been an interesting problem, you've got to set the metrics, agree on the goals, discuss the issues, and measure and trust. And you know, if they're really not getting the job done, you can have that conversation later.
And this has been a great lesson for leadership, because I know you all have heard this term. We need your buy-in. So when you buy into something, buy into a stock, you buy a property, you buy a home, your whole intent is to put your resources in so you can hopefully pull more resources out, right? When we buy into something. But with remote work, a lot to what Wayne said, it works. Do you know why? Because people believe in it. They believe in it. And when they believe in something, they're going to make it work. So take that same lesson of belief versus buy-in and use that lesson, because they believe in hybrid work. Hybrid work is working. Remote work is working. Use that lesson on other changes within your organization and think about what you did to build that belief to help the Tonys and the Waynes that didn't believe in hybrid work. We believe in it now because we want to keep our quality people, and we want them to be happy, and we want them to remain productive, and we want them to remain on our team and grow in our organization. So think about that belief and think about that versus buy-in.
I think that's all we have time for today. I'm going to say, if you have a minute, come up and say hi to our panelists. Thank them for coming. Please join me and thank them now. Thank you all so much. That was great. And you helped elevate the discourse here at Boise State. We're grateful to you.
So traditional food science programs are heavy on the food, light on the science, and we have taken an alternative approach to that, where we're very heavy on the science, the physical sciences, and the engineering and the computer science that approaches it from a high-tech, innovative way that will advance food processing as we know it. So you'll notice after the potatoes were sliced, they were washed in water, and that washes off reducing sugars and free amino acids that combine during the frying process and produce acrylamide. So by having those be easier to remove and wash off, we're able to produce less acrylamide in the frying process, thus a healthier product for consumers.
I think the main part of this whole process is that we are sort of reinventing what potato chips and the potato chip industry would look like. Pulsed electric fields, they show up naturally. They are part of a chemical reaction that happens when carbohydrates and amino acids are put in contact with heat. And what it does, it will electroporate or make little tiny holes in the potatoes that will allow the reducing sugars, the carbohydrates, to leach out of the potato, and therefore we would have less acrylamides after the frying process. You know, I came to this project thinking I knew what a potato chip was, and I'm very surprised that every single step has different variations, and every single step can be critical for the final product itself.
So pulsed electric field is at the forefront of the technology that's not only available to lower acrylamide levels, but it's available at scale for processing facilities to implement immediately.
Good evening. If you're just coming in, there are some seats on the wings on either side, so feel free to come and be seated. And even this area that we have blocked off for VIP, we've got some extra space, so we want to see everybody have a chance to have a seat. Come on in and sit down and prepare yourself for a wonderful evening here. Good evening, everybody. I'm Mark Bannister, Dean of the College of Business and Economics here at Boise State University. And I'm very proud to welcome you to the 2023 Brandt Foundation Lecture. And so everybody, take a moment, reach in your pocket or purse, turn off or silence your cell phone. Please. But that will save some interruptions and some embarrassment later if you do so. So please do that. I'd like to express gratitude to the John and Ora Brandt Foundation. Without their support, without the foundation's support, this event would not happen. Their extraordinary lives and commitment to their community, described in tonight's program, which we have all received, continue to make a significant contribution to the people of Idaho. We have some of the trustees of the foundation here tonight, and I would like to introduce those that are here and also acknowledge others that aren't here. Don Brandt was unable to attend this evening. We do have Bob Rathbone. Bob? Judge J.R. Schiller was unable to attend this evening. Don Anderson. Thank you, Don. John Barnes. And Mike Sigursma. Thank you, Mike. I'd also like to acknowledge Ann Walker, the chairperson of the Economics Department. Ann, where are you? There she is, yes. And she's also the Brandt Fellow of Free Market Capitalism. And Alan Dalton is the Brandt Lecture Organizer, and Alan puts a lot of work, a lot of effort into organizing these, and Alan, your work is greatly appreciated, and I'd like to turn things over to have him introduce this evening's speaker. So thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Dean Bannister. I want to thank all of you for attending the 16th almost annual Brandt Foundation Lecture. The only lecture that was not held in a year was when Hurricane Sandy hit New York City, and our speaker for that year, Epstein, couldn't make it. But he came the next year, okay? So 16th Brandt Lecture in 17 years. Again, for those of you who just arrived, please silence your cell phones. Couple of housekeeping items, and then I'll get to my introduction. Inside your program, you will find a feedback form. We ask that you complete and return them to the student helpers at the end of the event, especially if you want to be included on mailing or email lists for future Boise State College Business and Economics speakers. At the end of tonight's lecture, there will be a question and answer period. At the front of both the outer rows, there are microphones. Just line up and take turns as long as our speaker is willing to engage questions. We ask that your questions be, first, as brief as possible, to allow others time to ask their questions, that they be questions. That is, they end in a question mark. Okay. And most importantly, that they are respectful of our guest and your fellow audience members. To minimize disruption, we ask that you stay seated until after the Q&A session. At the conclusion of the question and answer period, student helpers from Boise State's master's and bachelor's programs in the College of Business and Economics will collect three things: attendance slips from students, name tags from our VIPs. Remember, we don't want the Brandt Foundation to have to pay for replacements. and those feedback forms inside your program. The purpose of the Brandt Foundation Lecture Series is to bring to Idaho those who are making important contributions to public understanding of the foundations of free and prosperous society. Tonight's speaker clearly meets that standard, having recently been awarded a 2023 Bradley Foundation Prize, which honors, quote, distinguished individuals whose extraordinary talents have influenced American scholarship and debate, and celebrates the belief that freedom leads to greater opportunity, prosperity, and quality of life. John Cochran's many contributions to human knowledge in the fields of financial economics and macroeconomics are noted in tonight's program, along with his many teaching and research awards. He has served the economics profession in many capacities: researcher, author, teacher, journal editor, and been recognized with awards for all of these services. His contributions to civic engagement and public debate are also noted in tonight's program and extend from his frequent contributions to his blog, The Grumpy Economist, and also being a frequent contributor to the opinion pages of the Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg.com, Project Syndicate, and National Review Online. Outside of his academic pursuits, he is a competition sailplane pilot and enjoys cycling, windsurfing, skiing, and other outdoor activities. Economists interested in macroeconomic questions generally begin their careers interested in the sexy topics of unemployment and inflation, and what government can do or shouldn't do to bring those indicators of human welfare into tolerable ranges. But at some point, nearly all the best economists turned to looking at economic growth. In 1988, the future Nobel laureate Robert Lucas, writing about making small improvements in the state of India's economic growth rates, noted, quote, the consequences for human welfare involved in questions like these are simply staggering. Once one starts to think about them, it is hard to think about anything else. Why that is the case, and what we can do as a society to improve U.S. economic growth rates, is the subject of tonight's presentation. The Brandt Foundation Lecture Series is honored to present tonight's speaker, Dr. John Cochran, and his topic, Free to Grow. John Cochran.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful introduction. Get all organized here. Let's see if I can get, I'm a recovering business school professor, so if I don't have slides, there we go. I can't even ask for directions to the men's room without slides. Let me tell you a little bit about this project. I titled it Free to Grow. Those of you who admire Milton Friedman as I do will recognize the allusion, his famous free to choose. And in some sense, the project is to update free to choose to the problems of the current era. It is, I hope to persuade you that free markets, if you want to call it that, or incentive economics, the term I use, is not passé, some old ideas, neoliberalism from the 1990s, but in fact a vital way of thinking about things that offers us solutions to today's economic problems. So let's get going. When do you think was the best economy in the United States? What year? Think about it. Now, when I ask some of my friends on the left for this question, they'll often say, oh, the 1950s were wonderful because, unions and manufacturing jobs and so forth. Wrong. The 1950s, in the beginning of the 1950s, average income in the United States was $15,000 in real terms. Now it's $60,000. You're wrong by a factor of 4 if you think the 1950s were great. The best year in the United States economy is right now. And that illustrates long-run growth. That difference of $15,000 to $60,000, it just keeps going. What's the most important economic question we face You hear a lot of them in the newspaper. Inflation, I actually work on inflation, but mostly on the theory of why the drunk looks for car keys under the light post rather than where we lost them, because I know something about how to answer that question. Inflation, Federal Reserve, recessions, unemployment. Nope. Long-run growth is the most important economic question. Whether that growth from 15,000 to 60,000 from the 1950s to now will be repeated for our children and grandchildren. Nothing else is close. So I brought along some graphs. I amuse myself by making graphs. That's how economists stay up at night. Just to give you a sense of what is this phenomenon we're looking at with long-run growth. This graph, our world in data, is a great way to stay up too late at night if you want to do that, especially the night before you're giving a talk, which is when I make slides. So here is the United States, growth from 1870 to now. And look at that vertical axis. It's just dramatic. You can see here what I claim 1950 was 15,000, and now close to 60,000. That's just dramatic increase in our standard of living. Notice we're well ahead of Western Europe. Western Europe looks like a pretty nice place, but they are actually 40% less well off than the United States. That's a staggering difference just between us and Western Europe. As one, I'm going to make a little fun of climate change today. Climate change is a real, serious, important problem, but the best estimates of climate change are in 100 years, maybe 5% of GDP, maybe 10% of GDP at the outset. So that's the existential crisis, or so our leaders claim about climate change, 5 to 10%. We're talking about going from 15,000 to 60,000, a factor of 4. How big is that relative to 5 or 10% in 100 years? Western Europe to US is 40%. That's 4 to 8 climate changes right now, just from moving from us to Western Europe. These differences are enormous. That's the sense in which long-run growth is the most important question. I put in South Korea. There's an example of a growth miracle, and one of an important reminder of how things. South Korea was desperately poor into 1960, and then took off. It's a phenomenon called catch-up growth. If you're really desperately poor, all you got to do is behave a little bit more like the U.S. Our country has all sorts of problems, but we're better off than Europe, and we're better off than South Korea was. If they just do things a little more like us, look how fast you can grow and catch up to the U.S. I put in Italy as well, in part because I absolutely love Italy. I spent a lot of time there when I was a kid. But there's an example of a growth disaster, of a growth stagnation. You can see Italy in about 2000 simply stopped growing and is now gently declining. There are worse growth disasters. Argentina, Venezuela, Cuba, there are countries. Growth is not automatic. Growth can fall apart. Societies can fall apart. North Korea, relative to South Korea, you can see down there. We'll see North Korea in a second. There is a great controlled experiment of economics. North Korea on the bottom, South Korea close to Western Europe in one generation. Homogeneous country, North Korea used to be the rich part of Korea. There are growth disasters. China's there. China's in the news. And here's an important lesson of economics. Look at levels, don't look at growth rates. China is growing very quickly, but it started abysmally poor. And right now is at an average level of $20,000 per capita. It's still got a long way to go to catch up to U.S. standards. It's big because there's a lot of people, but GDP per capita is not that great. While we're having fun with graphs, here it is over longer history from 1305, when this graph starts, when we have numbers in the UK. Long-run growth, we take it for granted. There will be steady growth, 2% a year. That is not the human condition. The human condition we grew from hunter-gatherers till early agriculture a little bit, and then it was just a constant level of misery until about 1700, and this hockey stick of improvement started up. This is, I wanted to make the case that growth is not just about stuff. Growth is about better things. We don't have 4 1950s houses 4 1950 Chevys, although people of my age might think that would be a great idea. Those were terrible cars relative to what you have now. 4 black and white TVs. we have much, much better. We have iPhones, we have streaming, we have health, environment, education, culture. We have defense, we have social programs, we have any hope of paying off government debt. GDP growth is important to all of these things. GDP is not, if anything, people complain, oh, GDP is an overcount because it doesn't measure quality of life. Yeah, but all the places with high GDP also have high quality of life. So, in fact, you have to be able to afford clean environment. The U.S. has the cleanest environment of any country in the world. Why? Because we can afford it. GDP correlates with the lack of extreme poverty, with health, with child mortality, clean water, rights, freedom, parks, liberal society, to be free from back-breaking labor. All of these things are more than you can see in the GDP. I brought along graphs for this one. Here is the share of population living in extreme poverty. We live in a remarkable era. The fraction of people, look at the vertical axis on this one. This isn't just some ski slope kind of going down. Looks like a bunny slope. No, look at the vertical axis. The fractions of people living in extreme poverty throughout the globe have plummeted in our lifespan. A lot of that is China, which went from just absolutely dreadful poverty under the Cultural Revolution to being a middle-income country that is, much better off than trying to hoe a quarter-acre plot by hand. This is life expectancy. Life expectancy is growing throughout the world. That's, GDP buys you that. Now here, I wanted to bring you back. So some students you got some credit here, okay? So for your credit, you have to put up with a supply and demand graph. And this will be on the test. I wanted to make the case that, again, because I'm sensitive to the criticisms that GDP isn't everything. Why don't you measure all the happiness crowd who hates GDP? I'm making the case here that GDP is a gross understatement of of what our growth has brought us. So this is a supply and demand curve, price and quantity. Supply is how much you can produce at each price, and demand is how much people will buy at each price. That's why demand goes down. GDP is the market value of goods and services that are sold. So it's price times quantity. It's the area in blue there. The value to consumers of this stuff is what you would be willing to pay. So at the first time a new cancer treatment is introduced, it may be $10,000. Cancer treatments are very expensive. When first introduced, if you're going to die of cancer, you'd be willing to pay a whole lot more than $10,000. We get the whole difference between what we'd be willing to pay for something and the market price. We get that for free. And I think a great example is Google Maps. Think of how wonderful Google Maps is. You know exactly where you are. And how much do you pay for Google Maps? How much GDP is in Google Maps? 0. Nothing. It's free. No GDP to Google Maps. But think of a 18th century sea captain who has to try to figure out longitude by looking at a sextant, and whoops, it's a cloudy night. We're going to run into a reef somewhere. They have no idea where they're. Boy, would they love to have Google Maps that tells you exactly where. Think how much Google Maps adds to our Google Maps and GPS adds to our quality of life, our well-being. All of it for free. There's the value. So GDP is a great understatement of what we get out of it. The problem is, now let me be a little bit, one of our biggest problems, this miracle of growth is slowing down. This is, I have growth rate in potential GDP, which kind of gets rid of the fluctuations, the occasional business cycles. And you can see ups and downs or whatever, but it was 4% in the end of the 20th century, and it's down to under 2% now. Roughly speaking, the growth rate of GDP has fallen in half since the end of the 20th century. About 3.5% to 4% end of World War II to 2000, about 2% now. No, 2%, 3%. This adds up. Year after year, it adds up. The 15 to 60 that happened in one generation will take 2 or 3 generations. Let's think about the year 2100. Again, that's a good one to focus on because climate's on a lot of people's minds. So are we 5% better? 5%, does climate cost 5% or 10% maybe in 100 years? Well, 100 years at 2% growth, that's 200%. That's, that means we are 3 times as well off as we are now. 100 years at 4% growth, that means we are 5 times as much better off, a 400% increase. 400% versus 200% versus 5%, which is important. If the question is GDP, overall standards of living, you can see that whether growth goes back to 4%, stays stuck at 2%, or God forbid becomes like Italy and stays at 0, or really, God forbid, and becomes like Cuba, Venezuela, or North Korea and tanks, that is by far the most important question for our economy. 5% of GDP, that's 2 years worth of growth. So you get the same, in 2100 that you would have in 2098 otherwise. This is now my last graph. This compares compares living standards across countries and gets at the question, which is the one we're going to think of next, where does growth come from and what can we do to make growth better? What I've got on the vertical axis is GDP per capita. And what I've got on the horizontal axis is the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index, which sadly they don't produce anymore. But it's a very simple index. It adds up what's the ease of starting a small business. How long does it take to get permits? How corrupt is the process? How easy is it to get financing? Small, it's not really, most business is big business, but it's an indication of how easy is it to do basic business in the country. Now what you notice on the vertical axis is the immense difference in living standards across the world. From the Central African Republic was the unfortunate worst off in this graphic because North Korea wasn't in this data at about $400 a person per year. And you can see us marching through India, China. I gave this talk in Israel, so that's why Israel's on there, and the USA. And you can notice the remarkably strong correlation between the ease of doing business and GDP per capita. Well, duh, this is a crowd that comes to an institute that says free markets. Some sense that if it's easier to do business, people will do more business and they will be better off. That shouldn't be too surprising. What should be surprising is the amazing strength, how much difference it makes from $300 to $60,000 a year. Correlates pretty much with the quality of economic institutions, the ease of doing business in a country. That's just an enormous amount that governments and bad institutions can damage economies. Now, I'm an optimist. The ease of doing business index goes up to 100. And the way the index was constructed is that it's a quantitative index, not just who's better and worse. And you got a score according to where you were relative to the best of actual real world observed outcome in each category. So it is possible to get a score of 100. The US doesn't get a score of 100 because, as many of you are business people here know, it's not the easiest possible place in the world to do business. We don't have the best regulatory system. We don't have the best possible taxes. There are other countries in the world that actually, on some dimensions, are better than us. But 100 is possible. It's not, there's a tendency to be in sort of free market nirvana dreaming about things, but no, 100 is possible. So I extended the graph to go through 100, and you can see, how much better off would the US be if we were at just, clean up the ease of doing business to things that are observed somewhere else in the world. Well, depending how you draw the line in the graph, take your pick, but somewhere between 100,000 and 320,000, that much growth is sitting on the table just by increasing the ability to do business. So that's some sense of where we're going here. Growth is the most important thing. Raising overall living standards is the most important thing. And you can see here one ingredient of where that comes from. One ingredient is the kinds of policies, the kinds of frameworks captured in the Ease of Doing Business Index. This is my, my last, I think it's my last slide. Yeah, it's my last slide. This is North Korea versus South Korea at night. And there is the controlled experiment. Same people, same language, same culture, same everything. One kind of government versus another kind of government, and you can see the results. East versus West Germany I think the good Lord keeps this one out there to remind us and to not let us get too far away from the facts of how things work. Okay, let's get to work. How are we going to get more growth? Where does growth come from? How can the U.S. do more growth? I think that's it for slides. The rest, you're just going to have to stay awake and listen. Long-run growth comes from supply in demand terms. It comes from efficiency. It comes from productivity. It comes from each of us being able to do more per hour than we were able to before. It does not come from demand. It does not come from stimulus. How did China get so rich? Starting 1975, horrendously poor. They did not get rich by their government simply printing money and giving it to everyone to stoke demand. They had plenty of demand. They got rich by getting a little bit out of the way and letting businesses come. How did we get so much? There's a story about workers get unions or help workers get higher wages. Think about your grandparents. My great grandparents were farmers or artisans, and they were pretty poor. Suppose your great grandfather worked in a mine. Are you now so much better off? And working in a mine in the late 19th century is like this, okay? And maybe earning $2 a day. Suppose a union had come in and given him $3 a day. Does that account for your salary now? No. It's because the people working mines use enormous machines, and the rest of us went and did something else, like teach classes in economics that's far more productive. It's about productivity. It's about supply. You just forget the stimulus business that's about recessions. And unfortunately, our economic language got stuck in 1933. If you read the New York Times, it's always 1933. We need more demand. We need more stimulus. We need to get out of the recession. No, we're out of the recession. And in fact, now is a good time to remind people of this. We got a 3.5% unemployment rate. There's labor shortages everywhere you want. If a politician tells you, I have a policy that creates jobs, you say, well, where are you going to get the people to fill those jobs? Because they're already busy doing something else. Jobs are a cost now, not a benefit. It's about the supply side. Long-run growth is about supply, productivity, and efficiency, not most of the things we talk about. And in fact, our recent bout of inflation is very unfortunate, but the bout of inflation is a wonderful slap in the face. It's a wonderful bucket of cold water. We've had 10 years of economic policy talking about secular stagnation and savings glut and need more demand, and all we have to do is print up some money and hand it to people and the economy will grow. Well, they did it. $5 trillion, they handed it out. What did we get? Inflation. Okay, we didn't really know what we get, but now we know. Now we know we're right up against that supply limit, and if you want to make the economy get better, it's got to be about supply. Where does productivity come from? Productivity comes from ideas. Not just products invention, but all the ideas. Any of you who works in a company know it's just daily grind to make it a little more efficient every day. We celebrate the iPhone, we celebrate AI, but Southwest Airlines figuring out how to get people on a plane faster than United can, that's an idea. That's productivity. That's the process of economic growth as well. For the US, that makes it harder. We are sort of the frontier. We need to do things better. Others can and should copy what we do. Really, the only reason the India is stuck at 6,000 and we're at 60,000 is they need to just do things a little more like the US. That would be nice. Unfortunately, we have to set the tone and do things. And good ideas include also public institutions. So I'm a free marketer, but not an anarchist. Property rights, rule of law, a functioning legal system, the constitutional protections, private property, those are all extremely important. You only invest in a business if you know you're going to be able to keep your property, even if somebody decides not to. So how much more can the U.S. grow? You saw the graph. I think we have a long way to grow. Now, I'll have to admit, there's a discussion among economists. Maybe growth is ending because we've just run out of ideas. I hope not. I hope AI, biotech are the new ideas. But let's at least fix what we can. So the rest of the talk, let's just look around and see what can we do to make things better. And maybe that'll help long-term growth. Maybe there's a sort of growth versus levels. But at least now you know what the challenge is. Make things more efficient. You've seen the enormous amounts that, going from India to the U.S. can make things 10 times more efficient. Maybe the U.S. can still have, it's not the perfect country. Maybe things are enough messed up in our country that we have the similar kinds of things left to go. So new ideas. Embodied usually in new businesses, new products, new ways of doing things. And the core of economics is ideas and incentives. You need the incentives to implement those ideas. That's what I call economics. I call us incentive economics because that's the key. Free markets are one way of getting the incentives right. But the incentives is what economics really knows how to study. The problem with growth is that everybody hates it. Except the beneficiaries. Every step is hard, and every step is disruptive. Let's just take one that we all understand, Uber versus taxis. I think you can see Uber is a great advance for growth. We take a bunch of cars that have been sitting around and doing nothing. We take a bunch of people who had time on their hands and a need to earn some money, and we put them to work ferrying you and me around at lower prices, better quality than taxis did. Who hates Uber? The taxi companies. And what was the first thing that they did? They tried to keep the taxi monopoly going, to keep Uber out and keep their profits up. And Uber is actually, it's the exception that proves the rule. They were only able to go in because they just ignored the laws. They went in so big with so many billions of venture money that there was a political constituency of people like us who said, no, you can't let this one go. But you can see. Incumbents, people running current businesses, people with current jobs, hate growth because it's so disruptive to the ways of doing it. And they are right, they will lose. In the Industrial Revolution, the weavers famously lost out when the looms came in. Looms are much more productive per capita, but the weavers did very badly. The weavers' children and grandchildren did wonderfully, but the weavers wanted to stop it. Well, people want to stop growth. So that brings us to regulation. Why are we stagnating in the US? In my view, the answer is simple. We have the people, the ideas, the entrepreneurial spirit. We have abundant investment capital to grow. We just can't get the permits. My notes say, US regulatory nightmare, insert horror stories. But you can do that on your own, especially those of you who run businesses. Years and years to get permits to things, lawsuits, now, regulation and one of my themes tonight is we shouldn't just bemoan things, we should understand why they are. There's a tendency among us free marketers to say, oh, that's so stupid, why would you have a regulation to rent control? We all know what that does. Well, let's understand why things are the way they are. That's our only way we're going to make progress on improving things. Why is regulation so designed to stop growth? Well, because regulation is there to preserve jobs, businesses, old ways of doing things, old profit streams like Uber versus taxis. Rent controls are there to keep people in their current houses. Most regulation is that kind of economic regulation. Now, why does government do that? Well, we live in a democratic society, and governments are responsive, and people don't like the new business coming in and undercutting things and offering a better service at a lower price, and they run to their representatives who give them what they want, good and hard, just as H.L. Mencken once said of democracy, and that's a fact. But this is a hopeful fact. Governments exist to transfer income, to take from A and give to B. That's what almost all regulation does. Take from A and give to B, usually in the most pernicious way by holding prices up or forcing prices down. Lesson 1 of economics is never transfer income by messing with prices, because prices are what give you the incentive to economize on things that are hard to get or to use things that are cheap. If you distort prices, that distorts the economy. If you want to transfer income, send people checks. But that's, our political system is there to transfer income. The political system is not oriented to growth. Regulation just doesn't care about growth. Think of any law and regulation you can. It's mostly about taking from A, usually the taxpayer, and giving to B. It's not about getting incentives for growth. Well, that helps us to understand why we're in a mess, and it's the hope. Since no one cares about growth and no one's paying any attention to the incentives, we have some hope to do some good on making the incentives better. And I think that's also an important rule for economists. Too many economists violate the rule. When it comes to transferring income, should the rich get more, should the poor get less, which groups should get more or less, we really have no scientific basis to say how income should be transferred. We do have scientific basis to say, here's a disincentive. If I say tax A, give it to B, I might think that's unfair, you might think that's fair, but that's just a political, moral argument. If I point out, though, that if I tax A at 100% tax rate, A will quit his job and no longer have any money to give anybody, that's an incentive. And that's a valid scientific point that really has nothing to do with who you think is better or worse. Well, let's stick with the incentive. So that's why I like to call it incentive economics. That's the most important thing. So how should we fix regulation? It's hard. And that is in part why I'm not running for office and never will. If you're running for office, it's much more politically salient to say, I'm going to give you lots of money, or I'm going to hold down prices to benefit you. I'm going to give you a big stimulus. We'll print up checks and send it to every registered voter. That really rings politically. The problem with our sclerotic system is that everything is regulated and dysfunctional in its own way. I call it the Marie Kondo approach to our public life. Our public life, our government, our legal system, our regulatory system is like a hoarder's house from one of those horrible TV shows. And unfortunately, how you fix that is we start with the sock drawer, and then we do the underwear drawer. And God forbid, here comes the garage. That's healthcare. But each one is screwed up in its own way and requires effort to clean out. But I think there are ways to clean it out, and I want to show you some. And I think part of the philosophy I'm going to offer in my ways out is pay attention to the incentives. Try and get past the left-right gap by understanding we all have common objectives. We just differ on cause and effect mechanisms to fixing them. And once you can talk about that, I think you can make some progress. Another principle is far too many people jump in with answers in search of a question. And if we just force people to state the question, we'll get to better answers. So let me give you some examples. Let's fix a couple of things. I'll start with taxes. Oh boy, taxes, what a mess, right? People just jump in. We need to raise corporate taxes, tax the rich more. I usually say, and what's the marginal tax rate on the rich right now? I don't know. How much should they be taxed? No, it's always more. But tax the rich more, tax the poor less. Everyone jumps in with an answer. What's the question we're trying to ask with taxes? Well, I'll suggest one, because of course I'm giving the speech and you're not. But suppose the objective is we want to raise revenue for the government to spend on important things, which I'm sure they have important things to spend on, while minimizing the damage to the economy. If we could agree on that question, the answer is straightforward. Now, the problem with taxes, I'm going to not say who deserves more, who deserves less, who should we take money from. I'm going to point at one thing, marginal tax rates, the incentives. And the key, this is another principle, you got to watch the whole system. People will say America's undertaxed. The tax rate's only 42% on the wealthiest. Well, wait a minute. 42% is the top marginal federal income tax rate. But what matters to your incentive to work is the total amount of taxes standing between you produced an extra dollar for your employer and what you get to actually consume with that dollar. Aha! We need federal income taxes, state income taxes, local income taxes, property taxes, excise taxes, sales taxes, estate taxes, taxes on rate of interest, all the taxes put together. You put all of them together, my guess is the top marginal rate in the US is already right now 70%. Federal 42.5%, California 13.5%, state sales tax at 10%. That gets you most of the way there right off the bat. So now we're into disincentive territory at 70%. You earn an extra dollar, you get to keep, you get to actually use roughly 30 cents of it. Well, what is the best tax system? The answer is, we know the answer once you ask the question, and everyone has to agree that's the answer. This is scientific, it's fairly well worked out. You want to lower the marginal rates and broaden the base so that that marginal disincentive is as low as possible. The best way I can see is no income tax, no corporate tax, no estate tax, a flat sales tax, basically a value-added tax on everything. Now you may object, well wait a minute, that tax rate, if the government's spending 50% of GDP, that tax rate's got to be 50%. Yeah, that's what you're paying now, so you might as well do it in the most efficient way. And in fact, I think our taxes are spread out all over the place so that us peasants with pitchforks won't notice how much it actually is, because if we did, we'd be up in arms about the whole business. The answer for consumption tax is we'll get the rich. Get the rich down at the Porsche dealer. Don't try to get them from the income, because you got to spend the money eventually. And if you spend, and you can make it progressive if you want to. Now, why not? Why do you anticipate that a good progressive friend from Stanford might object to this whole thing? Well, because they disagree on the question. So let's say what the question is. So a lot of people want to use the tax system to transfer income, just straight out to transfer income. Okay, let's talk about that. If you want to transfer income, I would prefer to let's have an efficient tax system and then write checks to whoever the democratic process is willing to write checks to who you think is worthy, rather than hide it in the tax system. There's a lot of subsidies. My neighbor in Palo Alto has a $5 million house, and he has a brand new Tesla sitting out in front of it. $7,500 went from taxpayers to my neighbor to buy a Tesla. I'm sure he's very happy about that. But that's in a tax break. Let's put this, if you want the subsidies, let's separate that from the tax code and just write those as checks on budget, annually appropriated where we can see it. You can see where I'm going with my system. What matters to progressivity is not each item in isolation. So I'm going to say this again and again. Watch the whole system. A lot of people say, John, your proposal is terrible. It's a flat tax. It's not progressive. You need to tax the rich more. Why? If suppose that my taxes, my flat taxes, finance Bernie Sanders' spending, and the whole system is ridiculously progressive because it gives money to poor people, is not that what matters? Watch the whole system. We should be looking at the tax and transfer system for progressivity, not taxes alone. Which brings us to social programs. Now here's another boy, you want a right-left fight? You're bankrupting the country. You're throwing grandma off the train, you heartless fool. And the fight goes on. So what can we do? Social programs are the central budget problem for the US. We have made promises to my generation that we have no way of keeping. What are we going to do to solve that? Well, let's get off the left-right and again see what the real problem is. One of the real problems with social programs is not the cost, it's the disincentives. Because the way every social program works is it's means tested, and if you earn an extra dollar, we take away some of your benefits. Most programs are individually fairly well structured. For example, a housing voucher, you get a certain amount of money for housing. If you earn an extra dollar, you lose 30% of your dollar. We lower your housing voucher by 30%, an implicit 30% tax rate. But these add up. And in fact, who are the highest taxed Americans? It's the very low income, in the sense of effective marginal tax rate. Because once you have Social Security, food stamps, Medicaid, a housing voucher, a income limited school voucher, and 15 others. Add all of those up, and the typical American earning from $0 to $60,000 a year, if they earn an extra dollar, they lose $1's worth of benefits. And you want to know why the labor force participation rate among lower income Americans is plummeting? I mean, they're not dumb. If you lose $1's worth of benefits for every dollar you earn, they understand very simply, don't earn more money. And actually, there's a paradoxical, another disincentive. If you earn an extra dollar legally, you lose $1 of benefits. If you earn an extra dollar illegally, you don't lose $1 of benefits. And if you go get another $1's worth of social welfare programs, you don't earn those. It's not means tested for those guys as well. So it's a double disincentive. Programs interact. So how do we solve? This is a hard one to solve because you have to fix the whole system. We have to fix the whole system so that the overall disincentive to work is low among poor people for losing benefits as it is among rich people for marginal tax rates. That requires putting them all together, putting the tax and transfer system together. These numbers are very hard to come by. They're hidden. But that solves the problem, or a lot of the problem. It gets a lot of people out of where they are, especially programs where you lose everything when you earn an extra dollar. That really traps people in, and it traps people into bad places. They can't move. If you have a housing voucher over here and the job's over there, move to get the job, lose your housing voucher, which took you 5 years in line to get. Well, I guess I won't take that job. Fix the incentives. We'll talk a little bit about banking because that has a good story. How did we get in this horrible mess with banks? We just had, it's unheralded. In 2008, there was a big bank bailout, and there were people in Tea Party hats and Occupy Wall Street. People were really mad about the big bank bailout. And there was a decency in Washington to say, yeah, I know, big bailout, but we promised to fix it with the Dodd-Frank Act so it won't happen again. We just had another big bailout. No one's even talking about it. During the COVID era, billions and billions of dollars went to bail out banks, went to bail out treasury dealers, went to bail out state and local governments. The Federal Reserve even issued a statement worthy of Mario Draghi that corporate bond prices shall never fall and we'll buy as many as it takes to do that. Apparently now a mark-to-market loss on a corporate bond portfolio is defined as a systemic risk. How are we in this? It's clear the big banks are too big to fail. So how did we get in this mess? Now, this is another case where you just sort of bemoan it. Oh, this was dumb. How did they get there? But don't bemoan it. Understand what happened. And it's an example of what I see in public policy, the little old lady who swallowed the fly. If you'll remember, and maybe I'll make you sing along with me, there once an old lady who swallowed a fly. Remember, she swallowed a fly? And then she swallowed a spider to catch the fly. And then she swallowed, what was it, a bird to catch the spider and a cat to catch the bird. And it all ends with she swallowed a horse and died, of course. Now, this is what happened to banking regulation. and horses on the plate in the next crisis. But it's important to understand each step is sort of reasonable when you look at the previous step. We had a bank run in the 1930s, big banking crisis, and there was a choice of two ways to fix this, and I'll get to way number two in a minute. Way number one was people are running, remember Jimmy Stewart, everybody's there, Wonderful Life. I only see nodding among people with white hair, so sorry about that ancient cultural reference. People are running to get their money out. Now, how do you stop a bank run? The only way to stop a bank run is the government to say, hey, we'll make good on these, guarantee all the deposits. Well, now you wake up the next morning and the bank says, ooh, the government is going to guarantee all the deposits. Hey, you, lend me money and don't worry about it. And don't worry about the safety of the bank because the government guarantees the deposits. Now, giving a banker guaranteed deposits is like giving your Uncle Luigi your credit card and sending him off to Las Vegas. It's called bad risk management. So what do you do about it? They say, Luigi, okay, no double on 16, that's called banking regulation. You try to send in regulators to keep the bank from taking the risks that you've given them the incentive to do. What happens? Sooner or later, the banks get really creative. They're smart people. They find a way to take on more risk with your insured deposits. Boom, there's another run. And usually of some other class of creditors. Okay, guarantee those guys, more regulation, more guarantees, more regulation, more guarantees, more regulation. And the Dodd-Frank Act was not something unusual. It was just more of the same. Hundreds of thousands of pages of regulations in return for the government guarantees the banks are too good to fail. And then came Silicon Valley Bank, which I think is the epitome of the failure of this system. Silicon Valley Bank, for those of you who don't live in Silicon Valley and live finance like me, it's very simple. They took enormous amounts of deposits from new tech companies, and they invested them in long-term treasury bonds. No toxic derivatives, no strange mortgage-backed securities, long-term treasury bonds. What happened then, interest rates went up. The value of the long-term treasury bonds goes down. The value of the deposits is high. They're all large, non-guaranteed deposits. The tech companies were all in Jackson Hole at the time on Twitter with each other, and they all said, boom, I want all my money back now. Instant run of the bank. This is the most plain vanilla banking failure you can possibly imagine. They just invested in long-term treasuries and issued a lot of deposits. There was a run on the deposits. We've understood how to fix this since the 1710s. This is the first week of an undergraduate course in banking, and one for not very smart undergraduates either. And yet, our regulatory system was completely unable, hundreds of thousands of pages of rules, an army of regulators completely unable to see it coming. Well, you can see that there's a system that's fixed. How do we fix this? The answer was put out actually in the 1930s as well. It's called equity finance banking. If banks, before equity financed, why is it that we have an army of regulators looking at a bank's balance sheet? What is a bank assets? A bank's assets are long-term loans, a portfolio of long-term loans, compared to like Tesla's assets, which are, a bet on electric cars and windmills and spaceships to Mars. Which is risky, a portfolio of mortgages or spaceships to Mars? Where are all the regulators on the portfolio of, now why do we need regulators over there and we don't need regulators over here? Answer, because Tesla gets its money by issuing stock. And if Tesla loses money, the stock goes down, and what do you do about it? You can't go get your money back. You have a whiskey, kick the dog maybe, bemoan your idiocy for buying in the bubble again. That's all you can do. A bank you can run to get your money back. That's the problem. If banks got their money by issuing equity like Tesla, we could end financial crises forever. But why don't we do it? Well, there's a lot of people with money in the current system, and you can't do a little patch. Every little patch made sense with banking. Health. Why don't we fix health insurance? Talk about some place in the US economy that is singularly screwed up. That would be health insurance and health care. We have, I think, in an economic, the quality is very good, but in an economic sense, even socialism is better than this because it's so ungodly expensive. I mean, just look at your latest statement. My latest statement, I went to my dermatologist and spent, this always, stories always start when you bring up health. I spent 20 minutes there. The bill said $6,000, insurance discount $2,000, special adjustment for, copay $160. Okay, that's about double what it should have cost, but I actually paid $160. Somebody actually paid the $4,000. It's just a ridiculous system. Why is health and care and insurance so screwed up? A fully private health care and insurance system can work. Frankly, health care and insurance is no different from any other complex personal service. Lawyering, accounting, architecture, construction, airplane travel, car repair, any other complex personal service that's not really fundamentally different than medicine. Now you say you might die medicine. Yeah, you might die in an airplane if the pilot's no good either. And 99% of what you do when you see a doctor is not, I'm going to die in the next 5 minutes unless you fix me. 99% of it is, my toe's really hurting me. I was in there last week too. So why not let a brutally competitive market offer us better service at lower prices? There's no reason that health insurance can't work as well as, life, car, property, or other insurance. Now, this immediately leads to a whole bunch of whatabouts. Whatabouts, and here's one I spent some work on. One of the biggest whatabouts is, of course, what about pre-existing conditions? You can't get health insurance if you're already sick. Well, that one's easy to fix. And I'll give you there's the clever way and the not so clever way that's more realistic. The clever way is, well, why don't you have health insurance and a separate insurance policy that covers you for rising premiums? So you get health insurance, you get sick, they raise your premium, and the health premium insurer pays the higher premiums. And that way, we've just solved the pre-existing conditions problem. Or why don't you have what's called guaranteed renewable? Once you buy it, they can't raise your rates, and you can take it with you from job to job, state to state, marriage or divorce or whatever happens. That works just fine. Why don't we have it? Well, there was an old lady who swallowed a fly. I think she'll die. There are two original sins in healthcare. The first was the tax exclusion for employer-provided health insurance, group health insurance. That went in World War II, and it went in for a reason, because we had price controls in World War II. And the companies were complaining they couldn't get workers with wage and price controls. So the government said, well, we'll let you give them health insurance, and we won't count it as, we'll tax deduct it. And that way you can give your employees more stuff, and we won't count it as wage workers. So that was actually the little old lady who swallowed the fly. And already the health insurance was the spider that was there to catch the fly of price controls. Now, once you have a tax deduction for employer-provided group coverage that you cannot take with you from one employer to another employer, you've just created the pre-existing conditions problem. Because anybody who loses their job and doesn't get a new job is sick and can't get health insurance. And so we patch and we patch and we patch. How do you patch next? You say, oh, health insurers have to give everybody insurance at the same price. But then only sick people sign up. So we patch, and the next thing you get is the current mess. There's a second original sin, which I want to point out. And it's the sin of cross-subsidies. Our government wants to provide health insurance to poor people, and it doesn't want to pay the cost. One way to provide health insurance for poor people is raise taxes and provide their health care and their health insurance. But that's really expensive, and the voters won't like that. So what we do is we say, you, hospital, you must provide charity care to this person over here. And the hospital says, that's nice, and you know, what about my bottom line? It's okay, well, you can overcharge everybody else. Well, once you're overcharging everybody else to provide some service, then we can't have competition anymore. Because a new hospital could come in and serve the overcharged better without providing the charity care, and it all unravels. So forcing cross-subsidies kills competition. And competition, let's all sing the praises of competition. Competition is the central force for innovation, the central force for efficiency, the central force for lowering prices. And that's the thing. Keeping competition alive is the thing we forget. So how do we fix that? Dare I say tax and spend? Yes, I'll dare say it. Even me, the grumpy economist. I'm a proud libertarian. But if you're going to provide health insurance to needy people who our society will provide health insurance for, it's more efficient to raise taxes and give them a voucher than it is to screw up all of our health insurance in order to help them. Yes, homeless people shouldn't die in the gutter. But why must your, my, and everybody else's health care and health insurance be so ungodly expensive and complicated just to solve the problem of homeless people who might otherwise die in the country? Nope, we can do it. Voucher for private stuff works. Housing. Oh, just let them build, right? Now, I come from the land of housing dystopia, where even a lot costs $3 million, and then you tear down what's on it and wait 4 years to get the permits. And the hilarious thing, the state of California has decided housing's too expensive. Okay, students here, a quiz question is coming. So housing is too expensive in California. People can't afford houses. The state of California has decided what it's going to do is it's going to give money to new homeowners so they can afford to buy new houses. So a couple $100,000 if you're a first-time homeowner in order to buy a house. Okay, here's the question for the students. How many extra people can live in houses in California if that's the policy? Thank you, 0. There's only so many houses, vertical supply curve, right? If you don't let them build houses, all we can do with subsidies is drive up the prices even more and reallocate who gets the houses to politically popular people, but you don't create any more housing. You need to create supply of housing. And fortunately, I report from California, we are a one-party state, but within the one party, there's a YIMBY party that is figuring this out. And I'm only beginning. Oh my gosh, what time is it? Because I've got on my list horrible public education, labor laws, occupational licensing laws, immigration restrictions, regulatory barriers, endless lawsuits, don't start laughing yet, prevailing wage and domestic content rules, tariffs, all of these are sand in the productivity gears, and I haven't even gotten to money and inflation yet. And that just fixes our current economy. Remember, we're just helping the easing of doing business index. We're not doing anything new and different, except by allowing competition, which is going to bring us all sorts of new and different things. New ideas. I look out, and I'm very optimistic. I see factory-built mini nuclear power plants, which incidentally, I think we're now finally allowed to say nuclear doesn't release carbon, but the Nuclear Regulatory Commission is strangling them. I see AI. AI is already, my notes say, facing an outcry for the government to stop it. No, the executive order has already been written to strangle AI in its crib. Why? Censorship. You saw the Twitter files. You saw the Missouri v. Biden decision. The government wants to censor speech on the internet, and there's nothing like censoring the AI. The Chinese AI, by the way, already is designed. It has regulated, so it can only issue socialistly correct statements. I see advances in biology. Tremendous advances in biology that pretend better health, longevity, but good luck getting FDA approval or increasingly political research funding. Okay, so it's time for me to summarize. Fix the incentives. Take the Marie Kondo approach. Don't just bemoan how bad things are. Understand how they came to be the way they are. They're a patchwork. Each step was roughly a sensible repair of the previous regulation's dysfunction, the little old lady. But that makes it harder. That means you got to start back at the beginning. Understand that the government forces in front of you are largely to transfer income. That lets you work at incentives on the margin. Pay attention to the whole system, not just an item at the time. Watch the incentive. Ask the question. People always say, here's the policy I want. What is the question? Once you state the question, the answer is often quite different. If the question is, this is back to climate. Climate is said to be 5% of GDP in 100 years. Okay? If the question is raise GDP 5% 100 years from now, I got 100 easier answers to that question. Fix residential zoning. The best estimates I've seen say that's costing us 15% of GDP right now. Well, maybe there's a different question. Okay, I'm all ears. What's our question? We can work together and figure out what the answer is. I think there's hope to fix the regulatory structure. We need to give growth a seat at the table, and there's plenty of proposals for this. A shot clock. Once you put in the permits, they got 6 months, yes or no, but this can't go on for 5 years. Retrospective cost-benefit analysis. To the extent our government does any cost-benefit analysis at all, you'd be surprised to learn it all happens ex ante. Once the regulation's in place, we never think, is this working? Well, how about a regular, is this working every 5 years or so, or a sunset on the regulations? There are structural ways to clean things up. I must say, economists are at fault too. And again, I'm speaking to the undergraduates here. Some of your classes, maybe, especially if you took them online somewhere else, will fall into this trap. Economics, the way economics is taught is you spend a week on the wonders of the hypothetical free market, and then you spend 9 weeks at diagnosing market failures, monopoly, asymmetric information, blah, 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 and you're taught that, oh, here's a new regulation that the hypothetical benevolent central planner could put in to improve things. We don't live in a free market. When you see a problem, such as high house prices, 99% of the time, the cause of that problem is a previous regulation, not a failure of the unfettered free market, because we're nothing like an unfettered free market. Clean up the old ones before you add new ones. And I would add, on the whole regulation versus free market, let's think about the competence of our regulatory state. Often in your economics class, you'll be taught, oh, here's some wonderful set of careful regulations that boom, 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 and they'll exactly fix it. And I think the Dodd-Frank Act's 100,000 pages of regulations are a good example of this approach. And then they couldn't see an elephant in the room of plain vanilla interest rate risk. Well, it's not because the people are bad. They're very smart people. They're stuck in a dystopian system. It's that this system is unable to do it. The case for the free market is not that markets are so wonderful. Markets are terrible. They are like democracy, the worst possible system except all of the others. And that's the fundamental case. Look at the history of regulations actually improving things. Look at the competence of a government agency to do what they claim to do. That is the case for mostly lead-in. I'll close with, many people ask me, well, John, that's wonderful. How can we get leaders who will listen? That's not the way it works. I've met quite a few politicians in my years, and all the ones I've met have been thoughtful, smart people. They get it. They understand disincentives. They want, even left and right, they want the same things we want. But they say, yeah, great, that's a wonderful idea. I'll never get reelected doing that. Reform has to come from voters, from people. I'll tell you one last story. I live in Palo Alto. A local girls' school wanted to expand and let in more students. And what was the reaction of the community? I'll give you a quiz. Choice A, the reaction of the community was, well, it's private property. They can do what they want on their private property. Any takers? No. Traffic, growth, congestion, no, block it. Well, you know, an attitude of free markets and growth among the voters is important. When voters demand better policies, leaders will listen. And fundamentally, that's why we're here tonight. Or the way our government works, it's a responsive democratic government. There are leaders, there are around them the chattering classes, and which we belong to. They are the people who think about ideas. And when the people who think about ideas get better ideas, politics will follow. And so that's my institution's motto is ideas defining a free society. That's probably a pretty good motto for what we're at tonight. Okay, thank you very much for listening. I am delighted to take questions. Both appreciative and hostile. So.
Good afternoon, good evening. I regard you as a gunslinger sent here by the Coke Ranch to shoot down anybody who loves the Article 1, Section 8 of the U.S. Constitution that says Congress shall have the power to regulate commerce. You are an anti-regulatory guy. It looks to me like, well, maybe you can prove me wrong. I'm supposed to start with a question. It's supposed to be a question. And my question is going to be, don't you think Congress could regulate this situation? Now, I'll tell you the situation, and you could tell me if Congress could do something about it. I just talked to Tracy, I can't even say her last name, but she's the president of the National Association of Realtors, 100 and some million members. Tracy, thank you. And 100 and some million members, and established in 1908. So the question is, the problem is, I got to say the problem. You've cut me off here. The problem is, she just mentioned that people buying real estate in the United States from Canada. There's companies, investment companies, buying real estate in the United States. And I think, gee, there's not enough money in property investors in Canada to buy 1 million homes in the United States. So I just figure it's a Chinese investment company. Well, they bought 1 million homes. So now, instead of being able to compete with that Chinese investor or that Canadian investor, I've got to rent from that guy. Well, I'm renting from a Chinese company. They're not paying taxes in the U.S. When I pay my rent, my money leaves our country. And the question is, don't we need Congress to regulate that so we don't get screwed, and everybody who lives in this valley knows what's going on. Thank you for indulging me, everyone.
Thank you. That's actually a great question, because it lets me be very controversial. First of all, I am not, and you should not be anti-regulation. Regulation and law is not something you pour in or pour out. Regulation is something that is smart or dumb, effective or ineffective, full of unintended disincentives or well-crafted to its aims. We need regulation. We need law. We need good, effective regulations, not bad regulations full of disincentives. And so fix regulation is my theme, not get rid of regulation. Let's be clear about that. But thank you for letting me clarify that. Now I'm going to say something unpopular. I don't see the problem. In fact, you are asking exactly the sort of thing that I started out saying we shouldn't do. We shouldn't interfere with markets in order to hold down a price. We shouldn't transfer income to you by holding down a price from somebody else. If this is a great place to invest, let people invest here. Now, does it matter if it's Canadians or even the hated Chinese who are doing it? I don't see why. Think of China. It's really kind of a tragedy for China. They send us stuff, we send them money. What do they do with the money? They use it to invest. Exactly. They don't buy Chinese assets. They invest in our, they send us stuff and then they turn around and invest in our country. Think about the opposite. If we were putting stuff on boats to China and the only decent place we could invest our money was in China, that's the bad side of the deal to be on. Now, if they're sending up prices, okay, if the students have all left, but with them, the flat supply curve. If they're sending up prices, for example, for homes, well, let's build new homes. And then there's more places for people to live here. Chinese investment capital, let's not be xenophobic about it. Chinese investment capital is as good as any other investment capital. Okay, I know I know we could go on all evening with that one. Let me take another one.
Thanks for your talk this evening. Earlier you talked about, your generation, and I believe you were alluding to price fixing. Would you speak to the Biden administration's capping of a certain schedule of drug fees, capping that?
Not a good idea. Sure. I mean, you got to start with your instincts, which say any price cap is a bad price cap. Now, we are in this system where it's horrendously expensive to develop new drugs, and in part because the FDA regulation makes it incredibly expensive to, you got to run clinical trials. It costs $1 billion to start a new drug. Where's the drug company going to get that? They have to get that by charging money from someone. So if you put price caps on drugs, inevitably what that means under the current system is you get less new drugs. The same way you put a price cap on houses, you get less new houses. So, where is it really coming from? Well, they want to lower the government's cost for healthcare. They'd rather give you 1950s healthcare at 1950s prices than to give you 2023 healthcare at 2023 prices. It makes the budget look better, but it doesn't make you look healthier. So I'm against it. Next.
Thank you for your time tonight, Professor. I think my numbers are quite a little bit off, but our country somewhere in the low 70th percentile of the economy is consumer-based. Are we risking growth at the sense that if we continue up that trend, I don't know what the number was in terms of the production of the economy 50 or 100 years ago, but I'm going to take a guess it probably wasn't as consumer-driven. Is that an obstacle moving forward with growth, or is that something that is going to be mitigated with, as you mentioned, like biotech and things like that, the advancement of AI?
Yeah, so consumer-based. Remember, one of the common things they say wrong in the newspapers is that GDP goes up because consumption went up. That's a demand-based thinking, and we're in a supply economy. Now, there is a choice of any society. How much of our resources do we put into consuming today versus investing in better stuff for the future? China's been investing 50% of GDP for years and years. Now, that's a case where it looks like they've overdid it. I don't know if you've seen those pictures of empty Chinese apartment blocks that are then being dynamited. So it looks like China was doing Keynesian fiscal stimulus. Keynes said dig ditches, pay people to dig ditches and fill them up. China paid people to build apartment buildings and then blows them up. Now that counts as investment. Investment has to be in the right places. And again, this is the problem. All economists, another bad thing we do in economics is we see an outcome and we say, oh, that's wrong. We need to, national policy has to change that. The outcome you're asking is, what fraction of your income Do you save for the future versus do you consume today? And as an economy, what fraction of our gross income do we use to invest in the future? I feel like investment could be higher, but if that's measured by the rate of return on investment. If you've got great investment projects, buildings you want to build and you can get the permits, factories you want to build and you can get the permits, then you borrow money and that sends interest rates up. Higher interest rates give people a signal they should save more. So I'll try to be economist. Where's the market failure? Rather than jump to, oh, here's a problem, I wish we were investing more, we should always ask, well, why isn't the market giving the right signals here? There's reasons the market isn't giving the right signals. Corporate taxes are high. That drives down the rate of return, so people don't make investments they should make. Well, maybe we should be fixing corporate taxes. Personal taxes are high. If you invest money and you get a rate of return, they take away a lot of it in your taxes. So maybe you're not seeing the incentive to save. But always ask, are the incentives wrong, rather than, do I think the outcome could be something better? Next.
So most consumers are kind of just interested in banking for, holding money temporarily. You get your paycheck and it goes straight to the bank, and then you want to be able to use your debit card. How does equity banking, work to facilitate that? And then on the other end, most investors are kind of averse to equities. So how would the banking system under an equity banking regime be able to provide enough cash?
Oh, thank you. The nerdy question, which I always love. So the vision I have for the banking system is very simple. If you want to have a deposit, which you have now, in other words, a contract where the money is fixed and you can always get it, and and they have to pay you instantly or they go bankrupt. That sort of thing has to be backed by investments in short-term treasuries or reserves. And then that can never fail. There can never be a run if you're backed by interest-paying reserves at the Fed, because they've always got the money to pay you. If you want a higher rate of return, then you have to get something like long-term debt or equity where the prices fluctuate, and you have to, more risk, more return. So are people averse to equities? Well, I can tell you've taken some economics. The question is always, at what price? I'm averse to equities too if they're promising me a 1% rate of return greater than bonds. 5% rate of return greater than bonds, there's greed versus fear. Greed starts to take over. So prices adjust until people are willing to voluntarily, somebody has to bear risk. And right now, who bears risk is the taxpayer. The way our financial system works is on the way up. Everybody makes money by being hugely leveraged, and then a crisis comes and the taxpayer bails everybody out. That's not the right way. You get a reward for bearing risk, and you're going to bear some risk. The price is going to go down in the next recession. Okay, up to you whether you want the risk and reward, and the prices will equilibrate that. So the bank, if the bank wants to invest in risky loans, it has to get that money by issuing stock, and everybody holds stock. You hold stock. We all hold stock. Stock is held in pension funds, mutual funds, retirement accounts. It's held in broad, diversified portfolios. That's a great place to get money to make risky investments.
Hello, sir. Thank you. You were talking about taxes earlier today, and I was kind of curious what you thought about a land tax. It was introduced to me a little while ago as a counter to an income or even a sales tax to be used as incentives for people, and I was curious what you thought about that as an economist.
Okay, guys, it's 8:30 p.m. and you're going to get a lecture on optimal taxation, because that's a brilliant question. What is the principles behind raising the most revenue for the government with doing the least damage to the economy? What we want to do is have a situation where the things you buy are as least affected by taxation as possible. So if I put in a tax, $1 a bottle tax on bottled water, what are you going to do? You're going to use the drinking fountain. You're not going to buy bottled water anymore. So that's a bad tax, right? Because it changed us from the wonderful convenience of bottled water, whatever it is. Sorry, I picked the example because it's here, off to the inconvenience of drinking fountains. The government got no revenue, and we distorted the economy. That's a bad tax. What you want to tax is things that people buy the same amount no matter the price, inelastic goods. As this was explained to me best by, bless you, Steve Goldman, who taught me microeconomics, the best tax is a tax on dialysis machines. Because when you need a dialysis machine, you will pay what it takes to get it. You're going to die in the next hour if you don't get a dialysis machine. So tax that. Why? You raise money, and you don't change how many people use dialysis machines. So the land tax, the idea behind it is land is fixed. There's only so much of it. If you tax factories, people build fewer factories, and we don't have as much GDP. You tax labor, people don't work as hard. You get less GDP. Tax land, the idea is, so that's the land, and so what? The problem is the value of land is all, I got a lot of land for you. I just drove across Route 50 across Nevada. It's a lot of land out there. The value of pure land, absent the improvements on it, is zero. And so that's the idea, was that the land has a fixed value. And that idea sort of came from, I think, medieval England, where everything could be farmed and, you know, the value didn't really depend on the improvements. So that's why I'm not a big fan of the land tax. It's not really valuable all by itself, so the whole fixed factor argument goes away. Please, rescue me from a lecture on optimal taxation.
Thank you again for coming today. Many of our lawmakers and governing institutions are actively profiting over the agencies, companies that they're supposed to be regulating, which seemingly incentivizes them to put regulations in favor for those companies. What is your opinion on putting forth anti-trust laws or insider trading laws for our governing bodies?
So there is this crazy thing that everybody else goes to jail if they do insider trading, except members of Congress who are allowed to actually. So that seems like a no-brainer to me. There is a problem so one of the many problems of regulation, what you're taught in school is, oh, the wise regulator goes out and makes things great for the poor little person. But the way it always works, that the theories, the first theory of regulation was regulatory capture, the Chicago School, which just empirically noticed that after the regulator and the business get to know each other, and so there's a certain dynamic there, and what it always ends up is the regulator protects the business against competition, and because, you know, of this cozy relationship. And I think that's turned into something even more pernicious, where the regulator protects the business. It used to be protects the business against competition and then retires to go work as a consultant for the business in the revolving door. Now it's something even worse than that. Now I protect you from competition, but you will provide me political support. And so you will, when the administration says we have a whole of government policy on X, Y, and Z, you're going to support me. You're not going to support the other political party. And we saw that the Twitter files was just extreme in my view. What you saw was threats by the government to send regulators after the tech companies if the tech companies did not censor the administration's political opponents. For example, people who were saying, oh, masks don't work, lockdowns don't work. The government said, we will send the regulators after you, which shows you the regulators sort of arbitrary power to shut you down, and they're willing to use it to extract political support. So there's three dimensions on that relationship between regulators and the businesses they regulate, and not good. Now, can you pass laws to stop this? Here we're a lawyer, but I'm not sure that more and more complex, you know, how many years you got to go between working at the agency and working in the business. I mean, after all, the business needs to figure out the regulations. Who better than regulators to hire if you got to figure out regulations? So there's a reason for the whole mess. I don't know what the law would be, but we got to clean this up somehow. Question. I go blah, 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 when I don't know the answers.
Thanks for speaking. Earlier you talked about like the high home prices in Palo Alto. So obviously an underlying reason behind like lack of development is these political NIMBYs, but more foundationally, there's the zoning regulations now. So with this like free to grow mindset, like how can that be applied to zoning regulation?
Get rid of it. No, I mean, you know, there's interests, certainly. You know, a lot of, you know, when you look at the history of zoning laws, where they were put in a lot of places was to keep blacks out of white neighborhoods by passing zoning laws. So that ought to give you pause about what the effect of zoning laws was. There's a, you know, there is a justification, as there are, you know, there is. I wouldn't want somebody building an apartment building next to my house. But like the homeless guy in the gutter, I think that anecdote just goes way beyond what actually is going on with zoning laws. So they are. Zoning laws, building codes are often used to restrict development, but we don't have to get crazy about it. And Houston is actually a good example. They have a code, but they have allowed a lot of sensible. You don't have to build it next to my house, but you could allow building it on vacant lots, and you could allow building it in where there's old warehouses and neighborhoods where there's room for density. So I think there's an emerging sense that the answer is let them build, not necessarily everywhere, but let them build where it makes sense to build. There's a lot of property rights that, if you want to do free market nirvana, after about 2 more hours of this, we can talk about tradable air rights so that I don't have to buy the house next door. I can just buy the air right to the house next door. That's never going to happen, but property rights are a useful way to think about these things. What Houston did was they parceled it up in very small areas, which I thought was politically very interesting. So they passed a zoning liberalization, but groups as small as a block or two could go get themselves exempted. Now what that means, in Palo Alto, if you want to stop someone from building an apartment building where you don't like it, you have to stop it in the whole city. But instead, by letting you stop it only in 2 blocks, the rest of the city was free to build up and let the people who want to come. Of course, the hypocrisy of it in Palo Alto is just mind-boggling. Everybody in Palo Alto believes, we're carbon neutral. Yeah, except the people who got to drive 50 miles to, clean our houses and serve our restaurants every day. We love people, everybody's welcome here. Yeah, so long as you got the $5 million it takes to buy a house here. And that a lot of that sentiment's what's on here. Are we, one more, or how are we doing here? Alan, where are you?
If anyone doesn't have any other questions, is it fine if I ask a second?
Seconds. I took seconds at dinner, so,
So in the era of globalization, people kind of just, consumers go for whatever, minimizes costs, essentially. And so to give an example, in 2020, there was a lot of really centralization in chipset fabrication to Taiwan, and then they had a drought there, and this created a big shortage of chips pretty much around the world. With protectionism, you can kind of, concentrate industry, distribute it into individual countries. How can governments regulate so that they can ensure during emergencies they have access to goods without interfering in individual consumers' ability to buy from across the world?
Yeah, I think it's important here to be clear what is the question that we're asking. So is your worry about access to chips in a national security event? China invades Taiwan. Do we have enough chips to make the F-16s fly? Now that makes, if that's the question, the answer is I want this on the defense budget and only the actual chips that are used in, I guess, F-33s, where I got my numbers wrong, we're up to F-33s, right? That doesn't justify tariffs against rubber duckies from China, which is where we immediately go. Private industry has figured this out. So a robust supply chain, do we need a government to tell people that they need to have a robust supply chain? I think they figured that out and took account of that. The problem is, of course, where this goes, some sense of, hey, are you sure you have a robust supply chain is one thing. Protection and subsidies, however, have a long history. Let's look at the history of these. And what they lead to is inefficient, bloated companies living on subsidies forever. The chips, today's chips are going to be obsolete 2 years from now. So the chip company has to not just make today's chips, they have to be an innovative company that makes the next chips. Well, somebody living behind a veil of protection and a whole raft of subsidies, and you have to have certified daycare centers and only buy American inputs and union labor and all the rest of it. What that's going to do to the chip industry is what it did to the car industry. And the Jones Act is the best example. The Jones Act in the 1920s was we wanted a merchant marine so that in time of war, our boys were ready to go and have it. So we passed this law that all shipping between U.S. ports has to be on U.S. ships with U.S. merchant marine. It's a disaster. Everything goes by train and bus now. And there is there's basically no Jones Act shipping going on. So it becomes always a inefficient, subsidized part of the government, and that would be terrible to do to the chip industry. So whatever the question is, the answer, if the answer is going to be subsidies and protectionism, it's going to kill the industry.
Hi, thank you for speaking. As you mentioned in your talk, there are economic incentives to like your solutions, but political disincentives. So are there ways to make these more like incentivizing to the average voter, or are these more all or nothing solutions that have to be implemented in full or not at all?
I do believe within our current political system, I don't want to use the word educated because lots of people use educated to mean indoctrinated, but voters who understood things the way we understand things would help a lot. I think there is also room to think about reforming the rules of the game. I'm not for overthrowing democracy or something of the sort, but as I mentioned, like for example with regulation. So the ways the procedures, the Administrative Procedures Act sets out how regulations are made, and so reforms of that sort I think can be usefully made to make better laws. But let me ask, I'm going to pose, you seem like you're young, and I know a lot of economics, I don't know enough political science, but maybe this is a good one to close with. Our founding, mostly fathers, set up a beautiful system, and they had all sorts of knowledge of history. They understand how democracies mostly went wrong. They set up a constitutional republic. They really got a machinery, a beautiful machinery of government that lasted 250 years. But they weren't thinking about economic policy. They did not produce a machinery that has, in the fullness of time, delivered the best possible economic policy. So I think we can think about how our political system could better deliver the kinds of sensible regulations, the kind of incentive laws, the kinds of opportunities for innovation that they never dreamed. They didn't know about growth. They didn't know about prosperity. They thought we were going to live for another 200 years exactly the way they lived, but just without paying taxes to King George. I hope a new generation of brilliant political scientists will think of ways to improve the machinery of government in ways that I don't know the answer to, but it certainly seems like a good question. Should we leave it there? Thank you.
So I am a research professor in the Department of Geosciences. I've been at Boise State for about 4 years now. And as a research professor, I find interesting topics and folks that are in the region, write proposals, and then do research. Generally, a lot of the things that I'm doing is related to applied hydrology. So doing water resources research that can be directly applied to problems that managers might have, or coming up with solutions or tools or data streams that can make their jobs easier. I started a project with Lucky Peak Power, and the project out here is focusing on modernizing the way they use data to create their power generation forecasts. And these power generation forecasts are really important for Seattle City Light, who uses power and sends it out to the region. And previously they had a kind of outdated mechanism of creating these forecasts to figure out what the anticipated power generation would be for anywhere from 6 months to 12 months out. And my role in this project is to kind of streamline that whole process, make it more reproducible and easier for the person in charge to make sure that they can get those generation reports out in an easier fashion. So rather than spending a couple of days compiling data and creating all of these reports, they'll be able to open up the program that I developed, press run, and have a report in just a few minutes. By automating data streams, it is automating downloading metadata like weather data, so precipitation, temperature, how much snowpack is remaining in the mountains, And that data helps them determine how much water is going to be coming through the system, which then helps them determine how much power they're going to be generating. And by knowing how much power they're going to be generating, they can anticipate whether or not there's going to be additional needs in the region and things like that. And they can also use that data to help determine when they can do maintenance on their generators and whether or not they're using their large generators or the small generators, or which combination that they're using. Projects like these are a really great example of the way that Boise State can engage with the community to both bring in community problems to give us examples of how the skills that students are developing can be applied once they graduate, as well as being able to use the knowledge and the tools that we have at Boise State to improve all sorts of industry in the valley and probably in the region. So as we move forward and look for more ways to engage with the community, this is a really good example of how you can do it.
Welcome to Boise State. My name is Carlos. I'm a junior here at Boise State. I come from a small town called Kamiah, Idaho, and I study business administration management and also human resource management.
Hi, I'm Devin. I'm a senior here studying human resources with a marketing minor, and I'm from Auburn, Washington. Let's head out on tour.
This is the Student Union building. This is where a lot of students can stop in between classes to get something to eat. We have over 200 clubs and organizations here on campus, so you see a lot of the events being held here in the Student Union building. We also have our Bronco shop in here, so you can catch up on your latest Bronco gear.
Additionally, we have tons of offices here, whether it be the admissions office, the information desk, the Gender Equity Center, Student Involvement and Leadership, or the Student Equity Center. Come check it out.
Welcome to the B Plaza. This is a great opportunity to come and take a picture your first time here at Boise State, your first day of school, and even for senior pictures. Talk about full circle.
Welcome to Albertson's Library. This is where a lot of students come to meet their peers to work on assignments, use our quiet study areas, also use our 3D printers. This is also the home of our College of Innovation and Design, World Languages, and also our Criminal Justice Department. This is our quad area. This is not only physically the heart of campus, but this is also the heart of our activities throughout campus. You'll see a lot of our clubs, organization, fraternity, and sorority life hosting a lot of activities here, playing music, and also informing a lot of our students about upcoming events.
And behind us is the administration building, where you'll find our registrar's office, our financial aid and scholarships, as well as our president's office on the second floor. This is the Interactive Learning Center, also known as the ILC. We have tons of different classrooms here, as well as study spots that have great views of the Boise foothills. And another cool thing about the ILC is that we have a zone here on campus, which you can rent GoPros and computers and anything dealing with technology. So come check it out.
So this is our Micron Business and Economics building. This is home to our business program here at Boise State. This building is geothermally heated, and we also have a lot of other green alternatives here. We have a rooftop garden, and we try to use as many recycled products for our classes, and then also a lot of material we use in the building itself. The business building is also home to Skaggs Hall. Skaggs Hall is one of the biggest lecture halls here on campus. It holds over 250 students, mostly for our introduction courses and then a series of lectures held by the city of Boise. Our class size for our population of 26,000 is around 30 students to a classroom. The Jackson stockroom is also located in here. Students in upper division classes are given the opportunity to invest $250,000 into the stock market, and money earned from that investment can go towards College of Business and Economics scholarships. And right next door, we have our Center for Visual Arts. Let's just head over that way.
This is our Center for Visual Arts, one of our newest buildings here on campus. It covers about 100,000 square feet. Inside, we have classrooms, galleries, as well as a world museum where students are able to look at art from all over the world virtually. And what's really cool is right next door, we have the Morrison Center that we're gonna check out before we hit the Greenbelt.
This is the Morrison Center for Performing Arts. This is the biggest performing arts center here in the state of Idaho. In an aerial view, it is shaped as the state of Idaho and it holds around 2,000 people. This is the home for our theater arts department, and it is also host to a lot of Broadway musicals like Hamilton and The Lion King. And this is the Friendship Bridge! The Boise River Greenbelt is a 25-mile stretch of land alongside the river and has been designated for walking, biking, and running. It also serves as a convenient way for Boise State students to commute across and get to downtown. A quick 15-minute walk across Friendship Bridge, named to symbolize the friendship between Boise State and the city of Boise, will get you to the heart of a vibrant city, full of restaurants, concert venues, and community-focused events. You might even see a giraffe head pop out on your walk to class. Zoo Boise is just on the other side of the Boise River from our campus.
And after you have just a short walk from the Greenbelt, you will come across our first year village where 5 of the 11 residence halls that we have here for students on campus are available. Living on campus is a great opportunity for students to come and become a part of a community as well as make friends and get involved here on Boise State. Living learning programs are also a great way for students to live with others within their major. So we really encourage you to come and live on campus.
Welcome to Albertson Stadium, home of our famous blue turf here at Boise State. Get ready for some tailgating before the game, double-decker buses dressed in orange and blue, and then 37,000 loud fans getting ready to support our Boise State Broncos. Boise State football has the highest winning percentage at home since the turn of the century and also was dubbed the winningest program in the NCAA currently. And also during bowl season, we host the Idaho Potato Bowl here.
As a full-time Boise State student, you get admission into the games for free. So whether that be football, gymnastics, or basketball, come cheer on your Broncos. Additionally, on the Blue, we have concerts, we have yoga on the Blue, as well as movies. So come check it out and go Broncos.
Our engineering program has 5 buildings. 4 of them are located on campus. Our newest one being our Micron Center for Material Research building. We also have one off-campus building, that is our computer science building. And then we also have the rec center right next door to our material research building.
Right behind us is our Student Recreation Center, also known as the Rec. And one of the great things about Boise State are all the things included in your tuition, one being a rec pass. What's really great about the Rec is that you can go and play basketball on our basketball courts, use the cardio machines, attend classes, the swimming pool, as well as our rock climbing wall. So there's tons to do and stay busy at the Rec.
Also, right next to our rock climbing wall is our outdoor program. Our outdoor program is really great because it offers students the opportunity to go out and experience the Boise and Idaho wilderness. They host either monthly events or they do semester week-long trips. They also rent out equipment like kayaks, snowboards, skis, any type of equipment you would need.
Bogus Basin is our local ski resort, and the Rec is a great place to come and get your discounted season passes. And right behind the Rec Center is our Norco building, and it's the home of our nursing at Boise State, as well as our health service office in case you're ever sick while on campus. Our School of Nursing boasts a human performance lab where students can test their athleticism, as well as a full simulation lab for our nursing students to gain experience before entering their clinical rotations at our local hospitals. The Norco building also houses our counseling services.
This is Sawtooth Hall, home of our Honors College. The Honors College at Boise State University offers talented, highly motivated students the personalized attention of a small private school while drawing upon the resources of a large university. More than 1,000 students representing every department on campus participate in the Honors College at Boise State. The Honors College provides students with opportunities in and out of the classroom to transform their experience at Boise State, such as discussion-based classes that are capped at 25 students, priority registration, increased advising support, and on-campus housing in the Honors Residential Hall. Graduates from the program go on to receive national scholarships and land in top graduate schools around the world.
Thank you so much for coming out on tour with us today. We hope you got a better idea of what life is like here as a Bronco.
We can't wait to welcome you to your future Idaho home. Go Broncos!
One of the top exports of Idaho is semiconductors. And so, obviously the local and regional economy is incredibly dependent on microelectronics and semiconductors. Our work here at Boise State, not just mine, but many of the faculty who are in this area, is incredibly impactful. I think locally and regionally we have students, not just at the bachelor's level, but also the PhD level, who go to work for all these different companies in the region. And obviously with new announcements of new facilities and new fabs being built, that's going to be have a huge impact in the future. So the CHIPS Act is legislation that was passed last year by the federal government to incentivize semiconductors and microelectronics manufacturing in the United States. There was also part of that, the CHIPS and Science Act, and so there's a large amount of money that was also dedicated just to general science and engineering research and development funds, but the CHIPS Act specifically was something over $50 billion, I think, that is going toward many different aspects of microelectronics manufacturing in the United States. This legislation matters a lot to Boise State and a lot of other universities because a large part of it actually is workforce development and education focused. In other words, if you're going to build a manufacturing fab that's producing semiconductors and chips, you need to have the workforce that's competent to do that, especially if it's, very advanced technology, much of which has been produced recently more in Taiwan and China than in the United States. So bringing that advanced technology manufacturing back to the United States and having the workforce to support that is especially important. Here at Boise State, we have clean room, here the Idaho Microfabrication Lab, and lots of other research programs that are focused on semiconductors and microelectronics. So we're kind of at the ready to support different companies with their workforce development efforts. My research group focuses on what we call neuromorphic computing, which is basically building electronic circuits that learn and process information like the brain. There are a lot of different groups here doing research in new types of semiconductor materials, new types of devices, and also the integrated circuits to build different types of chips. And the CHIPS Act is really beneficial for all of us, not just from the workforce development standpoint, but also from providing research funding standpoint. Workforce development is critical for all the companies who are doing semiconductor manufacturing, but that workforce includes PhD level folks who are developing the next generation of electronics and electronic circuits. What drives and inspires me is just working with students. I think that's the reason most of us become faculty. Obviously, we're interested in doing our research and trying to push the envelope, so to speak, right, in terms of what's possible with technology. But really, the day-to-day is working with students, teaching students, and getting them excited about the same kinds of things that you're excited about. And that is just new discoveries, especially as they relate to semiconductors and microelectronics.
Intermountain Bird Observatory is a research and education program for mostly migratory birds. And it was started on Lucky Peak on the Boise Ridge overlooking the city of Boise in 1993. My wife and I heard about the project in 1996. We got more and more involved in it as time went on. We enjoyed being out of doors. We enjoyed the company of the people with IBO, the researchers, the grad students, the undergrad students that were coming up there to learn. We just enjoy the privilege of handling these birds, contributing to research, and also educating others about this project.
We got into this program just as we were retiring, and we felt like this was such a gratifying way to spend our time, and as well as contributing to it financially, because we were so fulfilled by being a part of this and feeling like we could contribute and it was making a difference. We could see it. It was right there in front of us. And we could see what it was doing to the people within that program. You can't solve everybody's problems. You can't solve the world's problems. You can't solve the environmental problems by yourself, but you could do a little bit. And by doing a little bit, that makes a difference in that small area. So that's what we could contribute.
This has been an important part of our life. We feel like We have received more from IBO than we have ever given. And we wanted to donate to Boise State University because this is an important project, we think, for the community. Not only for the community of humans, but the community of all living things. And it has been a terrific project. We're just very pleased to see how well this has been going so far.
My wife's family was very smart, and they bought lifetime memberships to the pavilion. Being lifetime members, and we still are, that was just the beginning. And while we've put a lot of money through here, a lot of it we did for our own pleasure. We just wanted to go to shows and football games and basketball games and everything else. There is a benefit in many different ways to donating to a school. I'm going to be considering spending some money for my major, which was music. I think the music department, which has grown incredibly, and the band is great. I'd like to donate there.
Boise State is a very special place to me and to my family because of all that it has to offer. Because I have a master's degree in education, and we have 3 kids and 3 grandkids, we all know that education is probably one of our most important investments that can ever be made. And we all have to donate, help however we can to get our kids educated.
The kids get a good education, and they give and learn to be good human beings. And my friends who have donated, relatives who have donated a lot of money, I think all of us feel that way. It's just, it's a never-ending return, especially for the town. I'd urge everybody to spend your money and go enjoy it.
With a lot of colleges and a lot of universities, there's always scholarships available, but usually the arts are lacking. So it was really important to me, to do something as a legacy, well after I'm gone, to help students out with their music careers, or they're just, even if it doesn't turn into a career, give them that opportunity to do something. And if we could take just part of our money that we have when we're passed on and put it towards something so students can use that, it's just so beneficial. I mean, I really believe that music is incredibly important, regardless whether you take that on as a career or whatever. I really believe in it.
My whole life, I didn't think I could use the title of philanthropy, that I would have a significant impact moving the world forward. And to be able to do that is, I think, obtainable by more people than realize. So what I hope is in your interviews and in your presentations that people stop and go, hey, I can do that too. Because that's the goal is, okay, we've had our life. We've reached this point. We've done some wonderful things in this planet and had a ball. Somebody else take it further. Take it to the next level, because we can't. But learn from our mistakes and benefit from our triumphs.
A lot of people say, when they retire, I'm going to work on my bucket list. And I've already filled about 15 buckets in my life. And I tell people, it's just never stop filling your bucket. Keep going after your dream. Keep filling buckets. Don't stop.
In a rural community like Marsing, having a school-based clinic is important because it helps meet the medical needs of students and families who may not financially have the ability to find health care in such a rural community. It's important for Boise State to support rural health projects because Boise State is well known throughout the state, and a lot of rural communities look up to Boise State for access to resources and information.
Well, for us, the hub it's a community school resource center trying to provide resources to our families here within the Marsing area. We are a centralized point for the community, and so we want to be able to provide as many resources to reduce the barriers that our families see, and which naturally impact our students overall. And having a resource center here, which focuses on all of the needs such as primary care or mental, emotional health, it helps establish a connection and addresses those needs that our students have. Our community overall has traditionally been somewhere between 63 and 68% free and reduced lunch for our school district, which means that we have a fairly low social economic status and our families have a great need. And so we're trying to address those needs, and rather than being able to have our families go out into the area and find those resources, we want to bring those resources here to the school district because we are a centralized point.
In addition to providing services here, we run our undergraduate nursing students through our system here. They have a chance to learn, and they do as much work as anyone in health education, assessing the needs of the school districts, doing some really, I think, are really cool, very beneficial projects that the community, I think, really appreciates.
Working with rural communities as a Boise State nursing student has really opened my eyes to the varying needs of the population throughout the state, and even within one small school district, seeing how varying the needs are from student to student and group to group, even within that same community. And it really shows the challenge that community health nurses have, and I am honored to be able to help try and reach goals and meet the needs of those students.
Good morning and welcome to the 113th graduation ceremony for Boise State University. Congratulations, graduates!
Class of 2023, we did it.
Our journey has just begun, and I have no doubt that we will make it a long and extraordinary one. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, episode 40 of Live and On Demand.
Ooh, yeah, I love my Power Motion CD set. It keeps me moving all day.
We know it can be scary. Learn how to use a microwave with our new VHS set.
Hello, and welcome back to another live episode of Live and On Demand. I do think I'm in the right time now, and there is an episode going on. We're filming right now. Hello. But there's no Jacob, which is really weird. So I think I might give him a call real quick. Hopefully this is the right number.
Hello, who is this?
Jacob is,
Wait a minute, Jacob? Wow,
Yeah.
so you do remember how to use a phone. You don't get to just vanish from my life for months and then pop back in like nothing happened. I'm not some like GTA game you can pause and pick up whenever you're bored. You ghosted me, and that says everything I need to know about you.
Hey, yeah, yikes. Don't want to get into that right now. So let's just, let's get the show on the road, guys. Ugh.
Understimulated.
Understimulated.
Understimulated!
Welcome back to the show. Today we got a lot to talk about, a lot to cover, and a lot of fidgets to play with.
No dilly-dallying today, Ariel. Our airtime was cut because of your off-topicness. Something about wanting to impress the dredge.
Just worry about your fidget spinner today, Kanan. I'm gonna hit all of our points without you distracting us. The Emmy Awards were held the other night, and Love Island wasn't even nominated? People who vote for these awards are older than dinosaurs anyways.
The Ankylosaurus is by far the best dinosaur, speaking of which, and it is not even close. Let's pull up a picture. Oh my gosh, look at that one. It's skateboarding. It's like a turtle on roids. It's peak. Fun fact, those used to get into wars with the T-Rexes and would win. Huge, powerful wrecking ball of a dinosaur, Aura.
You see, this is what I mean, Kanan. The dredge told us to stay on topic, and this is what you do. Now, say something about the Emmys.
The Emmys, it was so much fun, and everyone was watching it, and there's so many cool actors there. It was so cool.
This is why we can't have nice things. We need to stay on topic. Can you at least act like you can stay on topic for the sake of our jobs? They cut our airtime. We need to focus.
There's no way that the dredge would rather hear about a stupid award show than the dinosaurs. Yeah, let's pull that picture up again. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Did you know that the Ankylosaurus actually lived in present-day Idaho years ago? Imagine this chiller just skateboarding around in downtown Boise. How sick would that be?
No! Kanan, stop this. We are talking about the Emmys. The Emmys were so cool, and I forgot what I was going to say. This is all your fault, Kanan.
Ha! Told you. Hey, whoa. Dinosaur pick again. Por favor.
No!
Dinosaur pick. So the Ankylosaurus is by far the coolest dinosaur of all time, and we're the descendants of...
Radio. Yes, apparently that's still a thing. In a world where Spotify knows what you're feeling even before you do, some people still twist a dial and just take what they can get. Who even listens to radio anymore? Well, besides your uncle with the AM-only truck. That's the strange charm of it. Radio isn't about choice, it's about a surprise. You don't skip, you don't curate, you just surrender to whatever the DJ decides. 1 minute it's static, the next it's weather, and if you're really lucky, it's actually music. Even local spots like Placerville's 90.9 FM, The Dredge, prove this point. The signal might cut out if the wind blows wrong, but it's still there, stubbornly humming along. And our very own producer, Gina Genova, she swears she listens to it for the local flavor. Though between us, we're pretty sure it's just the station her car radio got stuck on coming back from our last Placerville trip. So, sure, streaming gives you convenience, but radio gives you chaos, personality, and that moment of wondering, did I really just hear that? And in a way, maybe that's why it's still alive.
Ready, Idaho, because the gold rush is back. Broadcasting from the heart of Idaho's mining country, the Dredge is an unearthing, pure radio treasure. Voices and sounds that can't be heard from anywhere else in the world. All the hits, all the legends, and the community you can't live without. Tune in on 90.9 The Dredge, Placerville's gold standard in radio.
Ugh, what a scumbag. I can't believe that creature had the audacity to call me. I need to call Gina. Gina?
Hold on, let me turn down the Dredge real quick. What's up, girl?
Gina, you will never guess who tried to slide back in.
Connor.
No.
Little Sigma.
You know, he wrote a love song about me.
Tucker from Eastside.
God, no.
Matt.
No, stop exposing me. Forget it. It's Jacob.
Wait, Jacob? The one guy that like broke your heart and like you couldn't get out of bed for weeks and you couldn't stop listening to that song Little Sigma wrote
Let
for
me
you?
stop you right there. I am the one that broke his heart. I was totally perfectly fine. I don't even care anymore.
Well, yeah, I guess. But like you're never gonna guess what I heard. Jordan who told Val, who told Delaney, who told Ella that Jacob started dating that thing named Chloe.
Chloe, my sister, the one that got a BBL and like 50 syringes of lip filler, she's practically made of plastic.
Oh wait, I thought you didn't care anymore and I thought you only cared about your like sorority hood.
First of all, Gina, it's sisterhood. Second of all, I don't care. I'm just stating facts.
Yeah, it still seems like you care a lot, even though he like ghosted you all the way back in September. Oh, hold on, Jacob's calling me, TTYLXLX.
Wait, did you just say Jacob? Gina.
In the harshest conditions on Earth, only the strongest will survive. And most people are not strong enough. Lucky for me, I'm not most people. I'm Addison, and this is Totally Wild. Out here, the items in my pack can be the difference between life and death. It's not just about making do with what you have, it's about having what you need before you need it. In terrains like this, water is scarce. You need to take advantage of every opportunity. This right here is flora that is essential to the native ecosystem. And in a pinch, you can also brush your teeth with it. It's not the best. You could say that living out here on the land is a community effort. You, yourself, and the earth come together to survive. People will say I was lucky. I wasn't lucky. I was prepared. I'm Edison, and this has been Totally Wild.
September is a month of quiet transition, where there's a bridge between the heat of summer and the cool promise of fall. The days suddenly grow shorter, the air turns crisp, and nature begins to shift as leaves hint at changing colors. It's a season of fresh starts. Schools reopen, routines return, and football season begins, and there's a certain energy in the air, motivated, reflective, and something new. Labor Day marks a tribute to hard work and signals the unofficial end of summer. Around the 22nd or 23rd, the autumn equinox brings equal parts of day and night, reminding us of balance and change. Harvest season also begins with apples, pumpkins, and cooler evenings making their annual return. Fun fact, September is the most popular birth month in the US, especially mid-September, making it a time filled with birthdays and new beginnings. It's no wonder that then the month almost feels nostalgic and full of potential. The name September comes from the Latin septem, meaning 7, from when it was the 7th month in the Roman calendar. So whether you're wrapping up summer or leaning into the cozy autumn traditions, September reminds us that change can be both natural and energizing.
Are you missing your spark? Come light the fire and feel the burn. Join this class if you want to feel like hot stuff. Right, ladies? Yeah!
Welcome to a segment called Not My Arms, where I give up all control of coordination and let my feet rest in Peyton's arms. Literally.
1 second, there we go.
Let's pour some Lucky Charms in there. Going in with some Meadow Gold milk. All right, here we go. Okay. Yep, spoon is, right there.
Okay.
Perfect. You got some marshmallows?
Delicious.
Mm-hmm.
How is it?
Perfect amount of sweet and crunchy. Get that pink marshmallow in there, right there to the left.
I can't actually see right now.
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
It's soggy. Doing great.
Are there any more marshmallows?
Yeah, one more bite.
One more? There?
Yep, that's
Okay,
perfect.
Cool. Dude, I'm like really good at this.
Thank you, and that's all we have for today.
Yeah, that was a good shoot, everybody. Yeah, I'll see you next week. Oh my God, Jacob! Oh, I've been looking everywhere for you, dude. Are you okay?
Yeah, I guess. What happened to Finn?
Dude, we can't worry about that right now. We're lost in the past.
What?
I know. And the Game Show 3000 got lost too.
Where are we going to find another space-time continuum
I
button?
don't even know. Is there one around here? Dude, are you sure you want to do this again?
I mean, we do have to get back.
We do.
I just think this time we need to take a second and really think about where.
Whoa! Dude, where are we?
Dude, when are we?
More than they do murder.
Is that Jake?
That looks like Jake over there.
Oh my God, that's...
Wow.
Huh. He's doing like that debate package thing. For
What a
like...
handsome guy.
He's cool, yeah. I don't know.
So we should probably get out of here. You know what? Thank you. Actually,
Yeah.
we appreciate it.
In every way, and there's nothing you can say to change.
First up, we have Ghostface. Ladies, would you smash or pass this fine, scary creature?
Ghostface?
Oh wait, like Billy Loomis.
Are we thinking
Ghostface?
Billy Loomis?
Yeah. Wait. Okay.
I mean, you
so
saw
there's-
that.
There's like multiple different Ghostface, right? So
Yeah, okay, but Billy Loomis, yeah.
one Ghostface.
Yeah, okay.
It's gonna be a
Smash.
smash.
As of this weekend, Boise has received a total of 23.9.
Ooh, it's a little chilly. Yeah. There's snow on the ground.
Is that Jake again?
It is. Why do we keep going to Jake? They use him in a lot of stuff.
They really did.
No. Are you thinking about Jake?
No. Are you thinking about Jake?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna press the button this time. If we go somewhere with Jake again, I'm gonna crash out. Ready?
Okay.
Stay tuned with more weather updates.
Oh my God, Jake, you're back! Come here, bud.
This is so weird. Wait, is the show open?
Yeah, you just missed it, man. But don't you worry, child. There's so many more to come.
Well, thanks for watching. Live and on demand. See you next time.
Hopefully.
If I don't get stuck in the space-time continuum.
That always tends to happen to you.
It does happen to me.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Chu. I'm from Marin County, California. I'm studying accounting and information technology, and I'm in my 5th year within the College of Business and Economics. When I was initially looking for schools, when I was a junior in high school, Boise State wasn't on my radar. It wasn't until an older member of my track team told me that he chose Boise State that it really became something that I was interested in. When I started looking deeper into Boise State, I really started to notice how special our College of Business and Economics is here. What I saw was very special about the school was the class sizes. Even in some of the lower level business classes, you had class sizes under 30. That's something that I really didn't see going on at other schools, and the professors can really give you the support necessary to be able to succeed. Within the accountancy department at Boise State, there is a mentorship program. The mentorship program links up Boise State students with local accounting professionals. In doing the accounting mentorship program, it actually supported my decision making in choosing one of the internships that I took. I was applying for the mentorship program and met with a local professional who was working at a firm called Clearwater Analytics. At the time, I was also applying for an internship position with Clearwater Analytics. He was able to support me through my experiences, telling me all about what it was like to work for the firm. I think some of the most rewarding experiences I've had at Boise State so far has been working as an undergraduate learning assistant for the accountancy department. When a student would come in and they would either have a test, assignment, some kind of project that they were working on, being able to help them through that and work with them on a one-on-one level was incredibly gratifying for me. My biggest piece of advice for any student coming to Boise State University and coming to the College of Business Economics is just getting out there and trying as much as you possibly can. There's so much that you can learn in your classes, but from my experiences, there's so much more that I got out from all the activities that I did outside of my classes. You don't know what you'll really enjoy unless you give it a shot.
Hi, I'm Michelle Flake from Boise, Idaho. I'm a senior at Boise State University studying social work. I chose Boise State University because, one, it's in Boise, which is an amazing place to live. Also, Boise State has an excellent social work program. I have many friends who have gone through their program and they've loved it and they've been able to get excellent jobs in the field of social work. The biggest thing that Boise State has done to foster preparing me for my career is the internships and the service learning. The service learning was set up in my sophomore year, and just the opportunities that Boise State provides, you have a huge gamut of what you can choose from, and that gives you a little bit of taste of what you might want to go into. And then the internship, they have a huge internship fair, and you can go and visit with all kinds of different internship opportunities. And so I was able to go to that fair and actually didn't have a BSW opportunity in the CUNA School District, but I was able to just speak with them and told them what I was interested in, and she was able to connect me with the principal, and we were able to create this internship, which has been awesome for me. The College of Health Sciences appealed to me because of their great influence in the Valley. I was able to do a service learning in the West Ada School District, working with the homeless youth that attended West Ada schools, and just the connections that the health science program has in Boise was amazing. I had a huge variety to choose from, and then I was able to get my internship at Initial Point High School, which is an alternative high school. So those connections really is where I feel like I've learned the most and are really important to your college experience.
Krishna Pakala, Assistant Professor, Mechanical and Biomedical Engineering.
And I'm Nick, I'm a civil engineering student. So we met, about a year and a half ago at orientation, right?
Yeah, we live together. We live in Morrison Hall, which is part of the Living Learning program on campus. It is like an extended family to be on campus, living with you all. You know, obviously many of you have siblings at home or pets, or you miss home, but for us, when we open the door, it's like an extended family. And being part of the Living Learning community, I think you form these bonds which are not just for that 1 year. They last long time, right? And especially being part of the Living Learning program, you are connected to faculty like me and others in other programs, because each college has a Living Learning program on campus, and it's a great avenue for people to get the biggest bang for their buck on their investment.
When you know the faculty, you start to build relationships with them, and you start to engage more with the material that they're teaching you. So it becomes less of you just sitting down and doing the assignments like they're assigning, but you start to really understand why they're assigning them, and how they really just want you to understand and learn so you can be knowledgeable in the field that you want to go into. You would always sit on this couch in one of the common areas, and we'd be able to study together. Whenever I had any questions or just wanted to talk about life, you were there to answer those questions and concerns, as well as you were sitting there doing your work as well. So it was just all of us kind of coming together to get our stuff done and really encourage each other and build each other up.
If I should prove false, I will burn in the fires of eternal damnation, forever and ever.
In Afflicted Daughters of Salem, we are in an historical time frame, so we have real life characters, so it's really important to do some of that historical research and make sure that we are being true to what we know about the character. The character that I worked with is Tituba. She was a slave in the Paris household. We have lots of evidence from the trials of how she became a member of the household, where she was from. So we definitely think the accent is a very big part of the authenticity of this story and who she was as a person.
Come near us, good spirit Obatala. Come near these children. Come near Tituba.
One thing that I've found that makes this character of Tituba a bit challenging in comparison to my other roles is that she was a real person. I found myself walking to my car and just, thinking to myself, I was like, this woman was real, this woman was alive, and I have to honor her life through this show and give her as much decency and respect as I possibly can, and I deeply respect her, but I've never had that experience before, performance-wise, and I don't want to say I have a relationship with her, but I'd like to think I do. And that's something that I found to be challenging and also very rewarding about playing this role and being able to be in this show.
What's one of the biggest challenges? The actors' insecurity and how to best help them know that they're amazing in their performances and they are going to absolutely be able to handle this, to be there for them when they're at their most vulnerable. So I'm very lucky in my job as dialect coach that I work with absolutely generous performers who are going to allow me to insinuate myself into their process. That takes an enormous amount of trust on the part of the actors. So I'm very lucky when they are willing to give that trust over to me and help them, basically.
To learn from Ann Price is a blessing and a gift. It truly is. I've worked with Ann so many times on so many different dialects and accents, and even taking her dialects course and her voice courses. And it really gives you a lot of foundational tools and this skill set in order to be an actor that can show longevity as well as your own growth. Being able to have the skills that I learned in just my Voice 1 class all the way up to my Voice 3 or dialects course are tools that I will carry as an actor and build upon for hopefully a long time.
One of the things that I love most about being a voice coach, whether it's accents or cartoon voices, is I get to sit in a room and listen to amazing actors tell stories night after night. That is the best.
We are at our field trip site this year. We have a field trip every year with a 7th grade class out of Heritage Middle School. And we come out and we like to be able to bring them out to a real study site that real Idaho scientists are participating in to show them that they can be right next to science happening and they can be involved in it themselves. When we ask students at the beginning of this experience, describe a scientist to me, it is Bill Nye the Science Guy, crazy white hair in a lab coat and mixing things in beakers. And by the end of this experience, we ask them the same question, and it becomes, anyone can be a scientist. I could be a scientist, because by having all these collaborators do different stations, what they realize is that scientists come in all shapes and forms, and I hope that when they come out, they can have some resonance and they can feel represented by the real scientists that are here showing them fun things, and they can feel like that's something that I could do too, and it's not just for geniuses or anything. So this year, the theme was different lenses. How can you look at the landscape in different ways? So the first station was an underground lens. We wanted to look at soil chemistry, soil biology, the biota in the soil, to talk about how then that influences vegetation. Then they go to the next station, which talks about herbivores and the relationship between herbivores and vegetation. So what type of vegetation it needs to be available for both our native Idaho wildlife, but also for livestock, because we're in open rangelands. Then they go from what eats the plants to what eats the things that eat the plants. And so then they go on to our wildlife station, where we talk both about prey, but also what eats the prey, and why we're in the Morley-Nelson Snake River Birds of Prey area is because of those birds of prey. Then we go on to the technology that we use to monitor all of these different aspects. And so we moved on to our GIS station, which had some remote sensing. And so they can kind of get that sense from the soil up to the raptors, and then how do we monitor it all?
Seventh graders are sort of at this stage that they're either gonna buy into thinking about our landscapes and sustainabilities and being those stewards, or they're not. And so I think they're sort of at a sponge. I mean, we looked at, we had a cow pie, and we talked about larvae in that cow pie and how they're food resources and how they're transforming from a larva into an insect. And these seventh graders are transforming into real adults that are going to have impacts on the decisions they make of these lands. So it's important to connect with them and teach them what we do and why these landscapes are important at an early age.
I love Idaho's landscapes. I think the sagebrush steppe desert is such an underrated ecosystem and such an underrated landscape. And it's one of those, if you're driving by too fast, you're gonna miss how beautiful it is. And I think that's why we have to bring the students out to actually get dirty and put their boots on the ground, because the beautiful diversity of this landscape happens at this level, not at the drive-by level. So I think understanding more about the complexity of the sagebrush steppe ecosystem is absolutely something that we can do out here on this field trip, and something that I really gravitated towards when I started as a seasonal field technician. But I just get to do it as my job now, because it's asking, I wonder why this does this, and I wonder if I could test this out, and that's all seventh graders are doing all the time. So I think it's actually a perfect inflection point in their education to grab onto that creativity and really start to hit people with STEM and say, this is something that you can do.
Welcome to the Blue, one of the most iconic places at Boise State University.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, look at all of you out there. Jazz is officially back. Round of applause. My name is Derek Anong. I'm the director of the jazz area here at Boise State University. I also teach trumpet. And I am delighted tonight to bring you a 3-part jazz concert. You're going to hear some jazz combo, you're going to hear some vocal jazz, and you're going to hear some of the Boise State Jazz Orchestra. It's going to be awesome, fantastic, amazing. Make sure that you do lots of applauding and yelling and screaming. However, I must remind us all, yes, but we can wait, that as per university guidelines, we must wear our masks while we are in this room. So please kindly make sure that those are on over the nose and the mouth. Also, please make sure that you turn off your cell phone. Although noisemaking is not the biggest deal, you still should probably turn them off in this space. I'd like to announce one program change for the jazz combo. We're going to have Mary Elliott playing drums tonight. Round of applause for Mary. So we're going to get this show started. Please give a round of applause for the Brady Street Jazz Combo.
Sam on alto saxophone. Well done. Now we're going to bring on Haley Hurd on, vocals. So, yeah, get started.
It's not the pale moon that excites me, that thrills and delights me. Oh no, it's just the nearness of you. It isn't your sweet conversation that brings this sensation. Oh no, it's just the nearness of you. When you're in my arms and I feel you so close to me, all my wildest dreams come true. Soft lights to enchant me, if you only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight. The nearness of you. so close to me. Oh, my your soft lights to enchant me. If you only grant me the right to hold you ever so tight, yeah, babe, and a feel in the night, the nearness of you. There's no use of a moonlit glow on the peaks where winter snows. What's the use of the waves of a brick in the cool of the evening? For what is the evening without you? It's nothing. And it may be that you never come to me. And if you never come to me, what's the use of my beautiful dream? Why would they need me? And where would they lead me without you? To nowhere. Mas pra que tanto céu? Pra que tanto mar? Pra que? De que sebra esta onda que quebra? Vento da tarde. De que sebra a tarde? Inútil paisagem. And pode ser que não venhas mais, que não venhas nunca mais. De que sebra flores que nascem sem caminho, sem caminho, sozinho é nada. What's the use of my beautiful dream? Why would they need me? For where would they lead me without you? To nowhere. Where would they lead me without you? To nowhere. It would be just a useless landscape. And
Katie, woo! blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see.
Bluebirds singing a song, nothing but bluebirds all day long.
Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by, when you're in love, my how they fly.
Blue days, all of them gone.
Nothing but blue skies from now on. saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurried by. When you're in love, my alley fly. Blue days all gone. Nothing but blue skies. Nothing but blue skies. Nothing but blue skies. From now on.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
One more round of applause for the Brady Street Jazz Combo. So now it is time to bring on our vocal jazz ensemble, and I'm going to introduce you to their fearless leader, Dr. John Hamilton. And but before you give him a round of applause, which you will, I just want to mention a couple of things. So the vocal jazz ensemble was spearheaded this semester by some of the students who are a part of it, and the ensemble wasn't slated to happen, and they said, no, we have to make it happen. And so we're making it happen, and so it's thanks to those students who said, no, this is what we want. So if you're a student out there, tell your teachers what you want. You can clap for that. So now I'm going to pass it off to the one and only Dr. John Hamilton.
Check, check.
Check, check.
Fish gotta swim and birds gotta fly. I gotta love one man till I die. Can't help loving that man of mine. Tell me he's lazy, tell me he's slow. Tell me I'm crazy, maybe I know. Can't help loving that man of mine. When he goes away, that's a rainy day. But when he comes back, that day is fine. The sun will shine. He can come home as late as can be. Home without him ain't no home to me. Can't help loving that man of mine.
You think he's lazy? That's fine. I do not share your opinion.
When he goes away, that's
Thank you so very much for that warm applause. We featured a couple of soloists there. Aviana Smith was first. And second was Kat Atwood. So I'm really excited to be heading up this ensemble. It's exciting to be back in Boise after so very long and being born and raised here and leaving town and now coming back and getting to direct the Boise State Vocal Jazz Ensemble. I think that this could be the best vocal jazz ensemble in the country at one point if we keep going. All right, we are so very fortunate tonight to have three amazing people playing on the rhythm section for us. Mitchell Beck on the drums. Mr. Wade Short on the bass. And Mr. Nick Montiero on the piano. So this next tune is an old standard, Bye Bye Blackbird. And what you're going to hear in the middle is I've had a couple of different soloists do what we call a vocalese. And hopefully I can explain it better to them than I did to you in class. A vocalese is when somebody takes an instrumental solo and lifts it identically earwise and puts words to it. So these people have actually taken the Miles Davis solos that he played on the trumpet, and they have put words to them. So I'm very proud of them, and those two folks are Jordan Miller. Jordan's probably in the back hiding because he's making his entrance soon. There he is, Jordan. And then Brianna Vulcan will be doing a solo as well. And then you'll hear Katie Goranczyk and Haley Hurd again in the middle. So this is Bye Bye. Bye Bye Masks. No, Bye Bye Blackbird. Wait, I get confused.
Bye-bye. Fare thee well. Fare thee well, I'll tell you. Fare thee well. I'll pack up my care and woe and leave my wings a spell. Sick of city lights, lot of blues, lot of strife. Blackbird, 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 talking about bye-bye. Ain't no one who can love or understand me here. I can see pretty clear, everybody got a story here. Make up my bed tonight and night, my little old light. I'm coming home tonight. Be flying high through summer skies. Blackbird, bye-bye. City life ain't clean. Pretty cool and really pretty mean. Aww. So I'm gonna quit the scene where someone waits for me. sugar sweet, so is she. Pretty blackbird, I'm gonna have to bid you bye-bye. Ain't nobody here who can love or try to understand me. I can see pretty clear, everybody here's got a story for every ear, everywhere. So you better make my bed up, light up my life, blackbird bye. I'm coming home, I booked my flight, and I'll arrive late tonight.
It's hard to remember when I traded in the country for the city. A pity, lately it seems like forever since I sent my last goodbye to all the neighborly folks I left down home. Still living like they used to back when I was younger. Growing, getting younger and stronger. Upset cause my parents will bother me so by telling me every day to wait a little longer. And so I kept on going while I'm waiting for the day I'd run away, the day I'd kiss my folks goodbye, hop in a bus and hurry up north. I knew they would grieve, but I had to leave, so I paid no attention to the family tea. The only thing I worry about is sleeping. And so it's sad, I remember telling my pops that I was going away, going to stay. But now I came here after years of city living. I'm forgiving up the city for good. Sick and tired of all the pain and the coldness and the rain, enough to drive a family insane. So I bought that plane where somebody waits for me, sugar sweet, and so is he. Gonna say goodbye to the rain and the city, cause living in the city was a pity and made no home to me. Up all my care and woe. Here I go, now I'm swinging low. Bye bye, blackbird.
Where my baby waits for me, sugar sweet, and so is he. Bye 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 bye, blackbird.
Nobody seems to love or understand me.
All those hard luck stories, they all hand me. Make up my bed tonight and mind my little old life. Late tonight, I'll be flying high. So goodbye, blackbird. Talking about bye-bye, blackbird, blackbird.
Dr. Dawn Hamilton.
One more round of applause for the Vocal Jazz Ensemble. So we're going to have a not short break because they're basically going to be ready as soon as I turn around again. But the second half of this concert, we're going to play the music of Thad Jones. And what better to bring in the Jazz is Now Live Again concert. Who here is a fan of Thad Jones? Can't see anybody. There we go. I'm assuming you're all raising your hands. Thad Jones, a giant of the big band era. He was a flugelhornist, which is great because I also play the trumpet. But he was also a composer, and he was in the Count Basie band. He later led it at the very end of his life, and is known as a composer. He studied formally later on in his life. But Thad Jones wrote some amazing big band music, and we are celebrating him this year. Next year, well, 2023 will be his centenary. But we are playing his music this year because I think there's no better way to really get to the heart of the apex of the big band tradition right there. So you're going to hear mostly tunes from his Vanguard era, and so they're going to be like funk and rock influence, and there's going to be a swing one in there. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And our goal this year, or this semester with this ensemble, was to really nail the style and to have it feel good. And they know Dr. G's rules, right? And I make them up every rehearsal, what they are. But they always have something to do with you have musical intuition, and you have the prerogative to make it sound good and to try something that you think might be good. And if it's not, then I will wave you off. And I'm incredibly proud of the work that they've put in, and it's going to feel good. And when it does, you let them know. So I'm going to move these microphones, and then we will begin. Thank you. So in between all that, I misplaced all the scores, but that's fine. I think Brendan knows where they are. He's going back. You hid them from me. That was going to get exciting. Thank you so much. That was Us. And it was definitely a sort of a funk rock influenced one there. And I believe next up we have the one that starts with the letter A. Is that correct? Yes, okay. Since I don't have anything, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. We're going to hear a hunk, and we're not sure what that means, and I scoured the internet for about 15 minutes trying to figure it out, and I couldn't figure out what that meant, but it is a staple tune of the Vanguard-era Thad Jones Band, and it is an odd meter, and it's got a very blues influence thing going on there. And did we find my scores? They weren't in the... No scores. That's fine. No problem. What is this one? Is this stardom 4? Yeah, see, it's a joke. Anyways, a hunk. Thank you very much. That was Brendan over here on the slide whistle. Thank you. And that was Will Friend on the drums. It kind of makes sense that the first part of his email address is Tony Williams Lifetime. Go look that album up. Anyways, that band. We also had Sam on the alto right there. Ryan back there on the trumpet. And we had the bass trombone duel, although it didn't get quite low enough, but we'll hear some low things later from Sam and Adrian. Ian, how's it going? I'd like to welcome Ian to the stage. You'll see a number of people rotating in the rhythm section back here. You also might notice that Harris back there was playing the other instrument up front for the jazz combo. So Harris is doing double duty, but we've got two fantastic drummers. We've got Jack back there on the piano. We've got a lot of really interesting things going on here, and I think they're interesting anyways. But we're gonna play All My Yesterdays, and this will be a slow one, and no, I'm not joking. How about that? Doesn't that band sound good? So now we're going to do one of the most requested Thad Jones charts. This is called Big Dipper, in its swings. But before we do that, I want to get a round of applause for Ben and Taylor. Raise your hand. And then we also had Chris Woods filling in for Thad Jones on the noodles in the back. So if you may have noticed, I haven't been standing in the way, but there's a lot of extra stuff over here, and I've given Brendan a lot of leeway, and everyone actually, to use their musical intuition, and done that he has. Pretty much everything on this desk he owns, the one that you have. All the stuff on the desk, that's all Brendan's, right? So I've said, bring it out here, and if you can make someone laugh, do it. However, Big Dipper swings, so we should be swinging. Big Dipper. Let's give a shout out to Ben Buckingham again on the saxophone. And then we had Chris Woods back there on trumpet again. And then James Trandom, who's playing a recital this Wednesday night over in the recital hall. Shout out. So next up we have, I think, the band's favorite song, am I right? Tune, song? This is called Ritual, and it is also from the Vanguard era, Thad Jones, but this one has a more of a Latin-inspired funk type feel. I hear that. Let me go over here. It's also going to be in an odd meter, which the band seems to like, and I'm okay with. And you're going to hear a lot of inventive and creative and percussion type things that I've never heard before. You're about to hear. This is new music, everybody. Ritual. And now we're salivating from that. Thank you, Brendan. Ben Buckingham. Archie Flores. James Trandom, Recital Wednesday. Thank you for sticking around. We have one more. This is called Central Park North. And this has a fast, slow, fast, which is unusual for a big band tune. And it's hard. And it's a really cool tune. And it sort of depicts the craziness of Central Park, and then sort of like the serenity in the middle, and then the craziness again at the end. And you're going to hear from a number of people and have a number of sounds that, again, we haven't heard yet before. But this is more of a rock and roll, forward sort of funk, Miles Davis on the corner type thing. So we hope you enjoy this. We hope you've enjoyed this concert. Please keep coming to live music. Things are back, and we can stay back. We can beat this. I'm Dr. Ganong. This is the Boise State Jazz Orchestra. They've done such a great job. They're awesome. I'm kind of useless up here, so I have to keep things going along. But here's Central Park North. Thank you, and have a great night. That's it. That's the end. But please come see us play again in the spring. There's going to be a lot of other cool events. We have a music department calendar that has all the concerts that are happening. You can find all kinds of cool things. Campus band tomorrow night, same space. I'll stop talking. Good night.
We hope you guys have a terrific weekend here in Boise. Thank you for coming and celebrating this weekend with us. Go Broncos!
Hi everyone, Paige from Admissions here. Here at Boise State, living on campus is a defining reason our students love being Broncos. Whether that's participating in a living learning program, where you get to live with students with similar interests, meeting lifelong friends on your floor, or even taking advantage of all those events our housing team offers, living on campus is something you should seriously consider. Though living on campus is not a requirement of our first-year students, we highly recommend it. Students who live on campus their first year tend to do better academically, they're more involved on campus, and then they're able to get the most of their Boise State experience. All of our residence halls on campus are fully furnished. You have access to resident assistants and resident directors 24/7, and have access to communal facilities like laundry and also kitchens. Another bonus, we let our students choose their roommates as well as pick their choices for the residence hall. We're here to give you a glimpse of our first year residence halls, how they're set up, what perks they have, and what sets them apart from the rest. Let's go! Kaiser and Taylor halls are perfect if you're looking for a combination of being mellow and social. Located in our first year resident hall village, these are 4 and 8 bedroom options where you share a bathroom with 4 people. Easy access to the Greenbelt, to our athletic venues, and the Student Union building give you a great combination to live on campus. These residence halls are sister halls that are located in the first year village. With easy access to sports venues, the Greenbelt, and the Student Union building, you're bound to love these options. Taylor and Kaiser halls are designed in a suite style with either 4 or 8 bedrooms in each, with 1 bathroom per 4 people. Both Taylor Hall and Kaiser Hall hold a variety of those living learning programs I spoke about earlier. We have 8 different LLPs with specific themes, professors that live with you, and specific classes you take with those in your LLP. If you're interested in an LLP, let us know and we can get you connected with housing. The Honors College in Sawtooth Hall is our newest residence hall on our campus and also the largest. Home to 650 students, we have honors students who can live there all 4 years, as well as first-year students who can choose to live there. With an ideal location across from the Student Union building, our South Floor cafeteria located on the bottom floor, and a bright and modern look you'll never want to leave. This This hall has options for students to live with another person with a half wall to allow for privacy, or to have their own private room within a suite with 1 or 3 other people. Bathrooms are shared between 2 or 4 people depending on the room style. A bonus, all of the beds in this hall are full extra-long Tempur-Pedic beds. If you're looking for an option for your first-year residence hall that's a little more adult, you might want to consider University Square or University Suites. Comprising of 7 different buildings with an apartment-style layout, 4 bedrooms per suite and 2 bathrooms, students have the option of single or double occupancy, and have a kitchen and laundry in-unit. Still looking for that community feeling? Not to worry. Each of these buildings have a community center with board games, pool, and activities going on at all times. Chaffee Hall is one of the most popular choices for our first-year students. With Extra Mile Arena and Albertson Stadium at your doorstep, makes it super easy to be at the center of all the action. Chaffee Hall is 3 floors and has a capacity of 450 students. This hall has a communal kitchen, a C-store for all of your late-night snack needs, and a large focus on community. The majority of the rooms in Chaffee are double occupancy, meaning that you would share a room with 1 other student. This hall is unique in that it's split between 2 different sides. A and B wings are communal bathrooms, meaning you share a bathroom with a few people on each floor, whereas the D wing has a bathroom adjoining 2 rooms, meaning 4 students share 1 bathroom. If you're looking for a social, traditional environment, Chaffee may be the best fit for you. That's all for me. Thanks for watching, and as always, go Broncos!
next piece by Andrew Markle is titled Acts of Dreams. In the program, I kind of made a mistake in sending it in. There's actually 4 movements to it. And this is a perfect time for me to kind of explain all 4 movements. And so the first movement is titled Resolution. Acts of Dreams is a piece that showcases some of the different kinds of dreams that we have. So resolution depicts the dreams that we can follow and that makes sense to our subconscious. They are the standard dreams that have a clear story. It provides clear definition and resolution to situations we might find ourselves in. The second movement is titled Refraction, and it moves to the short dreams that are just out of grasp with our reality. These are the dreams where one finds himself or herself reliving the day in another body or moving through a fantasy world with unrealistic elements and a task to complete. Movement 3 is Retrospection, which are dreams that rekindle old memories and remind us of the life we have already lived. And movement 4 is Retaliation, which depicts dreams that have conflict, dreams where we must make quick decisions that might not ever find resolution before waking up. So, this is Acts of Dreams by Andrew Markle. titled. Anyways, the final piece is titled Bone Week Fanfare 4. It is in celebration of the International Trombone Week. And so Brad Edwards, who is a professor at ASU, Arizona State University, composed 7 Bone Week fanfares that were played for every single day of the International Trombone Week, and this is Bone Week fanfare number 4. It has some quotes from Malcolm Arnold. It's kind of dedicated to him, so we hope you enjoy our final tune, Bone Week fanfare 4.
been interested in the factors that help kids to be healthy and grow and thrive as they become adults. And a big part of that is keeping them well nourished. And this is a personal passion for me as a mom. I wanted my kids to be able to garden in our backyard and to raise them knowing how to dig in the dirt. And I've also had the huge privilege to be able to do that type of work in my professional career as well. So a lot of my work focuses on nutrition security, which is basically making sure that people have access to healthy food that allows them to grow well and thrive. So our project is called SCALES, and that is supporting community agriculture and local education systems. And the goal really here is those two pieces brought together to support these local producers and growers who are so important to their communities, small family farms, and then also to help those local food systems. So our project will be working with 35 school districts across the country to start with, and then later on with another cohort of 35 school districts. It's really a win-win when school districts are able to source produce, foods, and beverages from their local farmers and producers. It helps the suppliers, and then it also helps the schools as well. And the whole goal of our work in this endeavor is to create more resilient food systems. And one way to do that is to increase the amount of food that's sourced locally that really supports those farmers and then gets that fresh, healthy produce into schools.
That's a huge passion of mine, is serving and supporting the local communities. But when we can bring what we do to a school, for example, I also am a teacher. My mother was a teacher, and so education is a huge part of what I do when I'm not here. And so being able to offer fresh, locally grown produce that we grow ourselves with love, I feel like is just a great way to be connected to our community, whether that means students, whether that means their families. I feel like it really keeps that unity going.
It's really humbling to be awarded this project. It's a great honor to be part of this group that's working with the USDA on these various projects across the country to create a more resilient school food system. For me personally, it is the cap of my career. I've been working towards this for 20 years, and this combines so many things that I'm passionate about. And then it also allows me to do this work at Boise State and support these rural communities that I'm so passionate about helping them to thrive.
A cocoa bomb is a new way to drink hot chocolate. It's basically a hollow chocolate sphere. You place this bomb inside of a mug, pour some hot milk over it, and then you watch the marshmallows explode to the top, stir it around, and it makes a really yummy cup of hot chocolate. The moment I knew this was going to be a very viable product was when I started going viral. So I uploaded this video, and within minutes it had 1,000 views, and then I refreshed, it was 3,000, 5,000, and so on. Shortly after that, my first order came through, and I remember thinking like, oh cool, maybe if I get a couple more orders throughout the day, I can start working on them tomorrow. I completely underestimated that, because by the end of the day, I had over $7,000 worth of orders. I had hundreds of customers to ship products to, and I had to make over 1,000 bombs. And I had really only made one cocoa bomb. I basically went back to my entrepreneur professor at Boise State University, Kent Newport, who guided me in the right direction of getting an attorney, filing for a trademark, registering the company. And then from there, the rest is history. During my degree, I was studying international business. A lot of that really is accounting, marketing, and just the general things that a business needs to run and be successful. So because of that program, I felt that I was able to manage a lot of the things when I first started, to build the foundation for the business, to then scale it up and move forward. When we first started in 2019 and 2020, we were working out of a commercial kitchen that was maybe 1/20th of this size. And that makes it really hard to scale up, take a lot of these really large orders and try to grow the business. But now that we have our own space, it makes things a lot easier. We keep all of our stuff here, and this is where we ship. make, package, and distribute all of our items out of. Really just coming back to the hometown I was raised in is sort of a tribute to me to give back to my community, give people jobs. Here in this area, you really only work a lot of in the agricultural sector, potatoes, animals, and stuff like that. And I really wanted to bring something that was untraditional to that. Candy is something that is completely different, and the people that are working for us here and my family are having a lot of fun with this along the way. I owe a lot to my parents, my mom, my dad, my brothers and sisters, all of my family. All my life, they've really sacrificed a lot. They've given us everything that we needed. And this is just something that I would like to grow and scale into, to then have them be, better off the rest of their life and just sort of unwind and just relax. It's time for me to take over and take care of my family and my parents especially.
If I should prove false, I will burn in the fires of eternal damnation, forever and ever.
In Afflicted Daughters of Salem, we are in an historical time frame, so we have real life characters. So it's really important to do some of that historical research and make sure that we are being true to what we know about the character. The character that I worked with is Tituba. She was a slave in the Paris household. We have lots of evidence from the trials of how she became a member of the household, where she was from. So we definitely think the accent is a very big part of the authenticity of this story and who she was as a person.
Come near us, good spirit of Batala. Come near these children. Come near Tituba.
One thing that I've found that makes this character of Tituba a bit challenging in comparison to my other roles is that she was a real person. I found myself walking to my car and just, thinking to myself, I was like, this woman was real, this woman was alive, and I have to honor her life through this show and give her as much decency and respect as I possibly can, and I deeply respect her, but I've never had that experience before, performance-wise, and I don't want to say I have a relationship with her, but I'd like to think I do. And that's something that I found to be challenging and also very rewarding about playing this role and being able to be in this show.
What's one of the biggest challenges? The actors' insecurity and how to best help them know that they're amazing in their performances and they are going to absolutely be able to handle this, to be there for them when they're at their most vulnerable. So I'm very lucky in my job as dialect coach that I work with absolutely generous performers who are going to allow me to insinuate myself into their process. That takes an enormous amount of trust on the part of the actors. So I'm very lucky when they are willing to give that trust over to me and help them, basically.
To learn from Ann Price is a blessing and a gift. It truly is. I've worked with Ann so many times on so many different dialects and accents, and even taking her dialects course and her voice courses. And it really gives you a lot of foundational tools and this skill set in order to be an actor that can show longevity as well as your own growth. Being able to have the skills that I learned in just my Voice 1 class all the way up to my Voice 3 or dialects course are tools that I will carry as an actor and build upon for hopefully a long time.
One of the things that I love most about being a voice coach, whether it's accents or cartoon voices, is I get to sit in a room and listen to amazing actors tell stories night after night. That is the best.
On this week's episode, what you can do to contribute to the Boise community and how you can keep our campus safe from COVID-19.
And on a less serious note, Eric Ryan tells us why people with birthdays are the ones suffering the most in quarantine. These stories and more up next on Take One.
Welcome to Take One. I'm Laramie Lavala.
And I'm Chloe Ball.
Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, classes at Boise State have gone remote. To some students, that could be good news, while other students could see this as a challenge. Remote classes could leave you feeling unmotivated or lazy, making some students miss class, turn in assignments late, or fail to keep in contact with their professors. Instead of turning off the camera button and then continuing to feed your procrastination skills, try these tips to make sure you finish the semester strong. First, try and set aside a time of day or a couple of hours where you will attend class, finish homework, and stay up to date on the happenings in your classes. 2. Keep a work area open and free of clutter. This could be a desk in your bedroom or a kitchen table. And lastly, keep a plant on your workspace. Studies have shown that you retain more information while having a plant in your study area. For more tips, visit the boisestate.edu/studentlife.
This is a historic moment. It's basically something you'd see in a history book. But what if you had the chance to play a role in documenting history yourself? Well, Boise State archive staff at Albertsons Library are asking the Boise State community to share blog posts, emails, social media posts, or anything that represents their thoughts, feelings, and observations about this time during COVID-19. If you would like to contribute, visit boisestate.edu/news and click on the form. There you will see a list of questions that spark reflection, such as, what do you miss most about being on campus, and how did you transition to working or learning remotely, and so forth. Archive staff also encourages all groups and organizations on campus to save everything from this period of time, for instance, by creating folders in the Google Drive, email, or anywhere to collect documentation.
Now here's a new episode of What to Know.
Boise, Idaho, also known as the City of Trees, carries this name for a reason. The city is home to an amazing abundance of trees, but hidden in the foliage, one tree stands out if you know what you're looking for. I'm Eric Ryan, and this is What to Know about Boise's Tree of Guernica. Located in Boise's Basque Block, the Tree of Guernica was gifted to the city of Boise in 1980 as a gesture of friendship from the town of Guernica in northern Spain. The town is home to a thriving Basque culture and has twinned with the city of Boise, meaning the cities have agreed to cooperate with each other in the fields of culture, education, and industry. The tree came in the form of a sapling from the original Tree of Guernica located in Spain that had survived the 1937 carpet bombings by Nazis during the Spanish Civil War. The original stands as a symbol of freedom and Basque nationalist pride, among other things. The town of Guernica originally sent over 3 saplings from the tree. The 3rd sapling is now Boise's Tree of Guernica and is thriving among the Basque culture that Boise's residents provide. It's amazing how something as simple as a tree can give us insight into another culture's values and way of life. I'm Eric Ryan, and that was What to Know about Boise's Tree of Guernica.
In a weird news story that came about over the past couple of weeks, GameStop stores across North America have actively resisted the order to shut down. They argue they were in fact essential services, and the corporation instructed employees that if confronted by the police, to read a pre-scripted memo and give the police officer the number for the corporate office. No cleaning supplies have been given to the employees. They were just told to take people's money with plastic bags on their hand and to maybe buy some sanitizing wipes at the store. Unsurprisingly, this did not go over well with certain cities and police forces, such as in Philadelphia, where the mayor revoked their business license. One can only wonder what kind of dire straits GameStop must be in if they are so desperate to try and stay open during a pandemic, just to capitalize on certain game releases that were happening during this time. Thankfully, most GameStop stores have chosen to voluntarily close their doors or drastically cut their hours prior to any further police or state intervention.
Cloth face masks are now required in public spaces on campus, since the university continues to provide essential business services to students during this time. If you're still looking for a face mask that isn't your winter scarf or an old bandana, theater arts and costume design are sewing face masks from materials by theater companies across the Pacific Northwest. These face masks will be available for pickup at Central Receiving in the Leatherman Peak building beginning on April 16th and thereafter from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m., Monday through Friday. For more information on the use of cloth face mask coverings and staying safe, visit thecdc.org/coronavirus.
Now here's a new episode of What to Know.
It's old enough to be Boise State University's first student union building, and it's just big enough to cram 1,000 students inside of it. I'm Nigel Oliver, and here's what to know about the Communication Building on Boise State University. The Communication Building was built in 1942 for the intended purpose of being the student union building. This would be the place where everyone would come to host club meetings and dances. A fun fact about the building is that it's supposedly haunted. In the 1950s, a girl named Dinah unfortunately hung herself in one of the bathrooms after leaving a dance in tears. However, it is no longer the student union building. Instead, it now serves as a communication building. The new student union building is now 4 times the size of the comm building. Even though the building is ridiculously small, it still manages to cram in an equipment room, multiple communication classrooms, and offices inside. But the pride and joy of the communications building is the studio, where UTP and BTV make all of their shows and content. The building is getting close to becoming known as ancient, and it shrinks every year as more students enroll here at BSU. But it still gets the job done. My name is Nigel Oliver, and that's what to know about the communications building on Boise State University.
And now for some comedic content, Eric Ryan and Ryan Seekert.
Thanks, Chloe. Now, since the stay-at-home order in place for the last few weeks has been extended, more and more people are suffering each day from a lack of human connection. Arguably, though, those suffering the most are those unable to celebrate their birthdays with their loved ones. I mean, millions of spring babies across America are missing out on parties filled with games, cakes, and connection, and it's taking quite a toll on them. In fact, Bun, or Birthdays Uncelebrated Now, posted an official statement on their blog this morning stating that anyone experiencing a birthday in quarantine will not count as that age until after quarantine is lifted. So it'll be kind of like a leap year for those who are missing birthdays right now. I mean, if they went into quarantine at 29, they'll still be 29 after, which, hey, delays the dirty 30s a little bit. And I mean, while this may help that bunch, it's kind of tough news for all the 15 and 17, 20-year-olds who are going to miss out on celebrating their Sweet 16s and acceptance into adulthood and legally taking that first drink. Wait, I'm 20. Oh. Anyway, same goes for those who are almost old enough to retire, you know? Like they're just not going to... sucks. Sorry, guys. Better luck next time.
Reports have been coming in near non-stop about people having trouble adjusting to life in quarantine these days. But another aspect of that story is quickly growing, how a surprising number of people actually have had precious little change in their lives. I am, of course, talking about the introverts, like Pat. Pat already woke up every day at about noon or 2 o'clock in the afternoon, stayed in his PJs for most of the day, and then played video games before writing reviews for his blog, which earned him a modest amount of ad revenue. He never left the house, and even if he had to, always got everything delivered to him. It took him 2 extra weeks to realize a pandemic was going on. And thus it shall be in this brave new world of coronavirus that the meek and introverted will rise up as a new predominant force in politics and the workforce. That, or, things will likely get back to how they used to be before the outbreak, once all the extroverts are allowed to leave their houses.
Idaho's Governor Brad Little made a monumental decision to extend the state's stay-at-home order through April 30th rather than end the order on the expected date of April 15th. Little was quoted as stating, "I've got to do what I've got to do for the people of Idaho." End quote. How noble. I mean, in reality though, is this that surprising? I don't know about you all, but it seems to me that nobody follows the order anyway. I mean, take a step into any Walmart anywhere and see if that doesn't have you taping trash bags to yourself. What did people expect? It's like parenting. Like when your kids won't stop playing in the oven, you don't just step back and let them do it. You duct tape that bad boy shut, because sometimes the outcome that people learn from the most isn't worth the medical expenses. And that's just how it is. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Eric. That's all the time we have for you today. Thanks for joining us. I'm Laramie Lavala.
And I'm Chloe Ball. We'll see you next time on Take One.
Thank you and congratulations to the class of 2022.
The Mexican Music Project is a long-term project of documenting and ultimately presenting Mexican musicians, bands, and individuals, secular and sacred music throughout southern Idaho. I think this project matters for Idaho because the community, the Mexican and Mexican-American community in southern Idaho is so important to the economy but mostly the culture of our state. But in many ways it's still hidden underground, and I think the music scene, which is very vibrant and very much alive, very dynamic, is not known to a whole population of Idahoans, and this is an effort to support it and amplify it, so to speak.
It's just a really, really great opportunity for us to grow this idea of Boise State being a community where we can do things like this, cultural projects like this. Mostly what I do in our center is real education oriented. It's all very, very specific to developing, students' ability to kind of graduate and do things like that. But this opportunity to do something that's more artistic and culturally artsy was just a really great thing. And so meeting Stephen Hatcher and having him come to us with the old idea of how this was done many years ago and then bringing it forward and doing it to a new generation of people was just right down the line of what I thought would be just a tremendous thing to support. Certainly for the students that were able to take part, it was a wonderful opportunity for them to get some experience doing, hands-on work with video and audio work. That was really, really great aspect of it, and the students that enthusiastically got into having that kind of experience and being able to travel around the state and do that kind of work was really, really great. It helps with the community aspect too, because it really fits into our mission right now as a university, very much so, because we're really working more on doing rural work. And I think the rural connection is amazing because, Stephen and his team went all over Idaho and met people in various locations to do the kind of work that we were doing. And oftentimes it was just in people's homes and at schools and in warehouses, wherever they met. They met in all kinds of different places. So I think just the connection in that respect is going to very much be seen when the project comes out and people see that, we're definitely trying to move out into the community, into rural communities, and see what's going on in the state and really celebrate it.
I think this project, in and outside its involvement with Boise State and the students, it's reaching to an audience, again, that, most larger state institutions don't access it as much, and we're doing it through the arts, and we're doing it through music and language, and I think it's good for, I think it's good for everybody, but mostly the state, to sort of elevate that culture so that people can see it, so that it's not so much underground, and hopefully it's building some sort of cultural bridges. I'd like to think that.